myself, let me introduce the session today. So I call it a 45 minutes power brief on transformation. So power brief means I will get some energy in the room. Right? So if I get some energy in the room, can you hear me? Yes? So can I have some energy in the room also by asking you some questions and you respond to that? Is it okay? So get some power in the session? Okay, good. Then the second thing is about transformation. What is transformation for you? First question. Correct, yes. And how different are the stages? I should say that's the first thing. Transformation always means there is a significant change, right? A significant change. But also the significant change is usually under pressure. So it's transformation is a change, a significant change under pressure, then with limited time and limited resources. So this is how I define transformation, right? So that we have a common ground. Now, transformation, where can it happen? Yeah. Yeah. So it can happen on three layers actually. It can happen on a personal layer. It can happen on an organizational layer, and it can happen on a country layer. So the principles, though, are always the same. I mean, that is for me a core point, because I see here a lot of students in the room on the one hand. On the other hand, there might be also department leads or company leads, right? So and for them, transformation always means something different. So what I'm talking about also about a personal layer, I'm talking about an organizational layer, and I'm talking about a country layer. And the principles which I'm sharing here with you are all the same. So with that, let me introduce myself. So I'm a version 3.0 of myself. So the version 3.0 of myself is meaning I'm a founder, I'm running a company, and I'm an investor. In the version 3.0, in the version 2.0 actually, I got also acquainted quite good to Romania. It's because I was working here for 6 years or so as a CEO of one of the IT companies which we then sold in 2018 to the Alga Group. So I was the CEO of iQuest, meaning that version 2.0 of myself were being a top manager. Right, so on the one hand, I was managing director of myself, being a top manager. Right, so on the one hand, I was managing director of Oracle in Germany, Sony in Germany. Then I moved to Switzerland, where I'm still living. I run a company from Swisscom. Then I moved to Romania with that company, which I eventually sold in the Alga Group. So that is my background, and this is why you see it's a version 3.0. 2.0 was the top manager, and 1.0, now that is funny, it's almost 40 years ago. I was a developer for AI. Yes. So it was not commercially successful at all at that point in time, but we built expert systems that mixed of computer. And the expert systems were the idea to get some of the expertise already in systems and automate this expertise. Again, not just, and now, 40 years later, the circle somehow closes and we are back to AI. Right? So that's by myself, but in that period, I've seen over the last 30 years or so, I have seen a lot of transformations, not only for myself, but also in organizations and in organizations which I led. And from there, I've drawn all the experience together and put it into this power session. Okay? So now let me ask one question for you. First question is, would you like to contribute to a successful transformation? Then raise your hand. Okay. So that means already everybody sees that people need probably a transformation or will go through a transformation in their life, either in their personal life or in their organization as well. So, and then the second question is, do you not only want to contribute to a successful transformation, but also personally benefit from it? Raise your hand again. Yeah. So you want to benefit from what we are doing, right? So now let me disclose the first secret already. Successful transformations and successful careers are closely linked. Because if it fails, the cart is in the mud, but you are too, right? So it's a bit like the professor Larses said beforehand, either you innovate or you die. Right? So, and it's similar with transformations. Either you go through a transformation, and we will all go through a transformation, or you will not succeed. So now, if you are stuck in the mud, well, it doesn't feel so good, right? So that sounds, or it feels a bit like failure. Failure is stuck in the mud. And the question is, where is it coming from? What are the reasons behind it? Because at that point in time, the transformation seems already to have failed. Well, so, maybe you are walking as if you would walk through dense fog, right? There is not the clarity about it, where you really have to go with your transformation. Many companies I do see, as my clients today, start a transformation without a clear goal, without a clear objective, right? So, and then it's walking like in dense fog. And what happens in dense fog? What is the consequence of that? Well, there is massive misunderstanding. So people don't understand the same thing. They are just walking in the fog, right? The second big reason is, do you know the feeling, you are entering a room in the morning, and then there's already a tense atmosphere. So you sense already the level of energy is probably a bit destructive, right? So because people don't see the direction and don't want to follow the direction. Right? So then you have these kinds of situations, what I would call, as a second reason for a failing transformation, a motivational meltdown. So you are on the way and the organization doesn't follow for whatever reason. Right? Or you are in your personal transformation. And you see sometimes, on the one hand you want to do that, but on the other hand, you don't get it right. So because maybe you are not so disciplined then, or for whatever reason, right? So because also in yourself, you could have the situations to struggle with things, right? So that is a motivational meltdown. That is a second possible reason. The third reason is that you want to get this done, but at the end of the deadline, you are not done. And that might be because you don't have the right tools, for example, in order to be productive in this transformation. So the consequence of that is you have missing months at the end, right? You're not getting there. And the final thing that is specifically valid for organizations, this is that. So cash is burning. So in an organization, right? So cash is burning. And because the execution is not as it should be. And if cash is burning, you can only have that for a couple of months and then it's over. So and then you have a miserable margin. From my perspective, that are the four big areas where transformations fail. Now, that for sure is a problem. Right? The four big minus, as I call it, so the massive misunderstandings, the motivational meltdown, the missing months, or the miserable margin. But the question is, how big is that problem? Any idea? How big is that problem? Well, let's make a quick calculation here. And I introduce to you two axes. The one axis is the transformational pressure, and the other is the ratio failure to success. Well, so you can measure that, right? So let's do that. So there are, on the transformational pressure side, there are interviews with companies every year or every second year. They are done by PwC, McKinsey, and so on. And the companies are being asked, do you think you need a transformation? Right? So and guess how many people say they would need a transformation? It's close. It's 85% actually. So I come to that. So there are this 85% which state they need a transformation. And you saw just quickly this picture of that tree, which says, okay, on the one side of the tree it was sunny and a bit windy, right? So, and that represents a bit the past, where we had prosperous times interrupted by some crisis. So then in the middle of the picture, there is this dark clouds over the tree, right? So that is where we are now. Crisis is even overlapping. And on the left, on the right, on the right side of the picture, there are the clouds continuing, and that is what the future will bring. So there is an accelerated demand for transformations. And this 85% were 10 years ago just 50%. So there is an accelerated demand for transformation, 85%. Well, now how is the ratio failure compared with success? So there is a study from McKinsey back from 2016, which says 70% of the major transformations fail. 70%. And now you might say, okay, that is 10 years ago, we have become better, right? So unfortunately, that's not the case, because there is new research, it was published in Handelsblatt, for example, in 2023, which says 3 out of 4 enterprise transformations fail. Meaning, we are here, right? So the topic is this red rectangle. Now, how big is this red rectangle? And I make a calculation here now for, let's say, the DACH area, Germany, Austria, Switzerland. And I could include Romania and then it would be a bit bigger. So, do you know how many companies there are in that area which have more than 50 people in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland? 100? A bit more? 170,000. 170,000 companies above 50 people. Now, if from these 170,000 companies, from these 170,000 companies, 85% say they would need a transformation, it's 145,000, right? And an average company has exactly, I did the calculation, it's 322 people, makes 40 to 50 million of revenue and 8 to 10% of profit. So now we are at 170,000, 85% of this is 145,000, and 70% of these fail. It's 100,000. And you can think of that if a company fails, at least 1 million of profit is gone. Right. So now, if this profit is gone, then we are talking about 100 billion profit just for that area. 100 billion euros. So that is the problem of transformation, 100 billion euros in that area. Worldwide, it would be even more. So the problem is big, it's significant. And you see at the moment, and this stagnation also going on in the economy, right? So we see it specifically also in Germany, stagnation in the economy. And if I take the gross domestic product, for example, for this area, Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, it's around 5 trillion. 5 trillion is the gross domestic product. Now, 100 billion out of 5 trillion means 1.7% growth. So if all the transformations would be solved, we would have at least 1.7% more growth. I think some of the predictions would be happy about that. So now, over the last, and there is an area, this small green area, where transformations works, because not all of them. And over the last 27 years, almost 30 years now, I have not done nothing else than to look into how to enlarge this green area, right? How to make it bigger. And so here is some learnings which we have. The first learning is, when does transformation work? So, and I have symbolized it here by this crystal, so it comes with very clear priorities, very clear objectives. So, I mean, what you really need is perfect priorities. I see when transformations work, if you have these perfect priorities. That is one area. The other one is that there are what I call passionate project groups, which are aligned around purpose, path, and principles. So they all go for the same thing. It is not divided in different areas, right? So passionate project groups, that is the other area. The third area, what we are seeing is that you have to use tools specifically for transformation. And it is not just tools which are project management tools or something else. There are tools for transformation, and you should be able to use them. And then, by using those tools, you're getting a productive performance. And finally, think about, you have a fruitful garden, right? So you have reached a milestone, a step in your career, right? So, and that really feels good, right? So because you have gone there, and that you have a perfect perspective with purpose, right? So that means, and then instead of sticking in the mud, you are here and riding a wave. How is this wave called? It's a success wave, right? It's a success wave. It's riding a wave with a big smile. So And you could see riding the wave comes, and as I said that we have done this in my company now, either as a CEO in other companies or now with my new company where I'm helping on transformation. We have reached a success rate of 85% on those transformations based on those 4 big Ps, the 4 big plus. So now you can see on the one hand, there are these minds, right, where transformations fail, and there are these options where transformations work. Now the question is, how do you get there? And I believe that is a topic of skills. And I think this is why it's important to teach this also at universities, because at the moment, these transformational skills are not usually taught at universities. So, the 4 skills I see is, first of all, you must be able to conceive a powerful concept for the transformation, to have the transformation set up right at the beginning, to have it thought through. The second thing, you have to orchestrate the right people into the right teams. It's a skill to have. And not just put the people together which are in the room. The third thing is to deploy cool devices. So there are tools by which you can do transformations. And then you need the power to execute, from decision to execution, and to make that clear that it works. So that are all skills, yeah? So conceiving is a skill, orchestration is a skill, deployment is a skill, execution is a skill. The point is how to learn these kinds of skills. Right? And because they have to be at a certain level. And for that, it is good to have some mental models. So mental models show you on which skill level you have to be in order to be able to execute accordingly. So, and what you can see here with the red letters, this is a code, yeah? And I call it this a transformation code. Well, so it is a bit like a Mars mission, right? So to give an example, that is a bit like Mars mission skills. Right? So on the one hand, you have to conceive a plan to go to the Mars, right? And there might be many plans to go there, but there will be only a few which are successful. So you have to orchestrate the right people to the right teams. So there might be many candidates around. But not all the teams will succeed. You have to deploy cool devices. There are many devices around, but you have to choose the right ones. And you have to execute with a mindset, decision to result. And there are not so many power setups in which this is possible. And that is what I call the Mars mission skills. So everyone should work on his Mars mission skills, his or her Mars mission skills. Why? Well, on the one hand, there is a demand of 85%. 85% of the companies state they need transformation. So they need Mars mission skills. Second thing, companies are quite good usually at operations, but they are not so good at transformation. So, and what companies need to do is to strengthen the transformation muscle, right? So bodybuilding for the company, right? So it will also accelerate careers of transformational leaders. So greetings from headhunting community, right? So it's good to have these kinds of skills. And you can push it up the success rate of transformation to 85%. And you should not wait too long about that, your own transformation or the transformation of the companies where people are working for. Because that would cause trouble. And that are the big T's. So, and this is why I state I'm using here this this metaphor of firefighters, right? So it is a bit ticking torpedoes if you don't do anything, right? So torpedoes are ticking as longer as louder, right? So you should start now, right? So then, if you don't do something about it, the problem gets sisters and brothers. I call this troubling twins. Right? So more problems appear. And it could be also that your troops already need to energize. Right? So I call this tired troops. People might get exhausted because the situation is not being changed in the correct way. And I tell you, the next storm is around the corner, so I call this turbulent tempest, right? So the next bad weather is coming. So that are the reasons why I think it is important to look into this transformation code and to do this now. So now, let me ask you, what is the transformation code? And here is my suggestion. And I think, well, so that is not my signature. So I will want to tell you a story now in 10 minutes or so about transformation, which show you the 7 skills which you need for transformation. Well, let's assume now we are on the country level. I said already transformation can be on the personal level, on organizational level, country level. Now I choose the country level. Right? So let's assume this country is in a bad shape, right? So, with no trend for improvement. So it is a crisis there. Maybe even an earthquake ahead. And there is George. George is a leader, opinion leader in that country, and he said, what are we going to do here, right? Do we stay? Do we go? He says, okay, here is no future, we need to go. But do we go alone? Well, it's danger for all, right? So we want to go with more people. So he starts to think about a journey. That is the transformational setup, right? So the first skill he needs for that is to tailor a tour template. To tailor a thorough tour template. That is the first skill which you have to have. So because I saw so many companies not having this tour template, we developed in our company the transformation journey token that helps companies to create this tour template. It's an individual tour template. Now George says, okay, he's reaching out to other people, and you know what is the reaction of other people? So some say, well, it's not so good, but going somewhere else is even more uncertain. So no, don't go. Others say, maybe we go, maybe we stay. So that are the maybes, right? And then there are just a few who say, okay, yes, we really have to go. And these people I call sailors for certain reasons. So now the second point, the second skill George needs for that is to recruit resilient role models. So the question is, how do you do that? How do you recruit resilient role models? It's not taught. Right? So, because I've seen that in companies, it's frequently the case that people say, okay, we have a transformation project, and yeah, Helmut is just we should do it. But it is not done with that, right? So, because we could end up by having people just overwhelmed with what they have to do. And then the transformation fails, right? So this is why we developed here the robust sailor routines by which those people are being identified who are able to run the transformation. So now the sailors, let's say, are identified. What is the next step? So the next step is George calls an interest group meeting and says, hey, sailors come together. Where do you want to go together? So it should be warm, it should be fertile, right? It should be safe. So, and what does it do now? What is the skill he needs for that? The skill he needs is to integrate inspired implementers. And look at that, how I've written implementers. They are implementing, but also mentoring the transformation. So, and what is needed for that is that this group is getting an alignment about purpose, path, and principles. What do I mean by that? So, purpose might be we go to that hill, yeah, to that mountain. There is a purpose. Go there. The path is the way. How do you go there? You could go straight, or you could go in circles up. Right? And the principles could be, well, do we go one for all and all for one, or what is the leadership principle which we apply? So, and if you don't get clear about this purpose, path, and principles, then frequently people are ending up in a circling boat. So that means you have the sailors, but they are not in the same mood. You understand what I mean? So this is why we developed this instructive crew interaction model by which purpose, path, and principles are being derived. Now, the next step is Tom. Tom says, hey, George, we need tools. We need tools to get there. Okay, what kind of tools? Well, so the tools should be compatible. The tools should be special. They should not have a half-life span, for example. And I've chosen this picture because you already see out of these tools, I could build a boat and maybe more boats, right? So this is why I call it a fleet. So the next skill which George needs, with the sailors is to use utilities, to use these utilities. And we developed the ultimate fleet university. That are tools specialized in transformation. Now, in the next step, Claire, one of the sailors, says, hey, we have to look what we should avoid in any case for the next time. So because we want to learn out of the failures which we had. So how do we do that? And George says, okay, just use the tools and analyze the crisis. Yeah, so what we need for that is to measure the malfunction. And here I see frequently mistakes where companies say, I know why it is wrong, but it's a different reason. But so it's a bit like, a ship which is in water and it has a hole, and then water is poured into the ship, and the crew is already on fright, but the captain is at the helm and says, okay, we just need more wind to get through, right? So that means there was a diagnostic flaw, right? So not the real problem was discovered. So this is why you need to measure the malfunction, and for that we developed this mindful crisis method by which this is done. Now, with that knowledge about how to avoid the crisis, George looks ahead with his sailor team, and then nucleus, right? So he sees a wonderful place. This is where we want to go. It's pretty specific as well. So that is the vision. And what skill does he need for that? So he needs to propose a powerful promise. Yeah. So, and what I do see is, maybe some of you still know the former German Chancellor, Helmut Schmidt, who said, if you have vision, see a doctor. And he is right in that sense that, visions frequently are cloudy and fluffy and unambitious. So it is a bit like in the startup 2025, Cloud Cuckoo Land. right? Cloud Kubernetes is three founders, right? So maybe two angel investors. They have a pitch deck. They have no code, so they have no product, but they have a hoodie on which the hoodie stands disrupting reality. So this is if those are the visions, then it's cloudy and fluffy, so it doesn't work. But research shows if you have a powerful vision, powerful promise, then it is helpful. So and for that we developed this performance vision process, so by which those kinds of skills are being supported. And then it's not clear to go there. What happens now? Meanwhile, some of the maybes, the maybes from the beginning, show up and say, hey, it's interesting what we are doing there. Can we join? Yeah. We want to save more, right? So and some of the no-goes turn to be maybes. So and then, the crew is building some more ships because more people are going around. So and then they are setting sail and going there, and mostly there is some sort of a circle. And you need this circle here, right? So I have not seen in the transformations which I've gone through always a straight line. There is always a circle. This is why I put it there. Right? And now finally they get there. So the skill, what they need for that, is to hit hands on the horizon. To hit hands on the horizon. And when George is being asked today, how did you get there? Then he says, with a smile, by leaderships. So what you need for that is the holistic leader hub, what we have developed as well, that we have developed as well. So meaning the point is here, there are 7 skills. Those skills are not taught at the moment at schools or universities, but I believe in order to be more successful in the future on transformations, it's important to teach them. So, and if I summarize it all together, you have the skill of tailored the template to recruit the role models, to integrate implementers, to use utilities to measure the malfunction, and to propose a promise and hit the horizon, and then you have the transformation code to triumph. Right? Okay. So now I could go in each of those steps now and tell a bit more, but the time is 5 minutes over. So what I'm going to do, I go in one of those skills and show it a bit more, right, what it means. And if you are interested to look more into the other skills as well, so I will provide you a QR code where I do 90-minute sessions on transformations where all the other skills are also being covered. Yeah? Okay, so let's look now into tailor the tour template. So, and to use the transformational journey token, let me tell you a quick story here on that. It is 2003. I'm managing director of film operations in Germany. The company is since years running a big loss, really big loss. So, I mean, I can share here in the room. Is it very short? So we had 400 million of losses. Euro. So, and I told to my colleagues, let's use the transformation journey token in order to make our transformation to get profitable. And the colleagues said, we don't need token. Right? So we are working on innovations here and innovations there, and transformation happens through evolution. But I disagree on that. Because in an evolution, you don't know the outcome. In a transformation, you design the outcome. So let's go into that token, the transformation journey token. transformation in journey token is characterized by the word journey. That are the skills which you need to have. I'll let you come in. So the first step is to justify that transformations are racist. I stated already at the beginning, transformation is a significant change under limited times, limited resources, and under pressure. So it is important to understand that transformations are racist. So, and then if it is a race, you have to observe the requirements for winning. And I will talk a bit more about that. Then you have to uncover the paradox. The paradox which is inherent in every transformation. And I will talk more about that. And then to recruit the sailors. I call it here inspired people. And let's talk a bit about the paradox. Now here is an important learning which I had in the transformation. You know, a transformation at the end of the day is always to optimize a non-linear function. So now it's getting difficult. So to optimize a non-linear function. So in the case of the Japanese company in Sony, we discovered we have to optimize quality of services divided cost through cost. So quality and cost. Now those two functions are dependent on each other, right? So it is not independent. So how is quality measured in the case of Sony? It is measured by the Institute of Consumer Research in Germany. Right? So I could get the measures all every month. So how Sony is doing, right, on quality of services, and the cost are the cost of the services. And it was clear for us then, in order to get rid of these many millions of losses, we have to optimize quality divided by cost. It's a non-linear function. And there is only one example. There are many more examples around, right? So my discovery is that every transformation, you can be clear about every transformation by writing down the non-linear function which you need to optimize. Now, if you have a non-linear function, unfortunately, you need a couple of skills because the non-linear function optimization is not coming through an algorithm. And I think there are four things which are important. On the one hand, if you have to optimize that, you have to act innovative. And we are back at the first keynote, right? So you have to think in a different way. How do you do this? How do you do that, right? So you have to be free of thinking new ways. Second, you have to act competent. The third thing is not everybody knows everything. You have to collaborate, right? So because of that, you are getting then the knowledge of the group. And the fourth thing, you have to have the will to create and shape. So in order to solve a nonlinear function, meaning having a threshold before a deadline, you have to have those four skills. But on the other hand, the organization is under pressure. Think of Sony for a million, so there is pressure, right? So insolvency is knocking at the door. And how do people under pressure? Well, human behavior is that we are rather acting traditional than innovative. So, I say, I'm so much under pressure, I cannot think new ways now. I have to do it as I've done it always, right? So acting traditional is beating acting innovative. So then, sometimes it's just acting. The month is at the end, right? So the numbers are bad, we have to do something. So just acting is being acting competent. So when jobs are under pressure, rivaling starts, right? So I'm going to keep my job, right? So rivaling is beating collaboration. And then some are sitting around and saying suffering, or I can't do anything here. So suffering is beating, creating a shape. So this is a paradox, right? Because that is happening in each and every transformation. In each and every transformation, you have this paradox. And if you don't have in your transformational journey program a way to overcome this paradox, you will fail. So this is why I say it's important to recruit inspired people that are the sailors, right? And how is that? What are inspired people? Some more inspired people are entering the room. So inspired people are people who are acting innovative and visionary in spite of the situation, in spite of the pressure. And that needs help. So inspired people are acting competent, although they are under pressure. So, and that needs responsibility. Inspired people are acting cooperative, although there is this pressure, in spite of the situation, and that needs trust. And in spite of people need the will to create and shape, and that needs confidence. And if you put this all together, what you would need is a person who is on the one hand innovative Lionheart, right? Which has skillful ownership. A skillful ownership, then you need to be a reliable ally. Thank you. And you have to have a strong will. And if you use some of the abbreviations just here, then you have a sailor, yeah? So SAILOR, right? So you need sailors. That is what you have seen, right? So, and would you say that everybody is a sailor? But can everybody learn to be a sailor? Yes. So this is why I think skills can be learned, right? So now we know that transformation is a race. We know that we have the requirements for winning. This non-linear function needs to be optimized. We know that there is a paradox between human behavior and military economics, as I call it. And we know now how to recruit inspired people. Now we nurture the leadership team to help the team to get along, to align about purpose, path, and principles. So you empower them with tools, with transformational tools. And then you have a transformational program by which you get the results. So in the case of Sony, that looks like that. So we have here the efficiency index, which is quality divided by cost. I mentioned it at the beginning, right? So then we have here on the one hand the green line, which is a quality index. So the quality index was coming from the German Institute for Research, for Consumer Research. So the costs are the costs in my operations, which I had, right? So, like, yeah, you see the cost, right? So on the right side. And the blue line is the efficiency, that means quality divided by cost. So and by running these three workshops, first of all, during the first workshop, say you use this token. Yeah? We use the token, and the colleagues said yes, and we did, although they were first skeptical. The second thing was a workshop where we aligned and found around purpose, path, and principles. And the third thing is to set up the program, and at the end of the program, you reach those results. These are real numbers. So we passed the threshold which we needed to pass by 2024. 2004, not 2024. So yes. So this is a transformation reality token, and the takeaway of that is there is always in a transformation a paradox. The paradox between human behavior and managerial economics. And you can overcome this paradox by recruiting the right people. I call them inspired people. And to bring them together in a team. So, and that is what is important to see before starting a transformation. And with that, I will end. Thank you. Are there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
These questions. Yeah, I would have a question. We are talking about transformation as something to do when things go wrong. But when do you stop the transformation? Or do you keep transforming all the time?
That's a very good question. You know, I would first of all want to answer with a joke, right? So, when do you fire a CEO? The first time when you think about it, right? So, meaning the point is, the first time it comes in your mind, it doesn't go further that way, right? The transformation should start. That is the first thing. But looking into the future as well, I do think transformation stream will be a continuous stream during the entire process. So this is why it's so important from my perspective that companies strengthen their transformation process. So that there is an operation stream. The operation stream is always there, but there needs to also be a small transformation stream, which is going on continuously. And that going on continuously is just new times now, right? So in former times it was good enough to start once a while.
Mhm. Because my question was related to the fact that the demand is high, but I think it will stay high all the time, no matter what.
That is true, because the point is that companies have to become conscious about, I mean, it's not just the manager who says we need a transformation. It needs to be a company decision then. And I see many company decisions being delayed.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
I have a question related to this transformation. I believe you would agree saying that it's really difficult to start the transformation from top down. So when directly the CEO decides to transform. But what's your take in the bottom-up transformation? And listening to people below, and they say that we need to transform something, and then the management say that I go like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that might frequently happen. It will only work if there is not a division just between management and people, right? So, because at the end, everybody is stuck in the mud. So, everybody is stuck in the mud. And it's good, first of all, to listen as a top manager also to your organization, what the organization is thinking, right? It is not just in your own mind that things are coming up. And then I think if you are open enough on the management side and all open enough on the employee side as well, so to really look at things, how things go and that things need to be changed, then if you have this openness, then you can start a transformation.
What would be your advice, one short advice for the people below the top management starting transformation?
So first of all, have courage, take responsibility, be still collaborative, right? And have the will to create and shape and not say, okay, I'm just suffering.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I'm very glad that you talked so much about the human factor.
Yes.
Because you talked about the skills and that kind of things. But I'm from university, and how can we as universities improve? What is the most important thing that we can change in the way that we are in what we are doing today in order to accomplish?
So first of all, I would say speed matters. And I mean, I know what I'm talking about because I'm also teaching at ZAB in Zurich. And then I see sometimes the speed of the university, or the lack of speed. Thank you. I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit polite, right? But I see a lack of speed. And I give you an example here of that Zurich University. I told you working there in the Institute of Linguistics. And in the Linguistics Institute, they have a big department which is about German. Well, the department is over, right? I mean, you don't need a department for knowledge anymore. So now the question is, what do these people do? And when did they start to think about it? So this is a bit also in line with what the colleague asked. So when do you start a transformation? And this is what I'm saying. The first time you think about it, and for a university, from what I know, I would suggest to go fast.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I'm more thinking about the skills of the students. What should we teach them?
I would say there's 7 skills. Teach them the 7 skills, and it will come. So, because there is one important point which I still want to make, I showed you the 7 skills, right? Now, assume each of the skills are at a level of 80%. You have to use them all, right? So, but what is then the success of the entire transformation? 80% times 80% times 80% times 80% times 80%. It's 21%. And that is why so many transformations fail. So the skills are the important thing. And I think we are talking a lot also in the economy, this transformation has to happen and so on. But I think the point is to break it down into skills.
But that can come with,
Yes,
we said, but you talk about collaboration.
yes,
That is very good. If you have only 80%, what I can compensate with my 20, add to the 100, and also
yes,
to miss, it will be the same
absolutely.
impact, not 20% less.
Absolutely, I agree. And if you make the calculation, you should have each skills of the level of something like 96, 97%. And I agree that that often comes not alone. It comes by collaboration. Right?
Because even in projects,
Yes,
you need to have a complementary expertise
correct.
for the geographical, but then you can have overall that expertise, but not only from you.
Yes,
Also from part.
yes,
Yes, so it's also good.
yes.
If you don't have enough, then you rather to.
It's true. Yeah. So, if you want to have this QR code and want to see more about those transformations, so also to think about the other 6 skills which I didn't cover yet. So take that QR code and you can register for some of those power sessions on transformation, where I'm going to the remaining skills as well.
Thank you very much.
And now I invite you to a well-deserved coffee break for 10 minutes, not more. And we'll continue with the innovative partnership session.
double that amount. Why? Because we have seen the low success rates. We have seen that very, very good proposals and projects don't get funding. And we made the case for, let's say, the added value of the program at European level. The structure of the new framework program is a bit different than what we have today. We still have the 3 pillars, but we have added one more, and I'll tell you why. So in the excellence science pillar, we have the research council, which we call it, or the innovation council collects. They call it a bit like the the factory of producing papers and ideas, and the factory of Nobel prizes, because we have had, since the beginning of the framework program, 33 Nobel Prize winners funded by this pillar of the framework program. Then we have the second pillar, competitiveness in society, and under this pillar you will have 4 windows. You have a window for clean transition and industrial decarbonization. You have a window for health, biotech, agriculture, and bioeconomy, digital leadership, and then you have a window for dual use. And dual use will become extremely important in the next financial exercise. On society, we will still fund global societal challenges, the solutions to those missions, because as you know, the main criticism for Horizon Europe missions is that they have been heavily underfunded compared to the needs. And then we'll have initiative which is very dear to the President of the Commission, and that is the new European Bauhaus facility. So it has a specific budget line in Pillar 2. Pillar 3 remains unchanged in terms of content. In terms of budget, it will increase significantly. So I'm talking about the European Innovation Council, which today funds projects up to 30 million euros, mainly startups and SMEs, both equity and grants. And then we have innovation ecosystems and the knowledge triangle, which, if you're familiar with the European Institute for Technology in Budapest and the knowledge communities, this is under this pillar. We have added a 4th pillar, which covers European research area policies. As you know, we are working now, and we just launched a consultation, public consultation on European Research Area Act. And we have research and technology infrastructures. And then important for all of us is this widening participation and spreading excellence. And why I say it's important for us, because the widening budget will be 5.4 billion euros in the next 7 years, which means that if you have tried to get funding through widening actions and you have not been successful, it was been mainly, I think, because the budget has been very low now. But I really encourage you to think about ideas and projects already now, because this budget means that you will have a lot of let's say more funding available. I mentioned doubling of the budget, so that means we've asked the Council and the Parliament for 175 billion euros. Don't forget, this is a proposal, so we don't know what the outcome of the next 1.5 years of negotiations will be. We know we have the Parliament, the European Parliament on our side, but we also know that the member states, in particular the finance ministries and the politicians, they want funding on projects that deliver results tomorrow. And this is where the fight will be on the budget with the member states and the finance ministries. Then we have, for the pillar on the European research area, we have 16.2 billion euros, excellence science 44 billion, innovation 38.8, and the biggest chunk of the budget is on pillar 2, on competitiveness and society. So for you, just to know, I mentioned the European Research Council, so that again, the budget has increased significantly. It's for Marie Curie actions, for science, for new policies. This is European Research Council is a bottom-up instrument of Horizon Europe. So if you have a great idea as a professor or as a student or in cooperation with your PhD supervisor and so on, this is something that you can because it's really meant to attract top talents. Pillar 2, that's where the current, let's say, clusters we have. It has a budget of 75.9 billion, out of which 7.6 billion for society and 68 billion for competitiveness. And you have the 4 windows under this competitiveness part. This is where the European Innovation Council will be financed from. It has increased the budget 4 times compared to, so now we had 10 billion euros for 7 years for the European Innovation Council. In the next 7 years, we'll have almost 40 billion euros. Research area, it has a 16.2 billion, out of which I mentioned 5.4 billion for widening participation and spreading excellence. Now, I was in Sibiu 3 weeks ago to an event called Tech Connect, and the question I received from the audience was whether it's a conditionality for, in the next framework program, for, let's say, consortium to have a widening country. So the answer to that is no. The only conditionality is only for this part, for the widening participation budget. Of course, it needs to be a widening country and then 2 others, but not for the rest of the program funding. Well, key novelties, as you may imagine, is not a revolution. It's rather an evolution to the current framework program. However, we do try to simplify further and also to minimize the time to grant. So from 9 months currently to 7 months in the future. We're also designing now streamlined reporting obligations, faster procedures, and also less prescriptive programs. What does it mean? It means that we set the objective and the priority of the, let's say, call and the big kind of theme, but then on how you implement that project, its proposal is a bit up to the applicant. For collaborative actions, nothing has changed. So you still have at least 2 legal entities established in different member states, and then at least 1 other legal entity established in another member state or in an associated country. And Norway is an associated country. And UK, for example, Iceland. So you can still, if you have partnerships with universities in those associated countries, I encourage you to also involve them in your project proposal process. I mentioned the time to grant, that we are aiming for a maximum of 7 months compared to 9 months currently. One of the questions that I often get is, what are the links with the European Competitiveness Fund? Well, first of all, what is the European Competitiveness Fund? Well, all the instruments, except Horizon Europe for the next 7 years, have been gathered under the Competitiveness Fund. So if you now have, for example, Agriculture Fund, we have Innovation Fund, we have Connecting Europe Facility for Energy. In the next 7 years, they will not be called like that. They've all been gathered under the European Competitiveness Fund. And we had to fight for getting Horizon Europe, let's say, next program as a separate program with separate rules for participation. But everything else is and will be gathered under this competence fund. For example, InvestEU today, which is an independent program. Digital Europe. All this will be under the competence fund from 2028. And the budget for collaborative research in the competence fund is under the competence part of Horizon Europe. And why is that? Because, again, another lessons learned from the current multi-annual financial framework exercise is that we synergies, they were in theory, they worked because we had legal provisions on synergies in all programs, but in practice it was not really the case. We've seen normally when we designed, for example, the European Innovation Council, you were supposed to go from a grant or equity to InvestEU and bring your idea or solutions to the market. But that didn't really work with the fast track. So you don't have to apply again for the commercialization part and have the same criteria as if you apply for the first time, right, for EU funding. And this is also the reason why we have come up with this competitiveness fund, to have this seamless journey of funding, right, from the early stages and the lab, from lab to the market, as we say. On partnerships, last year at Sibiu Innovation Days, I presented the partnerships. We have currently 44 partnerships on the Horizon Europe. They will be simplified a lot under the next framework program. There will only be two forms of partnerships: work program-based and treaty-based. And some of you may ask, what about the missions, Horizon Europe missions? Well, Horizon Europe missions will stay there until 2030. There will be no change in that because they have been in the legal basis and they're still ongoing. So there will be no new missions until 2030. And you know which of them are, the 5 missions. We have the Smart Cities mission, Oceans, Cancer mission, Climate Adaptation, and one more, which I escaped now, but I'll come back to that. Because I mentioned dual use, European Innovation Council has already developed the biggest European deep tech venture capital fund. 7 years ago, when we were designing it, there were two main problems in Europe. One was the lack of venture capital, which is 7-fold bigger in the US compared to Europe. And the second challenge that our innovators had was the instruments were too scattered. And it was difficult for them to put time into seeing what instrument funds what. And that's why we gathered all the instruments for innovation under the Innovation Council, right? So we'll support innovative startups, SMEs, with a focus on disruptive innovation and entrepreneurship. And I want to underline this because if your project deals more with incremental innovation, I often give this example of you have a company which invests in innovation and you want to change something that you increase productivity. That's not disruptive innovation, it's rather incremental, right? But if you want to bring, like for example, Google balloons in Africa, right, the internet, that was very disruptive. So something that transforms the market. There will be more ARPA elements. ARPA is the agency in the US that funds risky projects, assessed by program managers. These program managers connect the dots between the different projects and make portfolios and links and talk to investors Because the way it happened, and there will be a DARPA approach for dual-use startups. So if you have, let's say, a proposal which has or could have a dual-use impact, then for sure this project will be funded under this instrument. I'm happy to say more about the European Innovation Council. It's not only for startups. It has two instruments. One is the Pathfinder, which is mainly, it's multi-beneficiary, university plus industry plus research and so on. And then it has the second instrument called Accelerator. And then the Accelerator is mono-beneficiary. Why? Because startups, obviously, they don't want to share their patents. Startups, obviously, they don't want to share their patents yet with others. So they go there. Normally, there's a 10 pages idea. You then peer-reviewed. This happens in writing. And if you pre-selected, you invited to Brussels for a pitch in front of a panel with investors and technology experts, depending on the area. It's medicine, biotech, energy, and so on. And there you can ask for funding up to 30 million euros per project, either grant and or equity. And then what happens is that we have a special purpose vehicle in Luxembourg, which is like an investment fund, which takes over the moment we say yes, the project, is being selected. They take over. They will come to you and make the due diligence, like a bank does. So your papers are in order. They make sure that the team has the expertise, the knowledge, know-how to carry out the project. It sets milestones. And then the moment, and they put your project, the startup project, on an investment platform. And this investment platform, the moment, let's say the investors come and say, well, it's interesting because the commission gave you, 10 million euros, for example, which means that if the project fails, we take the failure. And because we guarantee for the project and for the money, they will be willing to invest in the project. At that moment, the commission withdraws the 10 million euros, and those 10 million will be invested in other startups. Why is that? Because the European Commission is not there for the profit. We're not here in the business of making profit like banks are, right? We're here for the public good. And we want the money to come back into the pool of, funding for startups and SMEs and scale-ups and so on. And I think that's it. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. It looks like the money in the European Union. Yes, please, the first question.
Hello. I want to ask you, do you have a timeline for this preparation and optimization of money access for research? Because now I'm doing research for my own money, and I'm struggling a lot with the integrity around it. So, do you have a timeline and how to apply to get this money? Directly to Luxembourg?
Yes, that's a very good question. Before I answer, I would like to ask, are you a mid-cap company or a startup or an SME?
I don't know.
Or
Give me the definition of a startup, because when I go to get money for some consultants, oh, you are in the center, you should be in the west part of the country. What age are you? Oh, no, you should have 35 at most. So what is the
okay.
startup?
Yes,
Not the definition.
yes. Okay. Well, you are in the right place because, no, I'm telling you this because when I attend events, I get this type of question from mid-caps. And they're very upset that Horizon Europe doesn't target mid-caps for research and development and funding. And because we target startups, and why are we targeting startups? And we have just launched this startup and scale-up strategy in July this year, is because we've seen that startups are very active in emerging technologies. And we think this is where the funding needs to be done.
I initiated my company 2 years ago. So is all a startup yet or is not a
Yes,
startup now?
yes, okay, yes,
So
okay.
now it's running and I'm struggling with everything around me.
Yes. Okay, so to your question on whether you should come to Brussels or go to Luxembourg, you should come to Brussels. So Luxembourg is not the place to go. Luxembourg, they just, because of the legislation in Luxembourg which allows blended finance. Yeah, exactly. So if you apply for funding, and we have just published this app called Funding Portal, European Commission funding portal, where you have all instruments and you can find the codes and so on. But if you have an idea, a disruptive idea, you should come to the Europe Innovation Council. And under the European Innovation Council, there are both challenges top-down calls. For example, there was one on batteries, right? We have a problem in Europe, which is that the battery storage, we have not succeeded in, bringing solutions to the market which can compete with the Chinese. But most of the times, it's top down. It's bottom up. So if you have a good idea, just apply, because there's no deadline. There you can apply continuously. There's this 3-month cut-off date where they take the project and say, okay, now we evaluate and so on. So my question, but it depends on what area. So if you are, for example, in the area of disruptive technologies, but it's not digital, because for the same as Horizon Europe, we have a program for startups called Digital Europe, right? So if your idea of project is more about digital transformation, you should rather go to Digital Europe. If your project is to close let's say, very close to the market, that is technology readiness level 8, you should not come to Horizon Europe. You should go to InvestEU or Innovation Fund, right? So it all depends on your idea, but I would be happy to have a one-to-one discussion and advise more about the type of instrument. Yes.
I already worked since a year and a half on my own money, robotics and AI. I developed a product. I'm almost finished because that's why I go out to see whatever is good for my business to rise. And that's the reason that I asked you.
Yes. Well, on robotics and AI, the good news is that we have put money aside this year and next year specifically for these areas. And if I don't want to say things which haven't been checked, but I think there is something about like 200 million put, but it's better because it doesn't probably concern. It's better that I give you my business card and you contact me and we find the right person in the commission that can give you the right answers to your project, to your specific project, because it's often, we also a bit, I must say, yeah, I know the multitude of, and it will simplify. The good news is it will simplify with the next final program. But I know for the moment that if you apply for the wrong instrument, you will get reject, and you will think, oh, I'm done with European funding, right? But actually, what you need to target from the beginning is you need somebody to tell you, okay, this is your project. It's not because I'm going to read it, because I cannot. Everybody's on the same level, right? Playing field. But I can tell you, listen, I have 3 questions. What technology readiness is it? Is it 8? Is it 5? If it's 5, it's EIC. If it's 8, it's Innovation Fund. It's InvestEU, but not Horizon. Then, how risky is the project? How ambitious are you, right? Because I have been in this panels with investors, and for the EIC, and we had projects, in particular from the Nordic countries, coming and being very modest and say, we need 500,000 euros. And we said, yes, but do you want to scale up? Well, perhaps Northern Germany. Well, then don't come to Brussels. If you want to come to Brussels, it's because you want to scale up. European level and globally. Otherwise, we send you to national level.
So, thank you. We can take no more questions. So thank you again for your presence here and for the great presentation. It's, I take the fact that it rains with money in the EU and hopefully for our students, it's an eye-opener to start a startup. So for the next presentation, hopefully I will find it. So of course. I will invite Professor Julia Fontinen. She's the head of the research group Design Thinking, Research and Neural Design from the German University of Digital Science, Potsdam. It's a long time. And she will present us a new master degree program, European master degree program regarding the cybersecurity. So thank you. I have
Thanks a lot for having me. I'm excited to be here again. It's really a pleasure every time. And this talk probably connects quite well to the previous one because it's actually presenting two projects that are coming out of EU funding, and I believe they're really great projects. So we are grateful for being here, and you might have in the back of your mind the question mark about whether maybe you'd also be interested in these kinds of projects because there's opportunities to jump on board. And in terms of the organization, we had a little brainstorming session by the end instead of questions, so for the timekeeping. In terms of the institute that I come from, that's the German University of Digital Science, which is brand new, and it's a fully digital university, which means that students come remotely, also professors may work remotely. We have staff that is on site, but otherwise it's really remotely. And here in the images, some of you may recognize Professor Christoph Meyer, who is one of our founding directors. And you see him happy and proud in that picture, together with other co-founding president, that's Professor Mike Friedrichsen. And in the image that was just by the beginning of 2025, where they received the letter from the state recognition of the university, so it's really very new, and we started with first student cohorts in April. Here, Christoph Meindl coming to Sibiu last year, he wished he would be here with us. Unfortunately, we had the German UBS own conference exactly November 6th and 7th, so he had to open and curate his own conference, but next year, hopefully, he can be back with us again. In terms of the study programs that you can find with us, it's generally in digital engineering fields. So for instance, MBA programs in digital transformation, digital leadership, or also the typical master programs that you would expect, like cybersecurity, AI, virtual reality, and design thinking related subjects as well, regarding also transformation topics. And then another set of warm wishes from colleague Professor Eleonora Bilotta, who's one of the colleagues from the Italian partners, and unfortunately, well, she hopefully also will be here next year with us and is interested in collaborating at the intersection of psychology and engineering. Now, let me jump to the projects, starting with Digital for Security, which is the one project that I'm most involved with. During the weekdays and over the weekends. That's really a very intense project. And it's also a fantastic partnership network that came together through this EU funding, actually. So here you see it's 13 higher education partners and 24 industry partners. And the program came together to design and deliver. Originally was the attention one master's program in cybersecurity management and data sovereignty. You will hear that in the meantime, more educational products have actually come out of that. And if you think that's a very interesting network in the field of cybersecurity or beyond, imagine yourself and ask yourself whether maybe you too would like to be mentioned on that map and be part of that network. Here you can see it's really quite a large group. And yeah, Ramona just mentioned all these great funding opportunities. I could say a little bit about why now we have more than one master's program, because actually what we encountered in this large 20 million EU project was that there was this vision of a master study that would be very open, very accessible to everybody, particularly from Europe, for students to join from anywhere in Europe or even globally, and then stacking up with micro-credentials, large flexibility to the kind of degree that you would want to have. And what we discovered was that this vision that is possible and funded on the European level is not yet quite ready on the national level in many countries. So most countries that we have in our network do not yet permit fully online education, including, for instance, Romania, which has on-site requirements still. So what we had to do then, or also was our pleasure to do, was to develop more products. Most universities then launch hybrid programs, and only 3 out of the 13 universities or higher education institutions confirmed they could actually deliver this European vision of a fully online master's degree at 60 ECTS. So this hybrid approach with 120 ECTS is led by the University Polytechnic of Bucharest, so very nearby from here. And the 60 ECTS online masters is jointly delivered by the German University of Digital Science, then Münster Technological University in Ireland, and Unia University in Spain. And we at German UDS are the coordinators for that joint masters, that online masters, so that's really also a very nice, ambitious objective. And then in the master's program, we have postgrad certs at 30 ECTS, so even if you enroll and then maybe life gets in between, you have to drop out early, then you still get the degree, a postgrad cert at 30 ECTS, and also micro-credentials for almost all modules. So you can just look into the program, just take the kinds of upskilling opportunities that you might want to have or need. Could be as an employee in a company, for instance, you want to upskill just in one domain, and that's very well possible. And of course, also short courses for companies, hackathons, weekend lectures, networking events, these kinds of things. So here you see the map for the online masters, and then some of you might know Ciprian Dobro, who is vice rector at the University of Polytechnic of Bucharest, who heads that EU project, this 20 million EU-funded initiative. And then it's my pleasure at the German UDS to be the programming director for this cybersecurity masters, and together with the great colleagues from Ireland and Spain, we're directors at their institutes. Here's an overview of the modules that are included in our online master's program. You see it's really very many modules in cybersecurity domains, covering especially also legal and compliance aspects, of course the technology, that's always part of it, and also managerial and business resilience aspects to it. The blue ones are the mandatory modules beyond the thesis. They're coming from the awarding partners. And then the orange ones are elective ones. I don't know if you can read it. It's maybe a bit small, but it's bringing in modules from essentially all of the higher education institutions from the entire network that are involved. And that also makes it so big and comprehensive in terms of the content that is included. And I might mention one thing in particular beyond the communication design module, which is more design thinking related at our institute. There's also AI and emerging topics in cybersecurity. And I could mention that we're just these days inviting applications for professorships at the German UDS in the field of cybersecurity. It could be one position, 2, or maybe even more. And one of the tasks might also involve hosting this particular module. And since we're a digital university, professors can be anywhere in the world, for instance in Romania or also in other countries. So if you're interested, please consider, you might contact me, you might reach out to us. Maybe in this room there's a future colleague, could be. I mean, ideally with a PhD and if possible even a habilitation in a related field. And as you see, there are really very many elective modules, so how is that structured? And there are user profiles that provide the structuring for these modules. So the students choose what kind of profile they want to specialize in, and then there are targeted recommended modules from the overall very large set. And I can also mention that there are industry certifications included in the program, so you don't only get an academic degree, but this entire program is industry-led in the design and also in the rollout and delivery. So it's really targeting needs, skill needs that are identified by industry as relevant. And in addition to the academic modules, you are also invited and get discounts or even free access to some pertinent industry certifications. That was quite intense on the digital for security. Now also a quick introduction to digital for business, which is another 20 million EU-funded project, also to design a master's program. And in that case, just a little bit more comprehensive and broad for companies to upskill in digital-related domains. And you see, it's also very flexible. So there are full-time tracks, there are part-time tracks, accelerated tracks, microcreds, and also postgrad certificates. And the good news, it's great that there are also students here in the room, so maybe this is of interest to you, because we just had a consortium decision, and actually one new cohort that is starting in January gets the entire business degree for free. And usually, of course, there's a cost associated, but if you start in January, it's going to be for free. And yeah, it's a very attractive program involving, for instance, topics like cybersecurity as well, but then cloud computing and data science, blockchain, quantum computing, things like that, a broad portfolio that you could choose from. So you might think about this opportunity and maybe check out the website as well. And now, let's turn to your ideas. And that's going to be an invitation to a brainstorming session, a little brainstorming session. And you may have also received an email with a link towards it, and the background to it is that both of these EU projects have KPIs related to network extension. And just to mention some, for instance, for me, I was very fortunate to come on board with these two huge projects when they were already funded. And of course, it's very difficult in these highly competitive calls to get any project funded. And it's a great opportunity to join those that are already past this threshold. And also, when you apply for new projects, it's typically very good to have a track record of previous projects, not only to show the experience, but also that we can really do these kinds of things. And just for example, in the Digital for Security project, the KPIs actually say onboarding of at least 12 new higher education institutes, so that involves universities, but higher education institutes is broader. So it can also be not just universities, but institutes offering higher education. The KPIs in Digital for Security talk about 40 new industry partners who would also come on board. So maybe that would be of interest to you. And I invite you to please either check your emails or just scan that QR code, and I'll add a little bit of music if I can. It's not showing up here. Or maybe I get a little assistance. And in the meantime, since you are experts of design thinking here at Sibiu and also Luca, which is really a great pleasure to meet you. So, design thinking innovation training is about developing your ideas in broad directions. So, Adrian, what do you think? How many ideas does this audience get onto the board in the remaining 2.5 minutes?
I think at the beginning we'll be shy, but we try to involve them to provide at least
And
10
in terms of
ideas,
numbers,
more than 10.
more than 10. So maybe you can beat that. Yeah, so thanks a lot. I've seen you typing rapidly. Now I'm very curious. Yeah, that's definitely beyond 10. Maybe the moderator allows, if any questions came up, then we could start with those, and I might check here.
So, questions?
Maybe while you think, there's one question here, so I can just read it out. It says, is such a program possible to be made remote, online? How would that work, and what would that entail? Definitely, these both D4S and D4B, they are entirely online master's programs. So all of the partners stay essentially where they are and just offer the program remotely. So absolutely, that's one of the selling points of the programs, fully online. And in case of the, oh yes, Kaluka, please. So for the customer relationships management, it's full fabric, which is also what we use for German ODS, and then for the LMS, so the interaction, that's Moodle. And I heard that QPB, for instance, has been working for a long time with Moodle. So at German ODS, we typically use OpenEdX, but here it's Moodle.
Regarding the courses in cybersecurity, how are the students training hand practice in those courses, or how is the training ongoing in that field?
It depends a bit on on the classes, so I could share in my classes that there are a lot of opportunities to even use the one's own work-based challenges to bring the challenges to class and then solve these challenges using the methods that are taught in class. And for specifically cybersecurity training, I could mention that there's, for instance, the Cyber Rangers platform, which is really with scenario-based trainings, and then lecturers can suggest scenarios to cyber rangers, which are then implemented, and so there can even be these kinds of trainings.
And what type of ranges are integrated in the current the project at the moment?
What I heard people say were that they so far were mostly technically oriented, and they were looking for more scenarios that also involve a broader range beyond the technical challenges. And so I think they're still collecting challenges and looking at a good idea. Please let me know, because we're currently collecting scenarios.
Yeah, I work at the cyber range, and they have a lot of scenarios in the dashboard.
Yeah.
These kind of scenarios.
I have a question. After ending the project, will be, let's say, accredited fees or to provide a double degrees or somehow to the students?
Yes, the hybrid masters is already accredited and started in September, and the online masters, we had our audit last week. So we're just...
And in any partner country? I ask also regarding the partners from different or from other, or is only, you discuss only from UBS perspective?
So the joint masters is accredited with Germany, Ireland, and Spain, but it's just currently in the process of the European accreditation. Afterwards, it goes through the national ones, but that should be fast and seamless, hopefully. And with the hybrid masters, every institute does it on their own for their country. So in Romania,
because sometimes in Romania it's time consuming to accredit, but because the project is also 3-4 years. How many years is the project?
The project will end with the funding in September 27, and we plan an extension for maybe half a year or a year. But the master's programs, they are designed to be continuous, and there is currently the concept of establishing a legal entity that will continue these operations.
Starting with the project and then continue as
Yes.
Okay, are there any more questions? No, okay. Thank you, Professor.
now.
So, for the next presentation, I will invite Alexander Magnusson. He will provide us insights about how to make decisions, and he is the CEO of Magnusson Analytica and also the founder of this company. So, please.
Thank you very much. Brilliant. We've been really lucky, my team and I, over the last few years, to be working with a lot of different companies around the world. So from fintech companies like SoftBank here in Romania, all the way to global gaming institutions like Superbet, educational companies and unicorns like Brainly, all the way through to also charitable organizations like Islamic Health and Islam for Relief. Now, with all of these, they all end up having something in common. They're all trying to fit a need that you have, that I have, that all of us have. Okay? It might not be the same need, but all of them, they are trying to solve a problem. And that's something that we've seen for many, many years. All companies, that is the core of what they're trying to do. But things have changed recently with the coming of innovation. Okay? So very, very recently, pre-pandemic, we have seen a massive growth in innovation. We've seen a growth in competition. And we've needed to see companies step up and change. There's a few different ways that you can innovate. There's the disruptive innovation and the big changes that you can do. But then there's also the evolution, and there's the slow improvements that you can make to your product over time. So with those two different parts, you could wake up and you could be lucky, you could be Steve Jobs. Is there anyone here who thinks that they're the next Steve Jobs? No regrets now? Okay, so we'll go to the next part then, which is then the evolutionary innovation. At this point, we are looking at the solution that we are already providing, and we're seeing how we can improve it. How can we get to that next step? And those eventual evolutions build up into that huge innovation. But how exactly do we do that? We can't just go left, right, and just pick a way that we're going to try and improve the product and push that out and hope for the best that everything is working. That's where we need to start to bring in the data. We need to analyze, and we need to research. So that's where our company comes in, Microsoft Analytics. We work with these companies on their product analytics. We look at what they are building, and we see what is successful and what is helping their users. Because at the end of the day, this is all about users and customers and their experience and improving them through innovative change. So to give an example, one of the clients that we worked with, Be Active TV, they're a Polish fitness application, one of the largest actually in Poland, and they were having an issue with their registration rates, onboarding funnels, the usual, when you sign up on the website and you need to create an account, and they were seeing a huge drop-off. Now, they could just go through and make a massive recall of their registration process, and again, hope for the best, push that out, and see whether or not people start to sign up. But instead, what we did was we actually built an in-house experimentation system for them so that we could test best practices on that flow. Now, experimentation system is where you're showing some users the original version and other users a new version, your A/B testing. At this point, we can now actually start to see what are the differences that we are providing and the changes in the experience that a user may be having on their application. Now, with that, within a week, we built that in-house system and we pushed out those experiments. The experiments themselves, for the developers in the room, not very interesting. We were just changing the flow, changing the page order, changing checkboxes and things, really dull. But the interesting thing was that we actually saw the registration rates increasing by over 30% in less than a week. Now, with a company that has sign-ups of 10,000 users a month, that is a huge growth. Okay, so that's not only helping the users themselves and having a better experience and innovating through there, but it is also helping the company itself. Now, that's just one experiment in 1 week. And we've been working with Be Active for about 3 years, so you can imagine, therefore, that evolutionary steps. Okay, so looking on the small side, not so interesting. Looking through 3 years, that's where we're actually starting to see that innovation coming through. So how do we build that innovation? We were saying around the analytics and the data, that's where product analytics is coming in. Product analytics is how we are trying to understand how users are interacting with your digital products that you are building. What is their behavior? What are they doing? What are they struggling with? What are they dropping off from? What are they frustrated by? And then also what drives them to succeed. Okay, so it doesn't all have to be negative. It doesn't need to be the friction cost. It can also be what they enjoy. How can we push a little bit more on that? Now, a lot of people, when we talk about product analytics, the first thing that you think about is Google Analytics. And you think about traffic numbers, how many people have we got on the site? Oh, we've got 1 million people coming in and we've got great traffic numbers. That's not what we're looking at here. We're now looking at the next level. This is something that in the last 5 years has completely shifted. We don't care about traffic anymore. Traffic here is what we like to call a vanity metric. It makes us look good. Oh, we've got 10 million people on our site. Awesome. Are they doing anything? No. Good. What we're actually looking at now is the behavior and the experience of those users, the individual users on the site, on the application, and how can we actually improve that. So with that, we are now building an entire system that you can use to identify different paths that your users are using throughout your platform. How many of you have TikTok? Raise your hand if you've got TikTok. I know I'm getting a bit grey, but I do still have TikTok as well. No, we've got some shaky heads. Instagram maybe. Now, when you're going on there, are you all doing exactly the same thing? Are you seeing the same thing? No. You're going on to different feeds, you're messaging different people, you're interacting in different ways. So there's lots of different paths that you are all using on one single application. Put that across the whole world, across all the different companies, all the different digital products, the countless ones that we have now. I don't even know how many we get in the App Store coming out every single day. It's crazy. We now need to actually identify the different types of paths that users are using on these platforms. There's a lot of data that we need to condense down. And from there, we actually identify which ones are the best so that we can move towards a business goal. And again, this is where we come back to that innovation piece. If the innovation is how can we achieve a goal that the business has to move forwards and to progress and to grow and to improve people's lives. And with that business goal, we can then answer our burning questions. So one of the questions that, again, I love using the Active as an example here, but what is our best product offering? Now, they were a subscription model, they're an online gym. So they wanted to understand, okay, should we be offering people 1 month or 3 months or a year? Should it be a subscription, one-time purchase? Of course, they've got Black Friday coming up in a few weeks' time. You can imagine it's going a bit crazy at the moment, prepping all of that. But so we now needed to understand what's the best path for users. Should we be locking them in on your gym membership for a month? Should we be locking you in for 6 months or a year? Probably not a year. People don't like that. Can't cancel. So we now need to actually understand and innovate through how are we going to offer this company's product to people in the public. So with that, we now need to build out the data that we've got in order to get to these solutions that are going to drive our innovation. And there's 4 points here, 4 pillars, and they are continuously iterating. Okay? The first thing that we need to do is we need to collect what users are doing on the platforms. And no, we are not doing this so that we can capture all of your information and we can use it like everyone kind of thinks of, like 10 years ago. But now we are actually trying to understand what is the behavior of users on your platform. Now, there's millions of data points. We don't want to capture all of them. That gets way too busy, and you can't think about all of that in one go. So we need to prioritize what exactly do we need to track. Now, from that, we need to turn that data into the patterns that build our hypotheses. The hypotheses are now where we're going to start to innovate. We think, what is the next idea? How can we improve our product in a way that is going to help our users' lives and help their experiences, and also help grow the business itself and innovate? And once you've done that, again, as we mentioned at the beginning, we can't just push that straight out. We need to test it. You can't just give that to everybody in one go and hope for the best. You might have the best idea in your head, but then when you execute it, it flops. So we're going to run those A/B tests like we did with the onboarding registration. Once you've done that, you scale it. Test works. If it doesn't, let's scan it. Let's think about something else. And we need to start to drop things that don't work and scale the things that do, and then reiterate and come back through this cycle. Now, with that, that is that iterative step towards innovation. I'm not saying that you're going to innovate on day one, but if you continue with this cycle, you will eventually innovate. So some of the core things that are actually powering that innovation that we have here, firstly is the customer empathy. So we want to actually see what users are doing and their subconscious feelings as opposed to what they're just telling us. We can take the reviews, we can take surveys, etc., and we can see what they're saying, and that's their opinion. But now we're actually able to collect all of their behavioral information, and we can understand exactly how they are feeling when they're interacting with our product. Next is the risk reduction. As we were saying, some things flop, some things don't. Let's drop the ones that flop before they harm the business. Okay, so we are now reducing the risk that we have. And then finally, we also have this cultural change. One of the things that we absolutely love whenever we're working with a new client, when we come in and we start to talk to them about product analytics, you just see their minds opening, expanding. They can pull in that innovation because they now have increased curiosity. They feel like they can try new things. And there is no longer the risk. They understand their customer and they can try something new. So the data itself is not just replacing the creativity anymore. We're not just pushing things through because of numbers. We're now actually just trying to amplify your creativity and see exactly where can we go next. So a problem that I want to pass to you guys today is what we love to call, and anyone who knows me knows that I like analogies and stories. We have a leaky bucket. Okay, so we have a bucket, and we have some water, and we need to fill our bucket and keep the water in there. But we have a problem. There is a hole in the bottom of our bucket, and the water keeps dripping out. So if I'm trying to pour my water into the bucket and keep it full, what sort of a solution, or what exactly is the problem, is the first thing. I'm filling up my bucket with water, there's a hole in the bottom and it keeps pouring out. I'm trying to keep the water full. What's my problem? Oh, why do I need to use the bucket? Okay. Let's call the bucket our company. Let's call the bucket our company. So that's why I need to use it, because it's our company. Good question, huh? I'm losing too much water. Okay, fantastic. So what do I need to do? To control the amount of water that I'm losing through the hole, right? Or should I just get a bigger bottle at the top and pour more water in? That counteracts what's coming out of the bottom. I'm seeing some shaking heads. So that's good. Now this is where we're starting to think about innovation, and we're starting to think about different solutions that we can come up with. In the product analytics side, we call this acquisition, acquiring new people. Okay, so this is, yes. So this, actually, the water is now our users coming into the company. Now the water coming in is our acquisition, and the water coming out is our churn, or what we want to say, we want to try to retain those users. Okay? So these are two sides of the same story that come with multiple different solutions. I can see you shaking your head, so you're thinking that we shouldn't be acquiring more. I could see a great solution there, that we need to patch up the hole that's in the bottom. This is where product analytics and creativity comes in, and we need to start to test these ideas. We look at what's happening in the bucket. That's our data. That's what users are doing. And then we start to experiment with our solutions so we can innovate and have, hopefully, in a couple of years' time, a better bucket in the future. Cool. So I'll pause it there. And if anyone has any questions, we would love to answer.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Some questions. Can you go into the technical side of questions?
Yeah, of course.
Which tool are you using for tracking? Are you exporting something like this kind of something?
Yeah, fantastic. So we're fairly platform agnostic. We understand we work with clients all over the world, and they have different needs. We generally partner with Mixpanel and Amplitude, but we're actually the primary partners for them in Europe, but we also use Google Analytics, Postcog, etc. Basically, what we're talking about here is an event tracking platform. What they are doing, we load SDKs onto sites or onto applications, and we can then start to track the specific events that users are doing. That fires, and that sends back through into, for example, a Mixpanel or an Amplitude, and we store that data there, and we can visualize it as a BI tool as well.
Second quick follow-up of this. How do you start the events in the sense to know the user workflow? Do you have a separate tool to do that?
Yeah, cool. Really good question. So there's a couple of ways that we can cluster events. We can use k-means clustering properties and things like that and frameworks, so that we can start to cluster, for example, users who have similar types of flows. That's definitely something that we do, and we can identify. One of the most important things when it comes to product analytics is actually segmenting the users because of the flows and the events that they're doing. So that's where we're using those clustering tools. We also look through things like path finders. So we're actually looking at the most frequent paths that users are doing. But underlying, the most important thing is actually understanding. If we went back to one of the first slides with the iteration piece, the first point was actually the events that we want to track. Now with that, we need to not only know what events we need to track, but how to define them. Because you can either do very, very low detail, every event is separate and distinct and important in its own sense, or you can collect them all together and combine them into a single event with properties and information so we can break things out, but so that we can get those combined events. So that makes the paths easier to identify as well. So 3 different methods that we can use that.
Last question, yes.
That's a really good point. So a lot of the softwares that we are working with actually have AI visibility that they're including in their platforms. And we work a lot on that and also on SEO pieces as well, so that we can improve the visibility of users' websites. Or when people are starting, because everyone now is using ChatGPT to find out where the nearest best restaurant is, for example, right? You're not using Google anymore. So yeah, that is a cornerstone of what we're doing in the next couple of years, and we're really building forward towards that with all the clients. Yeah, good question.
Thank you. Of course, there are more questions, but we can ask them during the lunch. So thank you for the presentation again.
Thank you very much.
Our next presentation is done by Professor Răzvan Crăciunescu, and it's about a more personal pictures.
Yes. So, was to have this talk about personal innovation. He couldn't make it, so as I was in Sibiu, I thought to get around on this research security, and what is research security and why we should talk about it. I was together with other people involved in the creation of this policy recommendation on research security in Romania, concept node. You can download it there, and it's somehow the beginning of a strategy on how to create more awareness about research security, or what is research security and why research security should matter in universities, research institutes, but also in companies. Usually corporations more or less have this, and from an awareness point of view, usually researchers understand how to protect their property or intellectual property, or how to protect it from outside or inside, but more awareness is always good. Also, some days ago, the Commissioner for Research said that new laws on research security are to be included in the forthcoming European Research Area Act. And this should or possible measures to implement this are establishing European Center for Expertise in Research Security, creating a platform that helps researchers to assess international cooperation risk, and some common methodologies between EU member states. Everything is also on the line of this digital sovereignty, European how we are going to protect ourselves from the other big players, or how we are cooperating with them, but without getting or without our proper intellectual property to be lost. So it seems that the European Union wants to, or the European Union Commissioner for Research wants to add some laws or something into the law on this research security part. So why research security matters? One thing is this geopolitical contest between the big political or the big geographical regions. Because technology will matter more and more. So in order for a state or for a company or for a university to be better and better, and to attract more talent, better talent, and so on, and to be a key player in a worldwide scene, you need to have something very narrow, maybe, that is part of a bigger chain that all the world is going to need you at some point, like TMSC and chips, for example. Of course, we're not there, but maybe we can have something else. But for having that, we need to protect that. So research security matters because of these growing geopolitical tensions, because there is a risk, of course, of foreign interference from all the sides, and everybody wants to understand more what the others are doing. Also, dual use, as you already heard from the first presentation, European Union will give more and more money on dual use, and for dual use, we need to protect more. Also, there is a pressure on university and research institutes to remain open for cooperation, but also but everything in the context of talent mobility, protecting knowledge, and use of critical infrastructure and who has access to it. And of course, the alignment with some rules and regulations that are already there. So the scope of research security is first and foremost the protect of intellectual property and sensitive informations. Um, if you are going to have something out of your lab that is very, very important for strategically maybe for a university, strategically maybe for a country, or strategically for you as a future researcher that want to be in the bigger group of researchers around you, you should have at least a minimum understanding of research security from different point of views. Intellectual property, but not only. You can have somebody in your office that is just going to take everything on a stick and give it to others, either to a company, either to another country, either to organized crime. So it's not only one actor that wants research, but every actor that you can think about wants to have a part of your research if it's valuable. So there are different types of hacking the research. One is cyber, so research institution, also education institution, also you saw hospitals that face hacking, malware, and other type of attempts to get that data. Then test of property research finding and technology for economic or military gains. Or you can have somebody that is inside that just is going to sell everything that is in the lab for money. As you know, the Great Wall of China was penetrated every time when somebody opened the door, not through the wall itself. So these are some cases where the security should be tight. Of course, there are foreign governments through their proxies that may be companies or other types of proxies that wants to influence research in some kind of way or to obtain data. Tactics include recruitment of academics, setting up partnerships or institute as fronts, and then getting the research out. Of course, this dual use research. There are dual use research depending on how do you or what's the purpose of your research. One example. So I did in Bucharest one workshop with the embassy of the U.S. And with a fellow from the Hoover Institution that is affiliated to Stanford on research security. And one of their examples was that they got with scholarship a Chinese scholar into the US. The Chinese scholar was studying AI for people with sound impairment. When that guy went back to China, he uses all of that knowledge on how to find submarines in the China Sea. So depending on the type of dual use, or if you feel that your research has a dual use or a potential dual use applicability, you should also take a look on that. Things that you should do as an institution or as an individual, of course, to develop clear research security guidelines at university and labs. Who can enter, who cannot enter. I had a friend that went with Fulbright in the US, and the 6 months that he stayed there in the US, he couldn't enter the lab at any point. He just gives the software to another guy, and that guy will the software, put it in the lab, run it, and he could just see the simulation results. So never went into the lab to put a stick into whatever computer there with his parameter simulation or whatever. Because that were some institutional policies that needed to be supported, and no U.S. citizen, third party, or whatever could enter that specific type of lab. To integrate security risk checks into the research workflows. Also, before entering, depending on the international partnership or projects, you should also think about if that partner is giving as much as you are giving in that research project. If at the beginning there was a type of at the beginning was a research team, then the research team just swapped, and everybody that you knew is not already there. So there are some flags, and you should look on them. Also, as an institution, you should, or the institution should strengthen IT security for research, including protection of data or large data sets that are hard to replicate by others, and it's easy for them just to take it from you, then work, I don't know, 10 years to create a data set that you already have in the lab. Everything should, of course, or every researcher should do training, or the institution should provide regular research security training for faculty, for students, and also for staff. So there are some examples in the United States, Canada, UK that have this more implemented. And as I told you, the European Union wants to add research security into law. In the United States, we have this National Security Presidential Memorandum that says that if you get grants from the government, you have to implement research security. Canada has as open as possible, as secure as necessary. Canada, as opposed to the United States, already have a list of institutions that they are considering harmful to collaborate with. The Seven Sons, for example, from China, there are 7 big universities, so are on this list, but also other universities from other parts of the world. They gave to their researcher a list and said, you cannot collaborate with these guys because you feel that research security will have something to lose. And also the United Kingdom have this research collaborative advice team. This is a government academia partnership that offers university confidential advice on national security risk in international research. So if you plan to get a PhD student from whatever in the world, that's on a more shady list. You need to go to this research collaboration advice team, and they should advise that you could get that PhD or not to work in your lab. The UK guys from the embassy work in your lab. The UK guys from the embassy also, we had a workshop with them, and they had some examples. They tried to get a PhD in the UK. This committee said that it's forbidden. Then the PhD went to Germany to a university, and he started a collaboration with the same university and with the same team that he wanted to get in from the beginning. So there are also they can also bypass this. There are some examples. These are some examples that you can find online. When it was that when we were with the COVID part, there was Russian intelligence, China, Iran, North Korea. Everybody attempted to steal vaccine data and intellectual property, and that are the links. In the US, this is 2025. 2 people were going to jail because one of them just sold 90 gigabytes of confidential cancer research data to China, and the other one sell some NASA-funded research to Chinese institutions. So also in Europe, there is a case, Charles University, Prague, 2019. They had, so this is more on the reputational side. The Chinese embassy secretly financed activities at Charles University, and that money was routed through a private company that was co-owned by the center's director. And in the end, they fired everybody when everything was disclosed, of course. There was a public, the students protested, professor protested, everybody protested. They fired everybody, and they have now one of the best manuals of counter foreign interference in Europe because they got some expertise from the UK, and the UK worked with them to do this matter. So what's for Romania? So WFCD is trying to create this hub, the National Research Security Hub, this one-stop shop where everybody could get guidance of what research security is, develop and provide practical tools, disseminate know-how on research security, and to do public policy advisor and development. And these are the next steps that are on the policy paper that I included. So they want to do this memorandum of understanding, to see how to develop this hub at regional level, so Romania, then system mapping, development instruments, awareness, and how to get to the fund. So in the end, because of this, yes, because the Commission wants to put into laws research security, Romania also will have to align with research security, and then universities will have to understand more what research security is and how we can protect. I have some examples. So it's not only states. In the US, it's also cyber organized crime for scientists in chemistry. So organized crime is buying scientists from big universities on chemistry that have know-how on how to produce new medicine, new drugs that will make people more happy, to put it like this. So it's not only other states that is trying to get research or researchers, but it's also organized crime, and it could be also other actors that are looking at your research and the ones to take you or yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Crăciunescu. Some questions from the audience?
I want to ask you, how about having, I think, hundreds of thousands of investors for photovoltaics panels, and how to manage to keep the Chinese out of it, because the devices are already inside.
I don't have an answer to this. So that's more critical infrastructure security than research security. So it's not on my field.
Not on your side.
Yes.
Generally, of course.
Generally, when you block one door to some company, they will find the other doors to sell their products to. If the algorithms and everything that they already implemented in one field, let's say telecommunication, could be implemented in another field, let's say with energy grids. So for them it was, or it's easy to swap from some companies. If the ones that have to take a look on this, they don't care. So.
Everybody is giving his password for the Chinese to access the device.
So not only to the Chinese, also to the US, to everybody, because we don't produce routers, we don't produce, so yes.
If they want, they stop us.
Yes, another question? Okay, so, thank you for the presentation. Jan Sylvestru, CEO and founder of Moving Soft, with this presentation about building a culture of innovation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and glad to be here. So when I was when I was choosing the name for this presentation, I wanted to call it Building a Culture of Innovation for Companies. And then looking through the audience, I saw that, okay, there are some universities and professors. So I just deleted the name And now looking even further, I see that we are also students. So maybe the first takeaway that I want to take just from the title is that innovation can be applied in multiple areas of our lives. So I will speak mainly towards organizations, so companies, but you can easily approve it to apply to your life. So let's start with the bad news. We have some studies like the ones from MIT that says that 95% of the new products into the market fail, or the ones from Harvard Business Review that says that researchers estimate that 70 to 90% of the new projects fail. And this is kind of funny because we are talking about innovation, and we also have after the lunch we have a quantum computing topic that it's actually aligns at this point with the other two slides that I've made, and specifically that most of the innovations fail. And then why do we have this part, or even better, why do we have the name of this conference, to have innovation in it? And the hint that I will give you, and then I will go to the actual steps, is that for that, let's say 10 to 30% that the projects that innovate succeed, it compensates for all the others. So just to give you an introduction about myself, I'm the CEO and founder of Movisoft and Finlair, a company that it's, I would say, a byproduct of this presentation. And how I got to get interested in innovative cultures and innovative companies is due to that picture that I have there. It was from last year, and our company just finished a big project in the recycling stations in Finland with a publicly listed company. And then it was a shock for me because even though we had like a success story and we had a new client that was pleased with our product, I felt like we were repeating the same mistakes, and we want, if another client came, we are going to do the same thing, and we are going just to repeat the same processes that we are doing. So from that point, so this was last year in August, from that point I started to create a culture of innovation within our company, within Movisoft. And I would like to continue with the story. So I don't know how many of you know, but there was actually in the 19th century, there was a so-called ice harvesting. So there were actual businesses around UK and USA that during the winter, they were just going to the ice lakes and they were collecting big blocks of ice so that they would store it and sell it later. And fast forward 1 century later, there was a new invention that came. There was these factories of ice that just created the ice on the spot, then stored it there. And obviously we have, like last century, we had the beginning of the fridge, and now we have these smart fridges. And maybe the moral of this story is that more than looking to, let's say, innovate within your life and in your company, instead of looking at the good part, you can look at the bad part, meaning that innovation is the only tool that prevents irrelevance. So if you just see the first images of the topics that we've discussed, if you place yourself as being, I don't know, a regular person from the 18th century, 19th century, or 20th century, being a worker in those industries, if you were not to innovate yourself or to elevate your skills to become a different worker because those became obsolete, you will become irrelevant. So I would start with a negative assumption, a negative statement that let's maybe also think of innovation as a necessary tool for us to move forward and to not become irrelevant. Innovation and what are the innovation blockers? And I won't get to them because most of them are related to money, cultural alignments in terms of risk, and also like splitting between the departments of the company. This is again, I think this is the second point. So it's organization fragmentation when you start working on an innovation and the other part of the company works on the other side of the innovation and they don't communicate with each other. But the conclusion here is, and I intentionally just skipped this part because we had a lot of technical things and I want to go to the actual use cases, how you can apply innovation. The conclusion that I found was that you can manage to solve all of these problems if you manage to create like the culture of innovation within the company. And there is even one point there that states that money is a problem when it comes to innovation. And I would argue, and I've done it in my business and other businesses, that money is not a problem. It's not enough to say just I don't have money to innovate because there are a lot of solutions to solve that problem. It doesn't require money. And again, looking at that picture that I showed you from last year, when I start thinking about innovation and starting doing the research and see those papers that I briefly mentioned, it was like a heavy lifting on my shoulders. So I had to think, okay, innovating my business sounds so heavy and sounds so hard to do. So I have to move the mountain. I have to do a lot of things to create like a 90 degrees or 180 degrees change in my business. And one easy fact, or one easy synonym that I found was that innovation equals improvement. And this belief that now I have, and I hope I will also convince you to have it, allows me not to be scared of innovation, but to think that we can create small chunks of improvements that actually can call them innovation. So I would even dare to say that innovation equals improvement. And just to give you like two hands-on examples, there are those two types of innovations, and one is so-called sustaining innovation. And this is like in the image that we see, it's just like moving a piece of puzzle. It's you have, for example, you are working in let's say in an HR department, and you have some problems with onboarding or some problems with hiring or firing. You can call yourself an innovator or an improver only by adding one missing piece to improve one single process that you have in the pipeline. So you don't have to rewrite all the HR department, you just need to have just one piece of puzzle. And of course, there are those disruptive innovations that change the norm of how we do things. And usually, when I think about this one, I think about Henry's Ford quote related to if you were to ask a person 100 years ago how they would improve the traveling, they would say to have a faster or a bigger horse, not to have a car. So this is the other side of disruptive innovation. I would say this is far more important for us because as I found doing the improvements on my business and the others, I found that starting with these small pieces, you can just create a snowball effect and incurring change over change over change. And if you afterwards, after 6 or 9 months, when you look back, you will find yourself here. And this is just thinking about the next step, not to think about going to the moon or things like this that seems quite hard to do. Okay, so I promise that I will be more tactical. So I will try to give you some hands-on ways how to improve the innovation. But again, I wrote your organization again because I thought, okay, it's not a company, maybe it's a university, but you can also apply it as a student. This is one of my favorite ones, and it's called extreme questions. And extreme questions basically means spread your mind to find, to ask yourself tough questions, and then your mind will automatically adapt and find solutions. So, for example, if I'm taking a business use case, for us it was how we can double our income in 6 months. Usually doubling the income in 6 months is like an extreme question. It's something that you have 3-6 years to double it. Or for example, what I also do when we have some projects, and you can apply it as a student, is how can I learn this topic or to learn for this exam instead of 3 months, how can I do it in 3 weeks? And it's not even like doing it like you, it's just like an imagining exercise. And if you think, okay, how can I 10x something or to make it, I don't know, 1/10 of a time, your mind finds some ways. So for example, if it's something related to learning, you can say, okay, I must be rest, I must be well fed, I must be hydrated, I must have these things, and then I can do in 6 hours what I would normally do in 24 hours. So this is a really nice exercise, and you can apply it everywhere in your life. This is one that I've stolen. It's from Charlie Munger. It's one of the most well-known investors, and it's called reverse thinking. And you can apply this reverse thinking in your innovative journey by just thinking like, what if I do? What should I do in order not to fail? So, for example, if I continue with the let's say this use case would be. I'm sure that if I don't respond to a customer needs, he won't come to me. And then you just reverse it and say, okay, if I want the customer to come to me, I need to respond as quickly as possible. Or you can apply it like to any other things, but it's usually like, again, a mental model. It's a mental model. I didn't know if I specified, but this first hands-on approach, it starts with us, like what you can do in your organization or in your life. Then we have don't worry, be happy mentality, and this is something that we apply quite often because my background is on the software development side, so we tend to move fast. And what I found was that we've managed to increase our deliverability compared to other teams, because we usually have some competition between for the same client. We managed to double the speed just by delivering faster, but also having like some small crappy things, but being aware that it's so much beneficial for you to deliver now, test it, and then see the issues, than to just take 9 months to deliver something. And just similar to that, I have another one that maybe you can choose which one of those less to you align yourself. But I also like this one that we can call pancake effect. And this is a really interesting one because if you've done pancakes or crepes or any other food, you already know before starting to make the food, you already know that the first pancake is going to suck, it's going to be burned, and you know it, and you still do it because you know that the second one will be better and the third one will be already great, and then you can create the others. And this pancake effect allows us, if you use this mentality, allows us to say, okay, I know that it's gonna suck, it's gonna be boring, it's gonna be awful, but because I know that if I continue to do that, it will be better. So this pancake effect allows us to get out of that blocker that we have when we are talking about innovation. Then I have this is more like now I'm moving that apart from it's starting from us. This is like the second point, how we can improve our innovation in our organizations, and it's called Einstellung. This is an well-known effect in psychology, and it basically says that if you've done something for, let's say, 20 years in your industry, and then a new person comes, and a new person that didn't touch at all that industry, when they come, they will have a different mindset than you, because you are so well stuck in that ideas that you have, and the other person can see the things that you didn't see. So this is called Einstellung, and in completion to that, what I also do, and I also preach, is to have this idea of cultural fit and cultural collaboration, meaning that if you want to create a team, an innovative team, you don't want to have the same type of people in your organization with the same mentality. And I'm not talking obviously about the cultural alignment, because culture is like the broad over your company, but I'm talking about how we think. And you want to create teams that think different, teams that confronts each other, and then basically you have this benefit of Einstellung. And here I also have like a good advice for people that have companies or work in companies, and we've also implemented this. You know, when you hire an external consultant to analyze some parts of your business, what I found is that you can do exactly the same thing with the new colleagues that you have, because the new colleagues have exactly this new mentality. So when they are hired by your company, they don't know about you. don't know what your process is, how you are doing things, and this allows you in the first 2 to 3 weeks when you are doing the onboarding, just to say, okay, this is how we do our work. Do you feel like we are lacking something? Do you feel like we should improve something? And it's almost as well as hiring an external consultant analyzing your business, because it's obviously you're so stuck with your processes and you've been doing those for a lot of time. But when a new person will say, okay, this is how we do things, what's your opinion? Should we change something? Do you feel like this should have been done in a different way? So you're basically doing an onboarding plus you have the free of charge consulting rates. Now, what I would like to give an example that we also applied, and it's called creating a separate team. In the image you see quite an ugly, but it's an old flag from Apple. I don't know if you know this story, but Apple has created the Macintosh, so the Mac, through this, thanks to that flag. Because basically what they've done was to create a new division in a completely separate building that will be focused on just on one thing. So what they've done was to create an innovative environment, not for the whole organization, because that would just maybe destroy organization, but to create a different division, to have that. And they also wrote there that there was wild ducks on IBM. They were something similar. So there was a team that was employed that their job was to break all the rules. So they would come at 11 a.m. They would be like in shirts and just playing around there. But their job was just to disrupt the things that were already established. And what we also found is that there are some things when you are talking about innovation that shouldn't be changed, or they are not worth the change. And they just place there some common things that existed for maybe, I don't know, maybe 100, 200 years old. You don't want to innovate on things that already are sure. And I would also encourage you to think about things that shouldn't be changed, also on mental level. For example, Jeff Bezos was in an interview, I think 1 or 2 months ago, and he states something like, we know that all the clients wants to have immediate feedback on their order. We know that all the clients from the past, in the present, and in the future, they will always want the lowest prices that there will be in the market. I'd say it's a bit of stretch from this slide, but it's a similar thinking. So you don't want to change the hard-coded mentalities that exist. You want to innovate on top of them. So these are examples in the physical world, and I just gave the one that you can use to innovate on top of that, not to change it. And there is another really nice example. This is more like a common one, but Google had, not only Google, there are multiple companies, but Google was the pioneering this idea, and it's called side project time. And basically employees had, at Google, they had one day to work on any project that they would like. And Google News, Google AdSense was developed by this. It was a byproduct of this innovation. Gmail, it's like a story. Some people say they were due to this side project or not. And what we've done was to implement some of the things. So from last year to this year, we've managed to allocate people's time to have 1 day per week to work on innovative projects. And what I didn't present explicitly, but feels like it's quite important, especially in bigger organizations, is to have to document the processes. You don't want at all to create an innovative initiative, and if it fails, just to throw it away. That will be a waste of time. You want to create an innovative approach or process. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but you want to document it so then the next ones, or you in the future, want to do the same mistake. So this is what we've done, and we've created like a product in the financial sector that was purely out of this presentation that I've shown you. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for the reference. So, are there questions? No. It seems like everybody else.
What does your IT do with your company?
This one, the byproduct of, basically it's a financial system for B2B companies to connect to the banks. So it's in an innovative product because it uses open banking. So you can connect all your bank accounts into one platform, that's this one, and you can just make the payments, receive the payments. We have, at the other company, I have 6 bank accounts, and I had to look at each one of them every day to see who paid, who didn't pay, how was the cash flow. So this just connects you through this innovative initiative from the EU Open Banking. Yeah, happy to share more after the break.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, at the end, I want to thank all our presenters and of course our audience for your engagement. And yeah, I invite you to the dinner.
Sorry, to the lunch.
And till until 2 o'clock, so we have a little program change. And yeah, you can continue the discussion there. So thank you to be and see you next to the next one.
Okay, so hello everybody. I hope you can hear me. I hope you can see me. Welcome. I hope you had a good lunch. And I propose we get started. So my name is Ovidiu Kicha. Together with my colleagues, we would like to discuss a bit about the so-called quantum space. So both quantum research, quantum cryptography, the mathematics behind it, the communities. I will not take up too much of your time, so I just want to make a nice little introduction. I hope that this panel will bring you some reinforcement and confidence about all the technology and about the research that's going on, and I hope it keeps you motivated. I'm very happy to be here, and I would like to introduce our first panelist, Betty Floria. I will let each and every one of you talk about yourself, so please make a short intro as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Emilio. Hi everyone. So my name is Bertie. I'm ex-research assistant at the Technical University of Munich, and today we will talk about quantum compilers. And I know it sounds scary because even classical compilers are very technical, very code heavy, let's say so, but my presentation is more or less an overview so that we can get a feeling of what we did at our research department and what we can do with the knowledge and an overview more or less of the quantum software space. As I said, currently I'm tackling my master thesis, and we will also dive a little bit towards the end on the topic of that. It's an integration between two quantum computing software stacks. We'll talk a little bit later what that is. Also, in my free time, together with Christy, who is also here with, and Philip, and another friend from Bucharest, we decided to found the ROQ team and to do a quantum hackathon in Bucharest to get together the quantum computing community here in Romania, because no matter if you want PQC, quantum computing, or quantum chemistry, there should be a community that we discuss with each other and exchange ideas, because that's how most of the value gets created. Yes, so one minor question, I'm a computer scientist by training, I'm not a physicist, so some of the quantum computing stuff will be simplified for everyone, and I think that's for the better, because there are more experienced people who can dive into the technical parts. And I want to show you that with a software background, you can understand more or less the era of the quantum compilers and software stacks in general. In quantum computing, if we talk about software, usually you have to have those two things here, the application and the hardware, but there's always a lot of steps in between. So from application, you need to go through simulation, computation, verification that your circuit is correct, or if there exists an equivalent which is shorter, because hardware is noisy and it's hard to simulate on that. Yes, and an active area of research is the error correction, and yeah, that's really a hard topic in my opinion. Our department develops and developed also in the past a lot of software for those areas. Depending on what you're interested, you can check them out using the QR codes. We also have hardware level, but we also have application level and benchmarking software for your needs. Yes, and one interesting aspect is that they are all open source and accessible through Python, because as we know in classical computing, Python is a really used language, no matter if you have an ML machine learning background or normal backend developer background. Now we go to the first technical part, which is the compiler infrastructure. And if you understand this picture, you already got 1/3 of the talk. If you heard about LLVM, it was developed around a little bit after 2000. It's a compiler infrastructure, which usually stands for low-level virtual machine, but it's actually not a virtual machine, so the name can be misleading. But what's important about this is that you can have a front end which parses your code. If it's C or C++, you can use Clang. If you have Rust, you can use Rust C. And that front-end code, that code through the front end, emits an LLVM IR. IR stands for intermediate representation. And this is a modern approach, because usually GCC or other compilers are very closed, let's say. They don't allow for modularity. And we'll also say why that's important later, but modularity, more or less, you can plug and play your software. So if you have a solution which is between two layers, you can plug and play that very easy. That's the main motivation in short. That IR, that intermediate representation, which use very assembly-like, goes through an optimizer. That optimizer recognizes, for example, if you have two gates which repeat themselves, or if, sorry, not repeat themselves, but cancel themselves. For example, in classical computing, if you have an X gate followed by another X gate, then that would be the identity. So you don't need that. That would be an overhead. Afterwards, you have an IR which is heavily optimized, which goes to the backend, and that backend targets different architectures, x86, ARM, RISC-V, and that's really important, because GCC in the beginning only had like one specific architecture. Nowadays, yeah, it can target a lot more, but still, that's really important to write one code which can run on any architecture. Yes. Now, the second which helps you with the second third of the talk is the multi-level intermediate representation. As we said, so as presented before, you want to go from the source code to the assembly so that you can run on your target. But one problem with LLVM is that it's quite hard to, it was taught only for CPUs. And for GPUs, that infrastructure doesn't scale as well. And they came up with an idea, people from TensorFlow, in partnership with people from LLVM Foundation, to have dialects in between. And as we can see in the image, we go from the source code, we have an AST, which stands for abstract syntax tree. So we try to parse your code in tokens and to make it as easy as possible. So to pass them to further dialects. You would say, okay, but what are those dialects? They are in C++, if you ever coded in that, it would be namespaces which generate your code so that you do not define your classes, your operation. It helps you with your boilerplate code, so the boring stuff. And it allows you for optimization. I can give you an example. If someone has an optimization in the ML area, so on the neural network layer, and you would like to optimize on the software layer, something related to the assembly part, you can do that by passing from dialect to dialect through passes. They are called passes, and you perform those transformations on your IR. Then afterwards, if you have your optimized IR, you can target the assembly, and then you're done because you don't have to do anything. It can run on your CPU, GPU, whatever. Yes, where you can see that our main library is the MQT core, where we have an intermediate representation, but it's not the same with the LLVM one. It was taught for quantum programs, which at first you didn't have something which can represent an arbitrary quantum program. We also have decision diagrams, which can help you simulate and simulate circuits on your laptop, so you don't need an access to cloud or QPUs or credits, or you need to pay something. You can run your circuits locally. Actually, that an interesting fact, that was one of the main, the first topics which I worked on related to quantum software. And there's also a ZX calculus package, but if you're a physicist, this would be very interesting. It's another way of representing circuits and optimizing them in a user-friendly manner, let's say. You can access the code also on GitHub. It's open source. And now going further, the MQT core library has an IR which can take OpenCasm code from Qiskit. It can parse it in our IR, in our Munich quantum toolkit, and then it can optimize it and give you back the OpenCasm tree. So for example, if you need an optimizer for your code, you can use that. Now, this is a quantum first approach. So you take a quantum program and you give back another quantum program. But there's also the QRR, which is the quantum intermediate representation, which is a joint effort by many companies. Some of them are Microsoft and NVIDIA, I think Oak Ridge National Laboratory in the USA. And you also have the LLVM infrastructure. And MLIR targets directly so it's a classical first, let's say, because you take the NVIDIA, the CUDA queue, it's the SDK for NVIDIA, which they use for quantum programs. You can take the PennyLane, the Catalyst SDK, and go through the MLIR pipeline, which is actually only an infrastructure to create your own compiler. Because you might say, okay, it's specific for my needs to optimize the best way we can. And they can target the backends used by QIR and LLVM. There's also alternative approaches from blockade, QERA, which is called blockade and Kirin. And there's also, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Continuum. Yes. Yeah. And we try to create in our research a bridge between those two. So to take like a program from PennyLane, transform it into MLIR, and then pass it back, optimize it using our passes, and pass it back to them. I think I have it on this slide. Yes. So you would have in PennyLane some code. You would import some libraries. You would create your circuit, which actually this is Python code, so that is how it would look like. But I'm not sure if it's 100% functional. That's the main idea. So you want to write your code and to map it to an architecture, which would look like this in OpenChasm. And then we would take that OpenChasm and we would parse it, optimize it, target it for a specific architecture, and then pass it back. And this is what we call loose integration, in the sense that it's easy. You don't have to go through many conversions. You don't have to have different standards or 100 different standards, which would take a while to convert from one to another. However, this is, yes, before that, the end goal actually is to have like a plugin, which would look like this. You would only have decorators. In Python, decorators is the part with the add function, and you would like to have your code as compressed as possible. As Leonard showed yesterday in his workshop, you don't want 100 lines of code for something which could take only 10. And this is certainly some tight integration, because if you have different decorators, you have to make sure that each one of it works correctly and they do not conflict, because you say you're just adding the add thing, but actually in the background there's a lot happening. It's a joint effort, so it wasn't like I only worked on it. Actually, we were a whole team which worked on it, and there are many PRs which can be seen, and I recommended to read it at least to learn from our mistakes, because we made many. And yes, there were a lot of hours put into that. I would say around at least 9 months of work. So key challenges would be that MLIR has a steep learning curve. It's very hard, in the sense that you have to have your C++ basics very good, so very well funded. And also MLIR was created for machine learning purposes, not for quantum computing purposes. There's also a version problem, because some features from LLVM are not supported by MLIR. So for example, we had to pin some different versions of code. And the most modern features might be hard to implement. And for example, PennyLane might support some version, we would support another version, and that's hard to have that integration as seamless as possible. There's a packaging and distribution, and you want to ship it, so you want to give it to anyone, not depending on the architecture. And last but not least is the uniform exchange format, which means that you want to optimize your code in the most easiest manner. And I recommend you to take a look in the Jeff framework, which is also a joint effort by companies which had those struggles and said, okay, let's work together on that and make it open source and available for everyone. And it's I think it's on Sustain, I'm not sure for the word, but by the Unitary Foundation. And now we get, okay, but why are those quantum compilers relevant? The current state of the art is that researchers, for example, want to tune their X-gate using pulses. So you don't code actually on the QPU, you use pulses to do that. And currently at the moment, it's better, because in the past, domain experts wanted to access quantum hardware, and it was like a mess. Everyone had to do it by themselves, but now we want to do a unitary approach, so that everything goes to an IR, and you don't have synchronous problems, so that someone accesses a QPU and you get a response from someone else. There has to be unity behind it. That's why we need a quantum computing software stack. And where do quantum compilers fit in? in this case is the middle part, and this is the last picture which I would like to take home with you, and it's also related to my thesis. This is the quantum computing software stack, the Munich quantum software stack, because it's a joint effort by Munich Quantum Valley and the chair of design automation by Professor Robert Wieland. And we try to have adapters which take your code, goes through the client, and goes through this whole pipeline that it accesses your quantum computer, no matter if it is a superconducting QPU or a neutral atom. And the code is also 90% of it open source. I think only the client at the moment is not open source, but it will be in the future as far as I know. I think that's it, and that's from my side. I really invite you to check out our resources. So also the QMAP. The QMAP is for mapping qubits to a specific architecture. I think it will be really interesting for Lennart and Rene, more or less. And yes, also other stuff from our website. Thank you very much. And if you have questions, please feel free.
Can you go on feedback?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think that the slides will also be available on the website, so there's no worries. And in any case, you can just ping me, please send an email with the slides. I just want to encourage you, you don't need to ask me something, but I'd encourage you to ask anything, because usually you think, yes, please.
Will you think that this technology, which is right now very futuristic, to put it that way, will be available on our desks in a foreseeable future?
It's a very valid question. I don't think so, because first of all, there are many hardware struggles, but I can tell you an economical point of view. The quantum computers are very expensive, and you wouldn't use a Ferrari just to drive to the grocery store. You can do that, but it's not very smart. It's very expensive, let's say so. And it's the same problem with quantum computers. Why would you like to use a quantum computer for an algorithm which would have log n complexity, which is very fast even for our computers? You would use a quantum computer for a problem which is very resource intensive, in my opinion. Delegate the task to the quantum computer, he will solve it, calculate it, and bring back the results, and we would need to post-process that. Yes.
Open encryption and decryption is mentioned as very relevant applications, but you have other applications that
are short and mid-term, more mid-term. Quantum simulation molecular area would be much interest, because if you find a way to map a problem, it's not very easy, and some of you would say that's not that easy. So mapping a problem, a classical problem, to a quantum circuit requires some very deep technical knowledge. But companies are trying to work on an approach to generalize a way to map those problems. It's hard. It's very hard, in my opinion. So for me, it's even hard to understand a solution that exists now. Even for example, for traveling salesman problem. If you go through the tutorials on Qiskit and IBM's page, they explain it like step by step, but they jump a little bit on some steps, and it's not easy. Let's call it like that. It will happen someday. I don't think that because that's why we invest in research, but it's a joint effort.
Question. Is the community working team active actually to do something? Do they research or just on the hackathon?
We are an active team in the sense that we are working on it. Leaving the joke aside, we are. I think Christy can tell you more about that, but we joined effort in the last couple of months, and we thought that last year Christy organized a hackathon. He will tell you more about it, and he really insisted of having continuity and not leaving it for the next year. And we pushed really hard to have it this year, and we have at the moment very good feedback in the sense that a lot of people registered, but our end goals are many. For example, one of us is interested in quantum machine learning. Christy, for example, is interested in quantum communications and the physical aspects. I'm interested in the software part. We try to bring this community together so that people, no matter their background, can find a solution. That's our, let's say, short-term goal. And of course, we need support from universities, industry. We would like that to be a beautiful tango together, let's say. The hackathon is actually in Bucharest, and it's in 2 weeks, 22nd and 23rd. But we also have a session of presentation. We try to see if we can register to record at least maybe the presentations. We do not have a concrete answer on that, but if we can, we will definitely post them, or maybe at least the slide. The presentations, we do not have a concrete answer on that, but if we can, we will definitely post them, or maybe at least the slides. We have to discuss this internally because we did not come to a decision, but the hackathon will be definitely on the 22nd and 23rd. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donkey. So I would like to invite Florin now. Nice to meet you.
Hello, and welcome to the cybersecurity conference. Today I present you a short overview about cybersecurity algorithms, which are adapted for the quantum computing era. Security algorithms, which are adapted for the quantum computing era. So the quantum computing and the cybersecurity, currently our quantum computers are using the superposition and entanglement, and they are capable to run the short algorithm, which is a very powerful algorithm to create the RSA and SEC, the cybersecurity algorithms. RSA is used for the encryption and also for signatures. ACC is electrical cryptography, and this algorithm, it was developed by Peter Shor in 1994, and it could solve two major problems: the integral factorization, and also the discrete logarithm problem. Basically, the integral factorization breaks down a large number into prime factors very fast. These algorithms break the RSA. The RSA is using this large number of factorization. It will break this RSA in a few minutes or hours. And also the discrete logarithm problem program which is based on the ECC. Also, this will be available using the show algorithm. Okay, currently in the industry, we use two types of values of algorithms. We use asymmetric algorithms. This asymmetric values use two types of key. One is private and one is public key. These two are used together and only to you will be able to decrypt the data on which you have on this. Let's say in the industry, it's used for encryption, digital signatures, also for the certificates and the electric cryptography, which includes several algorithms. The other algorithm families which are used are the semantic algorithm, which use only a secret key. It's generally very fast and easy to implement. This is advanced one of the algorithms advanced encryption standard, which is used for the caching of the data, and also the encryption. The other one is SHA-2 and 3, which are specifically used for SHA, for hash function. Okay, so what is post-quantum cryptography? So the post-quantum cryptography is a set of algorithms which are resistant to quantum computers. These are designed are standardized by the NIST project, and yeah, we will try to avoid the apocalypse of the data, okay, using these standards. Okay, so the main families of the post-quantum algorithm are lattice-based, hash-based, invariant polynomial, code-based, and exogenous-based. The first one, lattice-based, is very efficient. It's very strong and the security proofs, and has two different approaches. These are the crystal fiber, which is used for heat encapsulation mechanism, and this is designed for secure key exchange. The second one is for the CDK scheme and the lithium. Also, this one is based on the lattice problems. The third one is the Falcon, which is very secure, but produce very small signatures, and is very efficient. The hash-based, this is another approach. It's based on the hash functions rather than lattices. It's highly secure and consecutive, designed to remain secure even if the other post-quantum approaches are broken, but produce very large signatures. So it's very secure and robust to produce a very large signature. And it's quantum safe. Code-based cryptography, this is classic material. This is a post-quantum public key encryption scheme based on the error correction tools. It's also very secure, but also produce very large public sets. Another one is multivariate polynomial cryptography. For example, here is a rainbow. This is multivariate quadratic equations. But yeah, some schemes are broken in this moment, and this is not always reliable. The exogenous-based cryptography, SPI, is based on the elliptic curve exogenous, and recently it was broken and there is not so common anymore. It was standardized first, but now it was broken. Okay, so the potential consequence without using the PQC, we have a flat the encryption and communication, which we have a problem here because the communication is not able to be reliable. Digital signatures will be forged, will not be able to use our signature to sign any software. And also the identity could change. And another problem which could appear is the harvest now and the keep later. Somebody could copy the entire database, which is currently encrypted now, and in the future when the copy computers will use the volume, they could decrypt everything, there is not anything to so basically collapse of trust in digital infrastructure will not be able to communicate to use the certificates and for the internet, yeah, the TLS and the HTTPS will fail. Today, when you visit a website, and that website is secure, the LSA and ACC are used. And if these two algorithms will be broken, the secure communication will be also broken. Somebody could use this tool. Some attackers could impersonate websites and even other communication. For the bank transactions, digital signature could be forged. The software operates banking transaction, blockchain system, Bitcoin, Ethereum, all this rely on SEC and LSA. And yeah, the quantum computer could forge this signature. The identity verification, the identity which are could break down, because the product is no longer true, fully true, with anyone with masquerade as a bank, government, or service provider. The encryption of data, long-term encryption data becomes vulnerable. The sensitive archives, medical, military, commercial records, encrypted with current standards, the same as CC, could be defeated by the future contributors. And the trust would no longer be collapse. Here we have an overview for all a list of all the current algorithms which are used, say, to be replaced by the crystal hybrid encryption and crystal religion for signatures. PCC could be replaced by Tribor, Lithium, Falcon, and Space Plus. DSA could be replaced by Lithium, Falcon, Space Plus. We see 110 could be improved to use 256 type, and also to upgrade the SHA-2 to SHA-3, which is still reliable. SHA-3 is still secure. We should keep using it. But the classic key change, if we have money, should be replaced by the carbon, which is compulsory. The implementation roadmap for this PPC, the first milestone will end next year, end of next year, and we need to identify the stakeholders and to have a clear inventory about the work system should be updated with this new algorithm, and we need to also to have a clear awareness and trainings to be done to have a smooth upgrade. The second milestone will be in the end of the 2030, and by that date it should start the implementation of the new PQC and to upgrade most of the high-risk systems. For example, the airports, military, and medical should be upgraded to this PQC. And the third milestone will be in the year 2035, and by that year we should have all the systems, even the systems which are not critical, should be updated to this. I have here also for you assessment for this project. It's very important to be aware that this is unworkable. We cannot continue to use this current algorithm. We should operate as soon as possible. Unavoidable, it's not possible to avoid this issue, and the standards, these new standards are in place and should be used. It's very urgent. till next year we should identify all the critical systems we should publish. And it is underserved. This means that we are not, don't have so many tools and so many entities which are starting to integrate this. And the conclusion, the quantum computing itself is current cryptography, but we have the solutions. We have QC algorithms. We have Kyber, Beacons, Plus, Parallel, activities, which are typical, should be used as soon as possible. We should implement this as soon as possible. We should decide the security decisions, and yeah, to avoid the apocalypse. That was my first question. Any questions?
Yeah, for one side, for the PTC algorithms, what are the main technologies behind algorithms? What do they do compared to the former ones that the last 42 do now or the more
These are based on the very difficult to solve mathematical problems against each other. This work has lattice, harsh based, motivating, based, based.
And you know, one of them would be that the most suitable one for cyber tech and automotive industry, or any of them should be as far as the research.
For automotive, the most the Falcon could be used because this is produce very small signatures, and it's making it suitable to use it. It's also very fast.
I can slightly build on that. Thank you very much for a good question. Florian, thank you very much for a good presentation. Maybe it's time to make also this little parallel or a connection between the research and what is happening today in the world. So one point I could mention is that, for example, in consumer electronics, like mobile phones, there are already applications or ecosystems that natively are rolling out PQC. One such application could be the Signal messaging app. Another application could be, for example, on iPhones, the iMessages. So this is just one part, but I'm sure we can find multiple other such applications. And you mentioned automotive. So there's a good proportion of people here that are also activating in the automotive industry. I take the time now to talk also a bit about what NXP is doing. So we have our colleagues working together with researchers and people from NIST. One of our colleagues is actually a contributor to Kyber and dilithium. So these are also this is also the direction that we have identified in our research facilities, and this is also what we are currently incorporating in our secure cryptographic engines. And these engines are basically used to, in the automotive industry, to power up chips that are used in chassis controllers, in engine control units, in key authentication mechanisms. And again, I'd like to give you another good example. Going back to the consumer electronic world, if you're using a device and you're paying with NFC, perhaps Apple Pay, this is again another such device that leverages these types of technology. So The main idea is that, of course, research will always be an investment, a forward-looking investment. We need this research, and there are a lot of teams and research centers that are investing heavily into looking into all of these alternatives. Then it translates into various proof of concepts. Then it translates into libraries, at least in the automotive world. We have over-the-air updates, and then you get an update which will have another layer of protection and another one. Okay, now we made this little passing. I would like to invite our next panelist, Christian. Christy, please. Tell us a bit about yourself.
Hello, it's very nice to see you. I can't see smiley faces. Why? Maybe because you're afraid of a technical presentation, but no, this one will not be a technical one. So you may put that smile on your faces. Thank you. I'm Christian Rie. I graduated at the Military Technical Academy, and I'm in my first year of PhD at the Polytechnic University in Bucharest. And today I'm going to present you the journey of a quantum community. It's not a long journey, it's a one-year journey, but how to build legacy over there. So, how did this started? I can remember very well my first summer school and my first seminar on quantum physics. There were a lot of equations that I really didn't understand very well back then, but what I found very interesting and what sparked the curiosity was the idea that the quantum field challenges how you see the reality. So this is what sparked my curiosity. And most of my friends left the country to follow their dreams. I chose to stay because I always thought we can build something here in Romania. Fast forward to last year, 2024, something really remarkable happened. We hosted the first Qiskit Fall Fest hackathon. It wasn't just a hackathon, it was a whole event with a month-long course. And yes, last year was the moment where we planted this seed. Sorry. It seems like a lot has happened since then, but I still cannot believe that 1 year passed, and we were always asking before the last event, before our next event, how many attendees will we have? Will they be 10, 100? And to our surprise, more than 100 people enrolled. Last year, more than 100 people enrolled in this year's event. And most of them created really meaningful entanglements. So we hope this could be the beginning of a beautiful quantum community. We realized that quantum is not just about physics. It's about every STEM domain, about mathematics, engineering, even about philosophy, if you think well. So that breadth of this field gave us unifying power. Same. You might think everything went well, but we had a lot of struggles. We had to create our own challenges. We had created automatic, semi-automatic grading, but we didn't have a platform. We had to contact contact the organizers, the sponsors. We had to create a lot of reports, a lot of mailing. So we really had to improvise. We had to learn, and that night of the hackathon, I think something really beautiful happened. We learned how to build release. So after the hackathon, we asked ourselves, we were really burned out, and should we continue this? Should this be the end or just the beginning? And that night, we had the courage to think forward and to believe that Romania can contribute to this quantum international stage. So Rock Team, our team, had became the main character. You might ask, why Romania? Have you asked that? There are a lot of great actors in the West, Europe, the United States, but I think a beautiful idea that I will borrow from Neb Jubara is that at turning points in history, usually the so-called outlier countries thrive because we possess some kind of specific motivation that drives us to do great great stuff. So I thought Romania should not be at the margin of this quantum ecosystem, but at the forefront. Another beautiful idea that I found is that some of us stayed. A lot of my friends left the country to follow their dreams. Some of them returned, as you can see Bertie and Alex from Bucharest. Some of us just joined along the way. They're still outside, but they're supporting our initiative. And I think quantum is about collaboration. It unites all those STEM fields. It requires collaboration, first of all. So here we are at a new beginning. Our journey learned us that building a community is not about having the most resources, but it's about having the right people around. We were terribly lucky to have great mentors like Radu Yanichoiu, Ștefan Ataman. We were lucky to have the support of our it happens. Do you hear me well? Yes. So we were terribly lucky to have the support of our professors at the Military Technical Academy. They were wholeheartedly helping us to organize the last event, and this year the community grew even bigger. We have the support of two big universities in Bucharest, and we hope to extend this initiative to the country level. We have the support of great entrepreneurs, really engaged students. Thank you. I'm going to continue without this. So that means that together we can build and to this initiative. What are our plans? We plan to create a roadmap to support the students on each education. That means just imagine a high school student, you're just caring about quantum, you don't know what this is, and you need to get engaged for that. You will need maybe a workshop to first get your feet wet with the domain. After that, you might need a hackathon to get your hands dirty, to better understand, put into practice what you have learned. um, you might participate to a conference to get involved into the community, to understand what are other points of view, to see broad domain of this point of view. You might attend summer school, winter school, to get engaged with other students, to share ideas. And this is what GRADE stands for. Um, we plan to create this community and events that will shape the educational roadmap of Romania's future in quantum. So this is an invitation for all of you, for scientists, researchers, students, innovators, to join us and help us create the future of quantum in Romania. Because the future can be written here right now with all of you. Thank you.
Any questions for Christy?
Yes,
I have a question. So you already seem to have a very nice team with a lot of expertise in different fields. What would you say, which field are you missing? So where would you like to connect with and which other?
Well, I think right now we like quantum chemistry. We like a lot of domains. Our team is growing, but I think maybe on quantum sensing and measurements on quantum hardware, it will be very interesting to develop that part of research. Right now, some of our members are still exploring. They don't have a clear path. So it's still at the beginning, but we are waiting for all kinds of quantum enthusiasts, regardless of their domain. Yes, please.
Do you have a quantum laboratory in Romania?
Yes, we have many quantum laboratories, but they are not very well equipped, and their hardware is not doesn't form a full set of hardware. We have in different quantum optics laboratories, but it doesn't have all the components that you will need. At the University of Phoenix, we have some other laboratories, but we have to know specific research groups for that. So it's not something that's unified yet.
Christy, again, thank you
Thank you
very
very
much.
much.
Now I would like to invite Leonard, please. So please tell us a bit about yourself.
Yes, many thanks. And some of you might already know me from yesterday. We gave a workshop with the very same title. And so I don't have a slide introducing myself. I had one yesterday, but I forgot to put it in here. So I'll just do it verbally. So I'm Leonard Minkowski. I'm a second last month PhD student in Leibniz University Hanover, specialized in quantum algorithmic design for combinatorial optimization problems, whatever that means. And I will transition now, probably in general, to industry, where we will become a quantum algorithmic engineer, ideally doing the exact same stuff as I did before, just in a different environment. So that's, I would say, very much my passion. And what I want to do today, I want to give a wrap up or best of the workshop we had yesterday. So some people who have been at the workshop will hopefully remember some of the slides I have here. They're only like the core slides. I just want to comment on them, what I learned yesterday during the workshop, so where you should communicate better in order to transfer knowledge in different domains. Also what people here told me or taught me, because you are the experts, especially in a lot of classical programming fields, so where I don't know so much because I'm from the physics department, that to say. And so for me, I learned a lot during the workshop. So I want to comment on that a bit. Can we adjust the slide? Okay, perfect, thanks. So, outside that slide yesterday was the main motivation for why I wanted to give that workshop. You might have heard of Grover's algorithm. You also heard it in Florin's talk. That is on one slide. That it promises to speed up certain problems that you can. And it's proven that classically the best thing you can do in order to search something in an unstructured list without further structure, the best thing you can do is you just go through the list, check each element whether it's the one you want, and if not, you proceed to the next one. If it's the one you're searching for, then you return. So you have to go through the list more or less. And quantumly, what we can do with Grover's algorithm, we can do that in square root amount of time, at least asymptotically. You don't have to understand how the algorithm works. The only thing important is that the inputs for the algorithm are all classical. So you input a classical list or conventional list. It has nothing to do with quantum computing. It has nothing to do with quantum physics. It's all about classical problem instance that you want to solve with the aid of quantum computers. What I want to focus on today is, let's have it on the next slide, that you can extend quantum algorithms to purely classical problems. The problems themselves have nothing to do with quantum, only the methods you take them with are quantum in some sense. So you want to ideally or you want to find your classical concepts in the code that you use in order to describe the quantum algorithms. You want to see which problem you are tackling. You don't want to talk about, at least I don't want, you don't want to talk about specific gates, X gates, Y gate, Z gate, whatsoever. You just want to see the abstract problem, how you do in classical or conventional programming. You see the problem parameters, then you have some well-defined function that does something. You don't have to look into that function. It just suffices to have the signature of the function, maybe some documentation that tells you what the function is doing. And this was my aim when designing that programming language, to have a similar approach to quantum computing for classical problems. So Grover's algorithm, for example, can be extended to many other problems. I have here selections, so combinatorial optimization, that's what I'm doing, but also solution counting, linear algebra, everything this has nothing to do, or at first sight, nothing to do with quantum computing, quantum physics whatsoever. And this I want to focus on. So this was the hardest slide yesterday. We spent, I think, half an hour on this slide. Was not on this one, but the next one was the comparison between classical computing basics and quantum computing basics. So these you all know here, you are the experts in that. You know that better than me. But then what I did, I just kept everything in place. And exchanged all the classical concepts with the corresponding quantum concepts. So all of a sudden I was talking about qubits, multi-qubit registers, quantum gates. And I was hoping, and I think with some students I was successful, to convince them that the mathematics behind this is not very hard. So in principle, I was told also from people in Romania, you should know of all of this mathematics, or some of them already from school, and the other half from your first semesters in university, maybe under different names. That's very important. So what you actually need, you just need to remind yourself what you already learned, and you just need to adapt to a new vocabulary. That's very important. The first one is, of course, if you learn it in Romanian, then all of a sudden you have to think about it in English. Okay, that's the easier step. You can just Google that, how's the translation. But then also, especially in quantum computing, things also have different names than mathematics, but they're the same concept. So you just need that initial translation from your undergrad mathematics to this concept. But my claim is that you covered all of that already. You just, in an analogy, it's a very short tunnel that you have to go through, and the light in the end is very bright. So you just have to go through that tunnel once. It's maybe not so much fun because you want to solve problems, you want to code, but my advice is really learn that basic mathematics and learn how to translate that basic mathematics to the language of quantum computing. It's not that hard. You just have to follow through. And so we did that yesterday. We spent half an hour. I gave examples for all of these concepts, and I think most people recognize that they already had this, just under different names. Okay, and then I will just skip that. I was also talking about how to quantize classical functions we also did this in depth. It's again, it's like nothing new mathematically, just new names for well-known concepts. And here I should maybe say something about quantization. What I wanted to convince people yesterday, often it's the case in reality, so I was not making that up, is that indeed you can quantize many classical algorithms. You can directly quantize them, or can quantize classical problem description, put them directly on the quantum computer. They are well-known automated processes that accept some classical description of your problem and output in the end some quantum circuit that does something with that. And then we also saw some compiler-related topics in Berti's talk. That's basically the same. Input classical description of something, and you get out a quantum circuit. They are well-established methods, and the goal of all of this was basically to write a programming language that allows you to, on an abstract level, just describe these classical concepts, and then it would take care, for example, Berti's compiler or the Munich compiler set can then take care of this and give you a very nice quantum algorithms. So this was the summary slide yesterday in the talk. So what we learned on a mathematical level, but also on an intuitive level, I hope, was, okay, how can I talk about superpositions of bit strings and numbers? It's not that hard. Then how can I quantize the basic logical gates that you have on your computers that you don't even think about, because when you code in Python, you don't think about bitwise operations, but at the core of everything you do are those bitwise operations and arithmetic operations. So as soon as you know how to quantize those, you can quantize also the more complex functions you have in Python, C, and Java, whatsoever, to some extent. And what my personal favorite is, you can also quantize if statements. I like that a lot. So you can abstractly, if you write if else in your C code or in Python, whatever, you can, there it makes sense to think about this, doing this in superposition without going into detail. So there's also well-established apparatus how to turn an if else statement that does something meaningful in that sense on a quantum computer, and that resembles the classical if else statement. That's also well-established apparatus. And with this, I wanted to motivate why I came, or how I came up with the language CQ. So I like the programming language C a lot. I also heard that some people don't like it so much. They prefer Python. Python is also fine, but C is a bit more grounded, I would say. I like it. And so the idea of CQ is to combine classical programming and quantum programming in one language. This is why it's CQ. And it does so by just extending the C vocabulary with 3 additional keywords. Those are here. Hope you can see that. So you have a measurement keyword, because you don't get the concept of measurement in classical programming. You have a phase keyword, or you skip that, and you have the quantum qualifier. So you can just annotate your variables as being quantum states. But then you can also talk about quantum integers, quantum booleans, and so on, quantum floats. That's all possible. And the concept is the same. And then on top of that, now you have an enlarged vocabulary of your programming language. So you also need some additional rules what to do with this vocabulary. So the rules tell you what meaningful sentences can I build from this new vocabulary. And there's only 8 rules. I don't want to go into detail. The take message is just you take everything you already have implemented for C. So there's some, for example, LLVM, some compiler stack that takes care of this, and you just need to add on top 3 new words and 8 new rules, and then you can already talk about classical quantum hybrid programming in one framework. And what I did also yesterday in the workshop was, again, gave an introduction to Grover's algorithm, and then I compared how you would formulate that algorithm in different existing programming languages already for quantum computing. And I think I gave like 5 examples. Here I just want to give one example. And the example is OpenCousin. We also saw OpenCousin in Berti's talk. It's the backend behind Qiskit. So when you write something in Qiskit, usually gets translated into OpenCousin code and then sent to the quantum computer. Maybe the quantum hardware provider does something more with it, but it's like a in-between stage for most algorithms. And what I don't like about this to be fair, it's mid-end, it's not necessarily the front end, but what I don't like about this, you have a lot of gates very explicitly, you have H, Hadamard gate, X gate, control gate, so it's very low level. And even if you code it up in Qiskit, you still have these gates everywhere. And you don't have that classically, right? If I write a classical program, you don't think in terms of bitwise operations anymore. Why would I do that on a quantum computer? Especially if I have such well-defined classical concepts. So, and CQ gets rid of all of these gates, no H gate, no X gate. Here's the formulation of Grover's algorithm in CQ. You don't have to understand how it actually works. It's only important that the whole algorithm is specified by classical parameters, classical functions, and we just don't want any gates anymore, as you don't want in classical computing. Of course, they are there in the back end. They are there. In the end, everything gets translated to a sequence of gates that gets translated to laser pulses and so on. But you don't want to think about this. You just want to solve your problem as a software developer. So it's very much tailored for software people, not for hardware people in that sense. And you can try to find a low-level gate. And here I can't see any. Of course, it's by design. There are no low-level gates left anymore, but it does the same thing. So now also implemented. It's already here, not done yet, but here is a code to a GitHub repository where I actually implemented that compiler. Since I don't have a quantum computer available, it will not translate to an instruction set that you can execute actually. But it does these very important steps of you can write a source code. It gets checked. First of all, it gets checked whether you only use valid words, whether the vocabulary is correct. And then it checks whether the syntax is correct, as you would when you have C code. And then it also checks the semantics, whether you, for example, you cannot initialize a classical variable. So when you didn't write the quantum qualifier, cannot initialize a classical variable proposition. Doesn't make sense. But you can initialize a quantum variable in a classical value. That makes sense. So this is also checked by the semantic analyzer, and that's also already implemented. And with that, since I'm already on that last slide, I would like to thank and also point out that maybe I should have mentioned it in the beginning. All of this was part of a bachelor thesis I did while doing my PhD in quantum computing, because I wanted to learn also the classical basics, so the things that you are better at than I am. So in that sense, all the knowledge you need from a classical perspective can't be that much, because I was also able to do it with half of a bachelor degrees of knowledge. So for you, it should be very easy to find into that topic. And the only hard part, is the basic mathematics you need in order to understand on that level quantum mechanics. So if you're interested, I think it's worth looking into that bachelor thesis, because I wrote it also to explain to the classical computer scientists how quantum computing works. Maybe you are directly the target audience. And I happily suggest that. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Any questions?
Instead of quantum computing, are there any simulators available for reduced or counters testing?
Yeah, very good question. Indeed, the whole simulation, how to simulate quantum computers with classical computers, is a big research topic. There is, in general, you can simulate arbitrary quantum computer processes up to, I would say, 30 qubits quite well. There's a general purpose simulation technique. You just simulate the whole quantum system with a very long complex vector of exponentially big dimension, but you can do that for 30 qubits quite well. There are also works where they did this for, I think, 49 qubits on a supercluster, but then already gets very hard. So what is also a very interesting research topic is, and might also have applications even if you don't have quantum computers available. If you just think about how to simulate a quantum algorithm on a classical computer, the simulation itself is a classical algorithm for the same problem. So what you can do for very specific algorithms and very specific problems, you can have like high-level simulations where you not store the whole vector, but only the things you're interested in. And we were able, for example, for a very specific problem, go to 1,500 qubits and to exactly predict what the algorithm would do.
Do you plan on extending Sibiu?
I'm torn a bit. So I like the project a lot, but it doesn't really fit anymore into what I'm doing in my PhD research, and I have to write up now my results. It doesn't fit in so well. And I'm lacking with the connection to the hardware providers or to the experts with low-level access, with low-level compilation techniques. So if there are some that want to develop that further, please contact me, because I like that project a lot. I think it has a lot of potential, but it's stuck in for me, because I cannot do more with my resources. I can only, as I said, I only have the first 3 steps: this vocabulary check, the syntax check, and the semantic check. But then it just gets dumped into a text file so far, because that's the end of the process. So the next thing would be to connect someone who has an intermediate representation that in the end can actually be executed by a quantum computer, but also by a classical computer. I mean, the whole language is for hybrid programming, so we'd also need a nice infrastructure set up that the classical and quantum computer can talk to each other.
Another question?
Yeah, so the question was, you touched on it. So the hardest part, let's say, in the work, and the challenge, which would take more than a bachelor thesis, would be the code generation part. And as I can understand from your points and from your voice also, it's not worth it as a single person to do that effort. So it's not necessarily a question, because you confirmed that already.
But the new PhD could be continued. 40 is worth.
Definitely. I mean, that's also always what I'm hoping when I talk about this language. I also did to do myself a favor to motivate people to take that to the next step. Maybe 1 or maybe 2 or 3 people are enough, but especially people with good compilation background, more than I have, and a lot of patience, of course, because it's a lot. I mean, the abstract thing that I did, 3 additional words and 8 additional words, that's nice, but it will in the end, of course, translate into hundreds of thousands additional compilation steps that you have to take care of. But definitely, yeah.
There is a stupid question. How can I explain to my parents this word quantum?
Okay, that's not a stupid question. I mean, depends a bit on the context. If you want to explain it very broadly for whatever quantum chemistry, quantum computing, quantum cryptography, whatsoever, maybe there's no nice single answer. So I can give maybe an answer for quantum computing, how I would explain quantum computing to complete. Also, I also doesn't know anything about classical computing. I would just say quantum computing in the sense is like conventional computing, but with additional rules. You have some rules on your conventional computer, then you maybe can talk about bits, whether you want or not. But on top of that, you have like 2 or 3 additional rules, and the art of quantum computing is to use these rules constructively in order to come up with algorithms that you couldn't achieve without these rules. Maybe that helps. Gerne.
That's cool. And Leonard, thank you very much. And last but not least, Rene.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Maybe first of all, I would really like to thank the organizers for inviting us here. So it's my first time in Sibiu, and it's my first time on the Sibiu Innovation Days, and I came here without really knowing what's going on here, and I'm very positively surprised by a lot of insights in different fields that are totally out of my usual fields of expertise. And I hope that I can today contribute a little bit to this, with giving you some overview introduction to things I'm working on. And,
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I'm René. I'm a researcher at the Leibniz University in Hannover. I don't know. Yeah, I think you can roughly see it. Okay. So Leibniz University, so this is Leibniz, the naming father of our university. Maybe you heard this name before. So something famous Leibniz did was some 300 years ago, he more or less invented, investigated the binary system that we today use for computation. And well, we're doing quantum computation. Before coming to this, yeah, Leibniz University, we are a medium-sized university in the north of Germany, 26,000 students. We have 3 clusters of excellence. So in Germany, clusters of excellence are special funding from the federal government for supporting certain research areas. 2 of those areas are connected to quantum technology, as a general field, quantum technology, quantum computing. We have a very close collaboration with an institution called PPB, which is the German equivalent of this, the Institution for Standardization and Metrology and Information. So, for example, the time in Germany is controlled by the PPB for collaboration. And they are also with quantum clocks, and this is one part of the technology field. Yeah, so quantum is really broader than only computing. It will have precise clocks, precise measurements, and also communication, which I will talk about in a moment. And it will have precise clocks, precise measurements, and also communication, which I will talk about in a moment. So I'm working as a theoretical physicist, and on the Institute for Theoretical Physics, we have the Quantum Information Group, which is at the moment growing a lot. So we have 3 professors, 3 senior researchers, and no more than 25 postdocs and PhD students. And you already met Andrea and Lennart, who are with me working a small subgroup focused on near-term quantum technology. So this is our group, and Tobias Osborne is the professor to which we are attached. Yeah, this is the university. The picture is unfortunately too small, but in front of the university is a horse, and this is actually the horse which is also used in the logo of Continental, the tire company. So that's something company formerly called Conti today. So yeah, we have to work. Okay. Yeah, and yeah, maybe as information for students. So if you're a student and you're thinking about doing some Erasmus exchange or similar, well, you're off that, you're okay. Yeah? So, we are in physics, but we also are developing quantum computing or quantum technology as a branch of computer science. So also for people from this field, you can come to Hannover and have that experience. Yeah, and we have a couple of collaborators. So, yeah, we are there. Some activities in Hannover, in northern Germany. One cluster I'm involved in as a topical group leader is called quantum proteins. There we are focusing on foundational research on quantum. Yeah. One important topic there is metrology, but also a part of this is really the foundation for next generation quantum computers. And attached to this, or to this, is something called the quantum Bangalore taxonomy, which is a industry university partnership. It's hard to say, it's part of academia, but it's also a club and a society and a bigger organization founded by the local government where industry partners and academic partners are meeting, and we want to create a one-stop shop for all quantum things. People from industry, or people from the public. More specific, we have a big project funded by the federal government called ATIC, where we are developing ion-based quantum computer. And well, we as a university are, well, the budget is 50 million, but as a university, we only have a small part. A lot of this money goes actually in small and medium-sized companies who are, you always call it, it's a moonshot idea, yeah? So we want to develop this quantum computer, but as part of it, we have to develop all the technology in order to build all on-chip technology, next generation production of semiconductors and Yeah, this is all focused in this ATIC project. And well, our work in this ATIC project is, well, one day there will be this device and we have to figure out what can be done with this device. That is not entirely stupid and that justifies spending so much money. Spending money. So we recently got money for some project called Twix. It just started, and so together with some colleagues from computer science, we will build up some consultation center for small and medium-sized companies. And this is not only limited to companies in Germany. So if you're a handler and you might be interested in getting contact with quantum computing, having some workflow, some pipeline in order to have small applications and bring them to some real quantum computer, well, we invite you to go to our website. This is not existing yet because we just started 1 month ago, and maybe next year we have an infrastructure where you can come to us and get in touch with quantum computing, and also get training and well, we will provide some challenges for interested people in order to get. And yeah, we are paid by government money, so we are paid by tax money, so we are free. You can just come and ask. We don't charge you about the fee. And yeah, there are some more specific projects, which brings me to the main topic of my talk. They are called Segment and CPD, and those are projects related to develop hardware for quantum cryptography. And well, as a theorist, the central challenge in this field is, so I'm not building hardware, I'm not building chips, but I'm concerned about finding security proofs for hardware that should do some quantum tasks. And a very important topic in this whole field nowadays is why you want to provide some new hardware, some new mechanism, and now you want to employ it in industry. Why you need a certification? Yeah. So certification processes for quantum hardware are a topic that is right now. So for example, for random number generators, we already have standards set, for example, by OC and NIST and also the German called ESI. And now it's about we built this new hardware and we have to align this hardware to existing certification process. So other than that, people cannot use it. Okay. Why are we doing this? So we already heard about post-quantum cryptography, and I will talk about similar topics today, but more from a quantum. It's a fact that quantum computers, once available and once big enough and strong enough, will be able to break existing cryptographic systems. Yeah. So the big question is, should we worry about it? And should we do something? And depending on who you ask, well, the question is, what? Directly do something? I don't care about this. And it's a tricky question for us. Yeah? So I hope you can see this picture a little bit. It's a little bit too small, I guess. You can do it. So there's a lot of panicking in the field, and there's actually also a lot of money involved in this field, and there are some not so serious or not so rigorous people who are really trying to force people into spending money now for products. So this is a photo sent to me by a friend working in a finance company. And can someone see the flaw in this type of diagram? So let me quickly explain what you see here. So it's an estimate for the amount of qubits you need in order to break RSA encryption. And there are publications who are publishing such an estimate. So those are the dots in this diagram. Yeah, and you can just compare, like, okay, over the time, people get better and better estimates. So far, so good. And so can anyone see what is the flaw in such a?
Doesn't it make sense for chocolate?
Yes. So people make some estimates for some numbers, but estimating those numbers is usually not. So taking those diagrams and extrapolating, if I wait long enough, I need no qubits anymore in order to break RSA. Well, this is not really good. Yeah. And if I did a different fit, I even need less time in order to break RSA, or I win qubits by breaking RSA. This doesn't make sense. So statements like this, if you are in a company and you get promotion material like this, be a little bit cautious. Yeah? So there is overthinking for one. Thank you. Yeah. But on the other hand, well, there is some serious thought about it. So the plot we can see here This is actually an estimate, basically a collection. If you go to the big companies who are providing or who are developing quantum computing hardware, where the shots until today are what companies achieve for logical and physical qubits, and the other things are, well, at least their press announcement and their roadmap. Yeah. And what we can see there is definitely some exponential growth in the amount of qubits that are available, and by this there's exponential growth we are approaching the point where we can break RSA at some point. Yeah. And the big question now is, okay, how long will it take? Or how long will it take? And again, it's unclear. So if you take this diagram, it's maybe 2030, we saw up there. In your talk, you mentioned 2035 would be on the roadmap for full deployment, and I think that's realistic. There are also government agencies giving numbers on this. So, for example, the German Federal Office for Information Security, the DSI, they are updating some report series on the status of computer development, and they usually say, like, within 10 years, quantum computers could be a realistic threat to communication. Yeah. And you also have to take this with a pinch of salt. So when you read the last part of this report, it's actually in English. They say, okay, a lot of research on quantum computers is in stealth mode or not published. And well, this is like, okay, so we do not know what all players in this game are doing. And it's somehow natural. If you are, say, government, and you have the ability to break some cryptographic standards, you will do anything, but you will not tell other people about it. So this is somehow natural. So being paranoid on that part is somehow well justified. Yeah. Okay. So what can we do? Yeah, so there are basically two directions that we could take. So one direction is called quantum cryptography. So you use different encoding and encryption schemes as we did today, and we already learned about several methods of doing this. And there's also another way to do, and this is what I want to talk about today a little bit more, is physical layer security. Quantum key distribution, this might be buzzword you have heard about. To give you the basic idea, well, you have this nice model of different communication layers. I think people see what's on layer 4, something like this. And now there's the idea, okay, can we start like at the beginning and change the way we communicate? Yeah? Can we change the way we transport the information? And this will connect to the physical. And actually this idea of securing the communication channel you use in order to do some secure communication, this is much older than quantum. This goes back to the 70s. Yeah, and there are different ways of doing physical layer security, mostly network security and Wi-Fi security. And you can always see like quantum key distribution as one version of it, where we use the rules of quantum in order to understand what's happening on the physical. And maybe to give you some emotional connection, so I saw that also in Romania people are very much into cars, not only in Germany. And then you have a car, well, there are different concepts of security, right? Or safety. Yeah, so you could have a safety belt or you have an airbag. This would be one way to generate safety. And maybe to make this parallelism, this is a little bit like PQC. Yeah, so when your data gets stolen by an adversary, why you want to have something like an airbag or a safety belt that is preventing some damage to happen there. And this idea of physical layer security is more like ADS or electronic stabilization of the car. So you want to prevent that accident is happening. Yeah. And those are just two different lines of thinking for security, and it's not fair to say that one is better than the other. It's just something different in different layers of the communication layer are fighting. Yeah, maybe very brief overview on what is PQC. So we already learned many details on PQC. Maybe my take on it, so it's classical. Yeah. So if you want to implement it, you basically do a software upgrade, where you have to think about hardware resources and what you implement. And also the choice of the algorithm is a very subtle question there. And a good point, we have a sanitization process. With this fiber, it's not something you can use. But there's also some criticism, at least from my side as academic, so no offense, it's high-level academic critique. It's called post-quantum, but it's not post-quantum. In the sense that it's it's not justified from an academic perspective to raise the case to have security against quantum attacks, because this would imply that you can judge what a quantum computer can do. And as a quantum scientist and as someone working on quantum algorithms, this is not a statement we can produce as a scientist. Yeah. So we cannot, we are not there yet as mankind to really have a full understanding of the complexity theory of quantum devices. So when you come up with an algorithm, you cannot mathematically decide if it's quantum secure or not. Yeah. You can take existing attacks and rule out that those will happen, and this makes a lot of sense in practice. And when people talk about P2C under the hood, they are talking about Shor's algorithm, and this is well justified. So there's one attack, yeah, but you can never rule out that there will be another quantum attack on learning with errors. But this is a natural part of the game of cryptography, and from a very high academic standpoint, one can say, well, the existence of cryptography is actually an unproven mathematical assumption. And it's on the scale of proving P unequal or equal to NP. So for the experts, so if you want to prove that cryptography even works, yeah, like with encryption and decryption, you have to the existence of factor one wave functions, which is maybe one of the hardest problems we have in math. And some people believe that those functions exist. Some people believe they don't. And if you want to believe in cryptography, which we have to do in practice, I totally, yeah. You can at least not say that it's mathematically. Okay. Yeah. So coming to quantum cryptography, working on the physical layer, this is actually an area where you can make proofs. Yeah? This is, at least for me, from academics, this is nice. So we can work things out, we can publish papers on proofs, which is good. So the rough idea, I already said, okay, we want to change the way we communicate. So instead of sending electrons in a cable, or well, today using light, laser communication, or optical communication through a fiber, well, we want to go down to communication on a single photon level. And then the rules of our communication, so the way I send the physical implementation of my information medium, is ruled by the laws of quantum physics. And there we can now say something about what's happening in the computation. And the fundamental mechanism we have there is the same size on a single photon. You cannot interact with a single photon without disturbing. Yeah? And this is the core mechanism of how we secure the physical layer. So you send a single photon, and when some attacker will act with it, on it, but it will change the status of the photon. It will change the communication. It will leave some fingerprints in the communication. And then two legit partners can figure out, okay, there was some disruption in our communication process. So the communication line is no longer secure. And this is, well, the basic idea of the layer. Yeah. And now we're talking about physics, fundamental physics, and there we can make rigorous circuits. This will also come with a twist. There are some fundamental limits. If you talk about physics, well, there's a fundamental limit with the rate distance trade-off. Yeah? If you want to send single photons over long distance, this is getting harder and harder and harder as longer the distance is. And there's no way around. Yeah? You can try to find clever protocols, and all those things are possible, but this is like fundamental physical limit that you can challenge. Nevertheless, so those are some numbers I looked up on like recent literature. So the record is around 1,000 kilometers for communication. This is a small m, so it's actually millibit. Not very effective in practice, but we can reach those distances. And when you apply some smart techniques, you can actually boost rates. So if you go to commercial devices, 20 kilometers with megabit rate is something possible, and we also have now devices on like several hundred kilometers where you can do quantum key distribution with reliable rate. And for those rates, this is only the rate for establishing like an initial key, a seed key for your communication. So it's not the rate on which you want to do a video call. Yeah. Important information. Yeah. So 1 megabit is okay, can be okay. And yeah, there are some challenges when I talk about security proofs. I'm talking about physics, but now you're building a real device, and now you have to make a hardware model, and we have to ensure that your hardware model is fitting to what I write down on a piece of paper as a physicist. Yeah? Oh, so this is like a fundamental challenge, but and for sure, if you want to employ this, you have to build new hardware infrastructure, and this is definitely something you maybe want to do if you're a government, but as a everyday user, maybe this is way too expensive to like have your private fiber in your home in order to do security use case. Yeah? So yeah, there are different use cases, and depending on the use case, you can use the one technology or the other. And yeah, the last point is usually made by security people that we need some initial seed in order to authenticate some communications. But you always and yeah, maybe some words on proof. So the type of proof we do is statistical proof. So our security statement is a statistical statement, basically saying that, okay, we observe some data in the communication process, and now as scientists, we can make a statement like, given this data, we can prove that with high probability an attacker cannot know more than a certain amount of information. So it's a statistical statement, and it's not a statement about abilities of computers to crack some. So we are not hypothesizing about technological capability. And yeah, I know I have to speed up. So yeah, there are different ways, many different ways in order to implement those protocols. And security strongly hinges on the way you build the models. So you can make minimal models, get worse rates, but a higher security level, or you can make very precise models, get better statements on your security, but now the implementation is much harder because we have to make sure that the implementation is the model. Yeah, and if you want to know more, I can go into super much detail on which ways we use in order to physically implement QKD. This is not the point here, maybe to give you some perspective. So QKD is not a theoretical thing, it's happening. And those are some projects going on at the moment. So we are at the moment building a European quantum internet infrastructure. And I think here it's a little bit hard to see, but you can see some satellites here. Yeah. This is China, though. Europe is up there. Yeah, so for long distances, you can do QKD over satellites. Satellites are nice because if I want to send photos to a satellite, I only have to touch the atmosphere, and afterwards I have vacuum. So the thing in the vacuum you get for free for communication, so you only have to care about the atmosphere. But on the other hand, for sure, satellites are expensive. So you combine it with local networks, and we have one of those networks in Germany. And actually, if you go to Ava, Singapore, they already have a commercial network involved by Sintel, the local company there. And if you go to China, they actually are building this since 10 years. And, they are in this part actually ahead of us. And now let me come to my conclusion.
That's fine.
Okay, we're fine.
Yes,
Okay.
We still have time for the debate, so it's fine if we go into that.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, sorry for
No.
to give you some conclusions. So we have P2C and we have QKD. P2C demands software upgrades, QKD demands hardware upgrades. Both have flaws and you need some trust. For P2C, you have to trust your mathematician. For QKD, you mostly have to trust your engineers. And depending on the setting, might make your system point. Right? Maybe some takeaway messages I would like to give you. One is that and if you want to do something now, well, there's this thing called crypto agility, and it always makes sense to create infrastructure. So if you're create infrastructure, so if you're a business architect, to create infrastructures where you can switch between different cryptographic schemes or cryptographic primitives, and it never hurts. And one part of this is if you have software, if you deploy software, established bill of materials. Yeah. So independent of crypto, well, a good friend of mine is admin, and Dr. J is maybe works for some people here. So having a bill of materials is always a good thing. Yeah. And it's like a step towards this quantum awareness that can be done today and makes a lot of sense. And maybe as a last point, if you're interested in quantum, post-quantum, and all these things, You can go to consultancy agencies, but maybe an easier thing would be ask a local university. Yeah. So usually local universities have a lot of expertise and are very happy to talk with people from industry anywhere, and they only want to have coffee at one lunch. Yeah. And as a last message, I know this is on face, but we are not at the end yet, and our security of the process is not punishment.
I don't know, in quantum physics, is there any such device which can be trusted to relay the message further for you without and being trusted enough so that you know that in between no breach of security that happened, but seems
I think about the network.
yes.
Yes, in theory.
Okay, so just in theory, okay.
And in laboratories, but not converting this. So at the moment, those networks are all trusted node networks, so you have to trust the person you deal with as well. Because this can be put up there and trust the node. If your commercial user base is not what you want, and there's something called a quantum repeater, which allows you to forward a quantum signal.
And is the security diminished by the number of jumps you are making?
The quality of the signal gets diminished.
So it does.
It does, and now the quantum file is not gained. So if you just send a signal, you usually get exponential scaling with the distance, it's called numbers there, no? And you can get into a polynomial scaling. So if you send with enough overhead, you can still get exponential scaling for long.
I had a question, but I want to look at quantum as a concept. Um, from what I saw until now, I'm really looking into the field like it's building the quantum field based on what it was before, based on all the assumptions that we are looking at how things were done before, and quantum is adapting to that. But does quantum get looked at in a way in which it may revolutionize the way previous work was done altogether? So none of this would be none of the things that we set as status quo right now would be available in a quantum world.
I would always see quantum as a natural extension of what we have. And at least mathematically, I could write this down and would make results. Yeah? So some basic logical rules of the universe are still valid in quantum. For example, you cannot communicate faster than light. Yeah? So all statements like two things are influencing each other instantaneously. This is not working in quantum. Yeah? You can do other correlations, you can do other things, you can do things on top of what you can do, but it's like revealing a little bit more of the functionality of the world. I don't know. I think it's getting to those topics, right?
Yeah, it does.
I want to ask regarding Europe PCI. Our university was also part of Romanian National Quantum Computing Infrastructure project. Yeah. But I want to say that in our case, the hardware connection doesn't arrive to Sibiu because it's hard to arrive to Sibiu. Usually Bucharest, Constanța, Craiova.
No infrastructure.
The infrastructure hardware. But considering your expertise, university expertise from Hanover, from a little bit from ULBS or some others, how could be the first, let's say, steps that we can do together with you, your group, or your university, either to QKB, either to PQC? How do you see
the first steps
to connect
okay,
our?
yeah. So, okay, because I'm a theorist, so I cannot go to that end, or I cannot go to the ground and fix some new fiber. We have those people in Canada. Let's talk about the later on more details.
Argentina is very good.
But analyzing systems. Okay, when you say it's hard to build infrastructure, I think this is a very good question, or a very good research question. Right? So,
it was also in Romania created between some important points the hardware infrastructure to the Romanian national computing infrastructure. But as you said, and also it's a step forward for communication in the future. So starting with research and then continuing with that. But we can detail more, or let's say this is just the beginning of collaboration.
but my guess from being here for some time, I think the fiber communication infrastructure in Romania is much better than
Yes. From Deutsche Bank.
I would like to think about the players. For this infrastructure, we need fiber optics that is continuous, so we don't have anything from one node to another node. So if we need to communicate with you guys, we need just one fiber, then we have speakers like
yeah. Repeaters are digital. Because what are the repeaters doing? A repeater is looking what signal is coming in, taking it, reading it out, amplifying, sending it back again. But this is exactly what an attacker would do. Yeah? So when you're using repeater, you're basically breaking the security of the device, and the device is very good for that. So instead of repeaters, you can do trusted nodes. Yeah? It's a little bit unsatisfactory, but this is what we are doing. So you have a special rack in the server room with a special box around it. Quantum fiber goes in, quantum fiber goes out, and then you have a repeater inside that you trust. And now you have to trust the telecommunication provider that this box is being set.
Okay, so we can use old fiber optics. You don't need to actually create a new one from different.
Yeah. So this is a lot of research. Or this was a very important research topic. It's good when you have a dark fiber of super high quality. This is how you reach 1,000 kilometers in length with a fiber on the head. But also you want to do it at telecom base length with realistic fiber. Some small story. I was in a conference 2 months ago, and there was some group from Greece presenting a study on. They had fiber hanging on telephone poles in the free space. And how do commercial QKD devices react to this? Because well, you have fiber on telephone poles, so when you convert a signal and this will take the fiber. And still there you can do something. It's not good, but you can.
You can get used. So you don't need to have a fiber for different Sibiu, but you can know as you can use it.
Yeah, this is very well solved. Otherwise, it's not practical.
That's going to take it closer to the commercial and to the general public. So that's reusing existing infrastructure. However, especially for research for proof of concept, that type, new fresh that fibers are going to be the starting point. It's, if you want, I think I can make a nice little parallel to the beginnings of localized area networks. If you remember, or who here remembers or knows what LAN T1 means. It was a connection based on a coaxial cable, and you needed a terminator. So if your computer was not connected to, or you weren't having it powered on, you would need to unplug it and put a terminator so that the entire network wouldn't fail. So this is basically the so you can make an equivalent to it and say this is your trusted node now, and basically also you could connect to this network very easily, like you just needed a set of pliers and a new DNC connector, and that's it. T-joint and you're done. So in some way, from an infrastructure point of view, we've been down this path, just at a different speed and a different quality of signal, like making the coaxial cable is incredibly cheap and it's very easy to lay, while optical fiber is on the other spectrum altogether because you need to be careful not to break it, not to twist it, the welds need to be perfect, etc. And I think it's a challenge because from a technical point of view, you always have to try to consider the new paradigm using whatever you know from the past, from previous experience, and then also incorporating everything which is coming out of research, right? All the novelty. And combining all these factors, I'm pretty sure, I mean, even with repeaters and with, creating new hardware, I'm pretty sure that we will find then new challenges, right? We'll always, for a new piece of hardware or for a new piece of software which is invented, then someone else comes and finds a vulnerability at 0 day. So I think it's going to be an ongoing process, and it will take some time and definitely a lot of forward investment overall, right? It's going to take some time before these investments actually turn out to become again dirt cheap. So also to try to answer the question, I think that this is the problem space that we are addressing now, right? We have to see what solutions we can apply to this problem space. We have to see what would be a good use case that would allow for such interconnects to be added or to be created. If it's for philosophical reasons, then I'm sorry, I want to bring everybody here. Yeah.
Because I heard you the last 2 days talking about blockchain, AI, talking about knowledge to people. Now I'm wondering because all these topics are already being out there in the world. But for you guys that are working in the fine line of the final frontier, okay, what would be the next generation of revolution and groundbreaking technologies after this kind of thing? Do you have any insight on this kind of thing? Because I'm, we are stuck with a lot of information on this blockchain, Web3, and then all this. But what is beyond that? Is there anything that you guys go around with your thoughts and maybe small groups of people talking about?
And if someone starting answer what will be the next big thing, and, I don't know. I'm an expert on it, and I know
Which is
myself,
amazing anyway.
I can only speculate on that.
Fair enough. That's it.
Regarding communication, so the internet works now with the protocol GPS. This is the first question. I do not understand that some other people talk about this hybrid approach, also classical and harmful. I do not really understand how this will work. So this is two separate things.
For communication?
Yes,
Or
communication.
for communication?
Yes. Because also you said this is a new network. So we I have like 2G and 3G, two separate, right? Like separate frequencies. How is the communication?
Yeah, so GPS depends on QoS.
Yeah.
QoS would, QoS is looking RSA, and this will be replaced by QoS is looking at. So this would be one part.
So replace is one completely.
And now you can ask, okay, what do I send with post-quantum? Yeah, and you could combine it with a physical layer QKD line.
It's basically, let's say, complementary. One second. PQC part is the software part, right? The algorithm, they have AS, RSA, ECC. Okay, those are ineffective, so they need to be replaced with post-quantum algorithms. Dilithium, hardware, dilithium, Falcon. That's the algorithm part, the oversimplification of the topic, right? The software. And the physical layer, QKD, is the hardware part, right? how do you assure trusted nodes? How do you assure that you don't have, for example, vulnerabilities for hunting in the middle attack, for men in the middle, whatever it's called?
So, take a to improve it will put the cover. And now you send via PKD subscription. Maybe you can start with car. And how you will let go? Because they have the other to say, I don't think I don't know. Okay.
You need to put your seatbelt on for the airbag to deploy. Realistically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, adding to that, if I want to watch a YouTube video by a secure connection, would I conceptually, would I do the key exchange via QKD, but would I watch the YouTube video by the desktop channel or also by the same common channel that I already distributed the key on that?
That's what the paranoia.
Okay. But how much can you get with you ask like if I say it's too hard to do the video transfer via the same channel with the QKD stuff, right? Does it bring me anything that you QKD but then before anything by classical channel?
Now you have to find some trust in that. So what you can do, you can create a key, and then you can use this key for symmetric encryption. Take AES with a long key. And now you have to trust AES, which is basically where you have to trust that robot is good, but there's nothing much better than robot. Which I know what to do. How to find those good to trust that there's no exponential speed up for search problems. And this is how things are done today.
So you combine, I need to use them if I understand post-quantum cryptography after the key exchange, right? So you can do the key exchange quantumly to be sure that nobody intercepts it. And then the decryption code or the encryption code could be based on post-quantum cryptography.
You can also do P2C for the P2C is a public key. So you can take your P2C communication and secure it via Q.
That is what I was thinking. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
And this is I think the public one.
Yeah, okay.
And
We have a very good with the input. So on my phone, I have the banking application right now.
Yeah.
After accounting, my application will be upgraded, new encrypted, and I will keep my phone, I will keep my application, or what will change?
for phone,
Yes.
well, I think for phone you will do P2C and you won't have a special hardware for your phone.
Unless you have your own satellite network.
Yeah.
Just for it.
Own, right.
Yes, unless PQC will be, and this is what I mentioned. So today in phones you have it rolled out in some applications. The best example that I can think of is iMessage on iMessage. This is already there. So your messages with iMessage are already encrypted using
The quantum is a long-term security.
Yeah.
So if you have successfully established a quantum link, you know that you have to specific level. Yeah. So you know whatever you send via those links will be secure for all people. This is maybe more information for banking information, but if you want to connect some root server, like you have bigger infrastructure, you want to connect some military side, something. We are maybe want to connect to the ECP, right? They're there as well.
This again comes all back to the SNDN type of attack, so now decrypt layer. So if bad actors download massive databases, this is like searching back also what's going on. You get a huge database of information. It is encrypted by AES RSA. Okay. When you have a strong enough quantum computer, you can decrypt that database very easily and you can access information. While the information itself may be old, maybe you would say at first hand irrelevant, these are two vectors. One, the likelihood, and this is also what Rene was explaining, right? The the extrapolation of strong enough quantum computers, and second is the effect. If you have enough data points of any person, you can establish other things. You don't need the data points of the money in your bank account, but you can have maybe spending habits, living habits, travel habits, all sorts of other pieces of information, medical history, what is the next cool disease and stuff like that. These are all important and they build this picture. It's being used in social media today, right? So online, what's it called? The online profile, what data brokers use. That online profile is basically a huge collection of data points about you, user 1579993,000,006. And this is a major point because it helps doing the switch to PQC algorithms today already, right? Even if they're not foolproof, maybe, I don't know, in 2, 3, 5 years, someone else will say, hey, Kyber or, the lithium fixed it. So it's about, being prepared. You can, at your home network, have a password for Wi-Fi 12345 6. You can, but it will be very easily resolved. It's the same also, switching to PQC. Can do it sooner, establish some means of protection so that when technology is evolved already, you don't have to face the most basic problem, but you can increase the difficulty. This is again also something that is being applied to the automotive industry, so in vehicles, so that they don't get stolen by simple mistake of just using an antenna, reading out the signature from your key and then repeating it to the car. You want to basically add a layer of protection so that someone couldn't hack your car, wirelessly or I don't know. If it's an AD, an autonomous vehicle, we don't want to be sitting in the robo taxi and then someone else just saying, hey, let's play what do you call it? Yeah, that's Carmageddon, exactly. Thank you.
I have one more question. Sorry. So I work in the government. My question is, what can we estimate the complexity to apply the PPC on the whole functional domain or the whole the A domain over such something? Can we estimate that? Can we do it in, I don't know, 1 month, 1 year?
I don't know, time needed for it.
Yeah.
It is impossible. I'm not sure about the other requirements for if you are informed correctly, people will make your communication potentially slower.
Yes.
You have to send more data. And depending on what you use, like we have to check the use, so there could be very long
they exchange it, post get request. Yeah.
And for me, this is very exciting. I could talk about, I was telling about this small medium company type center. This is the actual question companies to have, right? For what application, what type of P2P algorithm should I use? Yeah? Maybe it's not critical to send more data for a certain application, maybe for other applications it's exactly because embedded hardware will not even be able to do it. So
I can think in the automotive industry, for example, size matters in the sense that you can't add a lot of flash memory just because you have a huge signature to accommodate for, right? So you have a simple door control unit, imagine that just controls, the lock, the window, and maybe a seat or mirror buttons. And that has to be very cheap. It has to be dirt cheap, but it also has to be secure enough so that I don't get into the vehicle exploiting the simplest device. In that case, you will probably not do that many over-the-air updates for your door over the lifetime of your vehicle, I don't know, 8, 10, 15 years somewhere in this interval. But at the same time, we want to be able, if needed, to secure those images with a good enough signature, with a decent signature. So there will always be I think it will always be a trade-off at some point. It's the same as in your example, Rene, with, communicating over a long distance without interruptions or slower speed versus shorter distance with a higher speed. It will be the same also when I'm pretty sure that in consumer electronics as well, because I mean, at some point, I think you will get for a couple of gigabytes of system image for your operating system, hash of maybe, I don't know, one half a gig or something like that. So that would be kind of unpractical. If 10% of your entire system image is just the signature, then you have a problem. And third, you have to think about the actual update process itself. Usually, update processes have to be, in any type of device, they have to be efficient and fast. So why fast? Because imagine you have a TV, you're doing an update, and while the device is updating, there's a quick power glitch. You don't have a UPS at home, I'm assuming, or maybe you have batteries, right? So a short power down, power up could render your TV or your laptop or whatever useless. Now, imagine instead of a 1,000 euro TV or a 1,000 euro phone, you are talking about a $100,000 car. You know, it's not economically viable, and then you have to go take it back to the dealer. The people inquire of it. So update processes tend to be very fast, and even if they say don't unplug, like with your laptop, it says please don't unplug. You still in your laptop, you still have your battery. The same kind of principle you have to apply to anything else. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that at some point it will it will curve, the distribution will curve back down, and we will take a walk, and then we'll just have to find something else. In the case of your question, the entire domain or an entire domain of the country, I don't know if it, first of all, if it makes sense, to do that. What's the economic benefit,
If it's not secure anymore, why would I use it then? Yeah, that's the big question.
I think for the moment, what can you secure in the sense that quantum computers are expensive, right?
Mm-hmm. Not technology, yes, it is.
Yeah. And do you think that the Chinese government wants to see your technology? Maybe not. To depends.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is like a kind of security. So there's no ultimate security, and one has to judge part of attack versus part of protection.
Okay, I would just like to briefly invite my colleagues who have presented already here. I would like to join me just, maybe if you have one last question. Or any other final thoughts? Maybe, Marian, you touch Mr. Projector? Maybe then we just take a couple of pictures.
Maybe.
Quanto a text. Andrea, would you like to join us?
At least for the gender
Yeah.
balance at least.
This in the middle, of course. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
20 minutes of coffee break, yes, and then continue with the hope with lots of news and potential future opportunities. So we continue with the education panel that even if it is the last, I consider with the same importance because first of all, we are academia and we need to educate young generation. But as we can see in this panel, there are other entity or community partners or business partners that are involved in education and they want to put the basis of skills or upskilling employees that are not younger students. So this process probably will continue until the retirement. I have the pleasure to have six speakers in this panel, and first one is Mr. Bogdan George Karp, who is the program manager of Cyber Edu. He will present the trends and platform for efficient upskilling from personal growth to collective impact. And I leave him to present, and thank you very much that you joined to our event.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I'm glad to be here. Thanks for the invitation at Sibiu Innovation Days. My name is Karp Bogdan, and right now I'm Programs Manager at CyberEdu. What I will be talking about today is trends and platforms for efficient upskilling, but I want to present this issue from a personal growth idea to collective impact and what I'm doing today. First of all, I would like to start a little bit with the status quo of the education today in our country. A lot of technologies are emerging. There are a lot of new technologies that we talk about today, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and a lot of new stuff that's coming in. And for example, this year, at the beginning of the scholar year, I was part of meeting with the teachers of informatics in Bucharest. And at that meeting, one of the teachers said that sadly, right now we cannot keep track with the new technologies. So that's why we have decided to become guides for our students and to let you, talking about us, the organization that are organizing different type of CTFs, events, hackathons, and such on, to provide them with the technical know-how. Given that, I want to present my personal story first of all, and how I am an effect of upskilling and these types of platforms. I'm from Râmnicu Sărat, from Buzău, a small city in Romania. And during my high school years, I had the opportunity, I was passionate about informatics, and my informatics teacher told me at some point during my 9th grade, do you want to go to this conference? I don't know what's really about. I just heard about it, talking about DevCamp. And if you want to go, I can support you. I can help you go there and have fun. He didn't told us anything about it. The only thing that was mentioned was the name of the event, the period in which it happened, and what the topic would have been about, cybersecurity. And given that, we went there and we continue going to DevCamp until our 12th grade. And even though we didn't know anything about that topic, it was really important for us as young pupils to be exposed to those kind of technologies, to be exposed to those kind of people talking about technical capabilities, and to understand what would be my goal after I finish high school, after I finish my degrees, and how should I shape my professional life going forward. Afterwards, about a year later, I also entered robotics team in my high school. It was like a small club at the first. We were in the at -1 in our high school building. There was not a lot of light. There was not a lot of air in that room, but somehow we managed. and we tried to do the networking with other people in other high schools, in other countries even. And it was really important for us to do that to have that kind of platform available to us and to be exposed to that networking and communication with other people in other countries and in other cities to understand what are they doing, how are they evolving, and how can you grow opportunities in a small cities where usually a lot of the young generations don't have the chances and don't have the paths set towards them to realize that they can go in a technical field, that they can have an impact on a whole society at some point. Given that, I would like to talk about the challenges of education today. And I found this very interesting graph made by Eurobarometer. It's a survey made on cybersecurity experts. And what I found really interesting about this is that the main challenge of education in the field today in Europe, and I think this applies, I think we can extrapolate a little at a global level. Most of the companies, there were about 800 companies in total that I think were surveyed in this study. The bigger the company, the more difficult it was for them to finding the right employees with the right skills. And those right skills can be two subjects, either technical skills or soft skills. The survey doesn't really show that. And the other points were obstacles for administrative burden and limited access to finance. But given the fact that the most important challenge is finding employees with the right skills, I think it's safe to say that all of the companies are interested in investing in education and investing in the younger generations to develop those skills that are needed for the industry in the future. The second slide is from IS2C. It's a global study on cybersecurity and the force gap that is needed right now all over the world. And in Europe, there are over approximately 4,000 specialists needed, given the new surface attack vectors like artificial intelligence and the evolving world of quantum computing, for example. And at the global level, there are 4 million, 5 million people needed. I don't know if this questionnaire is visible. On this questionnaire, the cybersecurity specialists were asked what is their opinion and how do they situate themselves on different questions. And there are a lot of questions right there. One of them is, in your opinion, where do you find yourself positive or negative when you get into these aspects? And the one that is the most important would have been there is a need for people with all level of competence in cybersecurity, meaning that we don't not only need experts, we need cybersecurity information in all of the fields that are affecting our lives. Because whatever we do, we are allowing new kind of threats into our lives, and that's a proper risk that is not good to have given how big cyber 2024, and this was before the new LLM models were appearing, like Gemini 2.5 or GPT-5, and this shows the question was posed that 51% of the responders somehow or completely agree that non-technical skills will be more important for cybersecurity professional in an AI-driven world. This could be debated on a lot of many levels, but what this goes to say is you don't really need, we don't only need soft skills, we also need technical skills, but technical skills without soft skills are also not that big of a deal, because you have to have a complete person as a whole to build it and to be part of a society as a process in itself. And on the other slide are some emerging fields, what non-hiring managers and hiring managers are looking for as domains. For example, cloud computing security, security engineering, and so on. So given that this is the context at the level, I want to go a little bit further on what my process was. So after I finished high school, I entered university, and in that university, my first 2 years were a little bit disappointing in the fact that being a high school student that was really passionate about robotics and being part of DevCamp and seeing communities being active, it was also during the pandemic, and that was a really important factor also. But I wanted to get into hackathons, but hackathons for the electrical and hardware field, because I didn't really saw hackathons in that field. And I was really passionate about that field. And so as I didn't find any, I created one. And I created Electron, which was a hackathon and is a hackathon at its fourth edition. It will be next year, which is focused on hardware hacking, but for students. And the main important thing is not the hackathon itself. It was the feedback of all my same grade students that after they were part of this hackathon, they come to me and said, "Oh, that's very nice. It was a lot of fun, even though I didn't win. But the most important aspect was for them that they learned about a new field and they wanted to pursue that field further. They learned about the fact that there was a challenge with Android and the forensics on Android, and it was really amazing to them how after they learned some topics on how to create a database or something like that in the faculty on a theoretical level, to seeing also how the unsecured code could allow an attacker to see in the phone. It created that goal for them in mind. It created that opportunity for them to build upon that. And because of that, after I created my hackathon, the hackathon was hosted on CyberEdu. And today I'm working at CyberEdu after I created my hackathon. And I am part of multiple projects that are creating this exact field for education. On an educational program that is targeted towards students, I am part of the National Olympiad in Cybersecurity. I am also part of Romania Cybersecurity Challenge, and we sustain those activities at CyberEdu. I am also managing the Unbreakable program, and we are evolving that program. On the next slide, we'll see the progression of how many people are getting into the Unbreakable field each year, and also Electron. And also CyberEdu as a platform, because that's what's important at the base. We're talking about platforms and how to do upskilling efficiently. On CyberEdu, we can host all of those programs, even though they are hardware hacking, even though they are cybersecurity. All of those types of challenges can be hosted in some way or another on that type of platform. On the other side, we have a community conference or an event for business, academia, and also students that were like me and getting for the first time in the field. DevCamp as a community event. All of the challenges, for example, in DevCamp at the hacking village, including car hacking events, SCADA systems, AI-driven models, they are also hosted on this platform. And at a further level, next, after you finish your high school, university, you are entering the field. And for that matter, we are part of a project called Sarah's Range. And in that project, we are delivering trainings for people that are working in the public sector or in other sectors like the public ones, transport, health. And I am actively seeing people learning a lot of stuff at different types of experience, at different types of age. And it's really assuring to me that all of the people not taking care of age are having the same exact issues when they learn a new thing. All of them are like, okay, so what do I do now? I need guidance. We need to have a system that is standardized for learning, because what I found the most disappointing from my own personal experience was that the system does not really teach you how to learn. It only teaches you how to do stuff and memorize stuff, but it's really important to teach people how to learn new topics and how to be curious about new topics. And the fact that you tell a person once, go to this thing, or you can do this thing with this type of technology, it's really important because you create the opportunity and you create the seed in the person's mind to develop that field. Last year, with Unbreakable, we had an idea that we should create local events, and that was a very important move because usually when you learn stuff, you are doing it on your own. But at some point, you have to have you have to have a sense of community. You have to see that there are other people that are trying to learn besides you a topic or another. And with Unbreakable local events, what we try to create using our platform for upskilling, we try to bring the event closer to the people. In each location, we had 7 locations in the whole country, and we are trying to get that further this year also. And there are a lot of new people, around 60%, there were in total 500 students that were coming to the local events, and around 60% of them were newcomer in the field of CTFs and cybersecurity. Another thing that we also did to use our platform on our Discord server, we started doing monthly meetings, and it was really important for me to see that a lot of people are coming and were asking questions about. There were students in their second degree at masters. There were people that were finished with all their studies. There were high school people, and all of them were asking, how can I learn doing cryptography? How can I learn doing porn? Where can I learn all of these stuff? And it was important to have a community where you can ask those things. It's important to have a platform that supports this kind of sharing the knowledge and sharing the passion to learn new stuff. The growth of the cyber educational program that is important and having these platforms is the following from 2020 to 2025. At the beginning, there were about 500 students, and right now we are reaching almost 1,500 students in Unbreakable. And also the Olympiad in cybersecurity is growing strong. These are the people that were at the regional phase in cybersecurity. In the first edition, it were like 500 people. Last year were like 800 people in total, approximately. And these numbers are growing. And to grow them even more, what's needed to be done there is to create this platform and to evolve new trends. Why I'm saying to evolve to new trends is because to create resilience at the national level, to have your grandparents, parents learn about their digital environment and to learn about education, most of the stuff comes from learning new things as a children and bringing them home and explain them to your parents. And that's done by breaking the bubble and trying to get the platform to be as friendly as possible and to be as accessible as possible to new people in the field also. So what we are doing right now, we are trying to gamify the platform that we are using. We are developing new type of systems like badges, reward system to keep the people engaged. Essentially, what social media is doing to us, right? Creating that's that type of system, but in a healthy way, focusing that into learning new technologies. We are continuously building on the cross-sector learning because the same type of scenario that we have for an attack and defense or for learning a new type of challenge can be used even for high school students, even for academia, even for the public sector, even if they are twice the age of a high school student. It's also important to understand that as software levels up, also hardware has to level up, because if you have a system that's secure only on a software level, you can easily access it on the hardware level. So it's important to have those fields merged together and to keep the technologies in mind that both of them have to be evolving. And in both of those fields, we have to understand how the system works. And also, learning is a lifelong skill that you have to develop. And it's really important to learn for the whole for your whole life. And we have to embrace new technologies like artificial intelligence, not to give them away and to say that they are not good for usage and that is your mind, because if you do that, prohibition is in many cases the worst idea you can have. So integrating AI, but integrating it in such a way that it provides learning steps and not blockages where if you don't use AI, you cannot go further. It's a really important thing to do because it teaches and grows that type of seeds into the people that we're affecting with all of those programs. And in the end, as a conclusion, my personal conclusion is that education goes beyond memorizing information. It's about cultivating your skills and strategic skills and critical thinking skills, because if you have those type of skills cultivated, you can put your mind and learn any new topic and technical topic that you want in the future. That would be my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bogdan. First of all, congratulations for your presentation, and I may say that most of, let's say, your findings, I can confirm from different sources. Also, regarding a comparison between the number of students, the pupils that are going to Olympic Games or in cybersecurity, this is force limited by the government, and as for in cybersecurity, this is force limited by the government. And as I understood, news that they want to reduce the cost and also the number of the participants. So in future, but this cannot, let's say, block such of initiative. But in my opinion, to increase the rate of adoption of such initiative to upskilling in cybersecurity, AI, or others, should be, how to say, put in the centralized, but not centralized necessarily, but at the in the curricula of pupils, and how your initiative, and not only yours, because we will hear also other lectures. How, did you, or how could you go to the ministry to in such a discussion to explain, because these are coming from people who understand changing the mindset, changing the curriculum. But if they are not put it in the facts by the decision maker, will be difficult efforts where somebody stay in few people or in few stakeholders.
To raise the field as a curricula, you have to have the problem explained very point by point. And because it's such a hard system to get into and to adapt a new curricula, because it takes a lot of years, the technology will be changing after that immediately. The most important thing that I think we can do is to support this kind of initiatives, not only these, all of the initiatives that are working towards educational purposes, and to form a combined force and to go with that combined force and to explain, look, all of these people, there are numbers that want to provide these fields. There are people that are ready to embrace this kind of technologies, and we want to adopt them because we want to keep up. We want to be at the front of technologies. We don't want to be late adapters to the field. We want to keep up, and we want to realize the importance for our younger generations, because it's very important to not only for being a professional in this field, but for our personal life, because it can be affected in so many ways by all these new emerging technologies. And there are a lot of countries near us. For example, Ukraine has in their curricula from fourth grade integrated what a digital persona is, and understanding basic concepts about cybersecurity. And we are working towards that goal. But essentially, the more people that are there and are putting pressure to get to that goal, the better it is.
And need a meeting with Mr. Daniel David, no?
Yeah.
Okay, please, Radu, please allow Mrs. Fiona talk. Thank you very much. This is a good news, but I'm afraid that in Romania also it's very Sibiu. We are in the Transylvania said that are moving very slow, but in Romania comparing with other slow and unslow. Please.
There is a deficit of 4.7 million. What do you think the AI is going to do to this deficit? What's the impact of AI?
A very good question. Last year in 2023, there is also this study available. The number was smaller with like 500,000. And because AI and new circuit attack appeared, and it introduced a lot of vulnerabilities. For example, zero-click vulnerabilities with Gemini in your email, and your calendar will be available publicly anywhere. The need for experts in the field increased, and it will continue to increase because vibe coding is now a thing, and there are a lot of new studies that show the vulnerabilities that vibe coding implies, and not understanding the basic functionalities or how to develop secure code or how to develop secure architecture for our projects would imply that will be a need for more type of projects to protect those kind of stuff. So that's good for perspective to have more business to protect, but that's bad for the personal need of the people and for the fact that we are exposed to a lot more dangers. As the talk earlier mentioned, that there are even more data points about our behaviors online that were before. Please.
I have a question regarding the learning curves. At the beginning of your presentation, you stated your own personal learning curve. How do you personalize these learning curves for your students so as not to skip over the trends?
What I'm trying always to explain to the people that I'm reaching in all of my projects is that most of the fields nowadays will be interconnected. Even if you are going into medicine, you'll also have maybe some kind of application in informatics, or you'll have to protect your patient's data. Even if you are going into sociology, you will also have a need to protect those kind of data, and you will be impacted about social media. So what I'm trying to always do is only to have a global view of stuff. If people want to go further into that domain, for my perspective would be I encourage them always to do that. But the most important thing is only exposure to the field. Only if you mention a small idea, what can be done, and present it in a clever way so it doesn't feel that big. So only to raise the curiosity, it's a very important thing, and it can change the perspective of a student. That's what it did in my case, for example. I was passionate about a domain, and someone at some point told me, you can go to this conference. It's really cool. And that's all it took to change and to create a new path. And it's important to create this kind of paths. It's important to share the knowledge, because if you don't share the knowledge, then other people will not have the chance to be exposed to that field also.
Thank you. There are other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Bogdan. Now I invite Viorel Bota for the second presentation. Okay, thank you very much, Viorel, that you want to share again from your experience. Was very insightful 2 years ago, I think. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, let's see this first. Okay. So, the talk today is about AI in the learning process, and it's a use case that I'm going to present, and I'm going to talk about the context as well a little bit about myself. I'm software engineer as a background, and I'm also passionate about education. And on the education space, I'm mentor with Școala Informală de IT, which is helping adults upskill with Școala Informală de IT, which is helping adults upskill their knowledge and learn new things so they can stay in the rhythm with all the changes that are coming and be relevant in the future job market. And another thing that I'm really passionate about is the Little Dragons Coder Dojo, where we help children learn about tech in a way that it's engaging, right? And in a way that creates and enhances their interest towards innovation and technology. So that's in short about me. And about Little Dragons Coder Dojo, we started in 2018 with a dream that we can offer children an environment where they could play with technology and they could learn about technology in a friendly manner, so they don't get scared about technology. Technology becomes something that they use and that is easy for them to apply and to understand, and not something that is difficult, like, I don't know, a subject matter that they don't really understand. So we're not talking about math, we're talking about using technology in a constructive manner. And that's about Little Dragons Coder Dojo. And about the context. So the context today is that there's this myth lying somehow around about the digital native young people that are somehow already acquainted with technology. They know how to use it and how to harness its power in order to be productive and relevant. And there are several studies that proven that this is actually a myth. And there's a difference between a person that knows how to consume technology. I mean, they have a phone, they know how to interact with ChatGPT or other AI models, they know how to go online, do a Google search, and the actual need that they have when they have to implement a project or work with Excel and do some calculation, right? So there's this difference between consuming technology and using technology to be productive, right? To create something. And there are several studies, and the study has shown that this is true for young children, this is true for students, this is true for adults, right? And there are even studies done by the European market, the digitalization, the Eurostat statistic, which say that 90% of people have access to the internet, right, and to digital tools. But then when you're talking about literacy, about using those digital tools to be productive, the percentage is much smaller, so it's 56%, as you can see. So the idea is that we put these devices, the phones, the laptop, the tablets, smart TVs, smartwatches, we put them in the hands of our children, but few of us actually teach them how to use those tools. And what they end up doing, creating TikTok videos, going online, watching YouTube, which is, again, consuming through technology, which is really easy to be doing and not really using technology to their benefits, to produce something, to be productive. So that's what we see as the gap between the technology that our children use and the technology that they understand. This is true for children. As I mentioned, this is a case study, but this is true also for adults, right? If you look around us, I think we here in a room are in a bubble where we maybe understand this issue, but if we go outside this bubble and see a lot of cases where they consume of people that they consume technology, even adults, but they don't really understand how they can use them to be more efficient, to be more productive. And we rely on schools to roll out this information, but as Bogdan mentioned in the talk previous to this, is that curriculums can't keep pace with the change. I mean, if we're talking about students and about university, of course, there's a lot being done, and there's always discussions about how can you bring the new information into the courses. But if you're talking about high schools, if you're talking about primary schools, the things look completely different, right? And I had a talk with a kid at one point. He was in 6th grade. He knew how to write C# codes, right? And C++. And I was asking, where did you get this information? Where do you know? Where did you learn to do this? At school? And he said, no. At school, we're learning how to power on the PC, we're open the browser, and Google something on the internet. That was the curriculum in 6th grade, right? So there's a gap. The curricula can't keep up. It can't adapt fast enough to what our children need because of inertia. So we set up it with Little Dragon Scholar Dojo to help change this, right? So we created this Little A Dragons program, and the objective was especially to help children demystify AI, to understand what's behind ChatGPT, what's behind these AI models that they're all using, or the smartphone application that they're using. The program we delivered involved 45 children, 9 hands-on workshops, and 4 different AI tools that we managed to use in order to help children understand more about AI. So we started with the first problem that we have with the Dragon Scholar Dojo. I forgot to mention, our activity is completely free. The children don't pay, the mentors don't pay. We get our spaces from benefactors in Sibiu, and the volunteers just come for the love of it, right? For the passion and work with the children to help them understand different topics. So one of the things that we're always lacking is mentors. So what we did this year, we talked to some students. In the end, 9 students showed interest to become mentors, but then there was the question, do they themselves have a good enough understanding about AI so they can teach the children? And some of them did, some of them don't. So what we did, with the help of Școala Informală de IT, we trained them, right? So Școala Informală de IT was kind enough to provide training for our mentors, and the mentors learned about generative AI, LLMs, neural networks, about image classification, prompt engineering, training data sets, and so on. So with the help of this program from Școala Informală de IT, we trained the mentors. Once we have the mentors trained, the question was, what do you teach children, right? Because you cannot talk about mathematical models to children within the range, the age group of 9 to 14 years old. So what we decided to do is that we're not going to talk about the mathematical models, we're going to talk about the concepts between AI and make it in the way that they can interact with this concept, so make something tangible so they can understand it better, right? Through games, because that's what children like, games. So in the end, we ended up with this curriculum, which was an introduction to how do you get the training data set. So the first step before you train models is to get the data set. How do you get the data set? Because the data sets have to reflect the world around you. And there we use some Lego kits that we had in order to teach them about what is a sensor, right? What is a movement sensor? What is a camera, and how machines can see the world around them and perceive the world around them, and then how they can give feedback back, how they can show information through a display, how they can move in order to provide feedback to the user. And this was important because it showed children that the data that you're using to train your AI models can only be as good as the tools you're using to collect data, right? So this was the first workshops we did. The second one was about teaching kids about training data sets. And here we used this teachable machine tool, and we did image classification. So basically they were showing some images and they were training AI models on recognizing those images. And there, through these sessions, we got a chance to explain them about preparing your data sets, right? How clean is your data set? What happens with a model when the data is unclean? What happens if you don't have a good distribution of the training data that you're providing to the teachable machine, right? And we were able to have these discussions with them. They were like teaching the teachable machine to recognize a hat. And then we were asking, how about if you put another hat? Does it still recognize that it's a hat? Or maybe it says it's a ball, or maybe it says it's something else, right? And we did it through this with the teachable machine. Then we went a step forward and we decided to use MIT App Inventor and to show them how you could put these models on a mobile device, right? And go around and recognize certain objects. And then we could show them the difference between one mobile device and another mobile device and the accuracy that they provided because they had these different cameras. So we use this with MIT App Inventor. And on the last workshops, we used the micro:bit to help them train another model, but this time the model was recognizing movement, right? And it was again about creating data sets, but this time not image data sets, but movement data set, because the microbit platform has this accelerator which can detect movement. And the idea was to show them that you don't necessarily have to have this AI model running on a laptop, on a server. You could have embedded models that run on an embedded system. Microbit is an embedded platform, and it can be taught to recognize patterns, right? And they had a lot of fun about doing aerobics and teaching the microbit devices on what happens if you do like this, or what happens if you jump around. And this was about teaching, but teaching models, but in the context of embedded devices. The impact. So what was the result? The children were very happy. They were excited about the programs, and the mentors were very happy about it. And they received good feedback, and they liked the interaction that they had with the kids. But I think that the most important thing from this slide to take away is the quantitative analysis, right? So 100% of the kids found the activities interesting, and 90% that they said that they would like to explore further, right? So given our limited resources, we were able to roll out the program to 45 children. We did 9 workshops, but they expressed interest in going further, right? And we encouraged them. The tools that we used are free tools. They were available online, and we encouraged them, okay, this is the program over, but you can take it to the next level. You can go at home, you can play with this technology, and you can use it on your own to learn more. And yeah, 55% of the parents said that the children were very interested in the subject. So that's about the program. Now, as a conclusion, I would like to highlight that the following information. The formal curriculum is struggling to keep up with the change, right? We see this in schools, but we also see this with companies. We see that businesses have problems keeping up with technological innovation, with AI development, and the employees of those businesses have the same problems. It's not just a problem with children, it's not just a problem with schools. And we need to keep up, right? Because the rest of the world is surely fighting to keep up with the changes and fighting to make use of those technological innovations in order to get advantage, get a business advantage, and to unlock competitiveness within the business market or within the job market. So we need to encourage this. And the possibility of change is within us, right? Within us, which are in this room, to create programs that can help children or adults keep up with technological changes and remain competitive in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonas. Very interesting. I invite you to questions, please, Paul.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I was looking together for the next generations, because when we look to the Chinese part of the world, where they train little kids 5 years old to use AI and tools that they create the next future jobs. So it's very important to do. I have 2 questions right now. Mainly, first of all, are you only local in the Sibiu area only, or you can expand somewhere else? And you can go with the training somewhere else, first of all. And second of all, do the children need to have minimum skills or abilities to use, like IT kind of skills to use, like minimum requirements for them to use the laptop or mobile as well? Because I want to talk to you later about this.
Yeah. So about the requirements for the children, they need to be able to read and to write in order to recognize the characters on the keyboard and be able to interact with the programs that we're using to teach. And in the rest, we take care of everything. We can take them from the basics up until software development in Python or JavaScript or something like that. About localization. So as I mentioned, we're completely dependent on volunteers. If we have volunteers that are willing to deliver this program within the vicinity of Sibiu, we can for sure do that. This year is the first year where, through a friend of mine, which was very interested in starting a similar activity, she called me and she asked me, can I come to Sibiu this summer? I want my kids to join the program. And I said, you're in Cluj, why don't you do the program in Cluj? So she started this program in Cluj. This week we're starting the second session in Cluj. The first session already used Scratch to teach them about programming basics, and now they're using Lego to teach them about robotics. So currently we're operating in Sibiu and Cluj, but again, we're limited to the volunteers that are willing to share the time with the children.
We have kind of curriculum, like a train the trainers program. We have a recipe that train the teachers, the volunteers, the basic skills that we need for this kind of project, and then they can teach in other parts of the country other children.
Yeah, we have the experience that is required to prepare the mentors. We're designing the programs according to the objectives that we want to achieve. And for example, now we wanted to discuss about AI, so we talked with Schola Informal IT, they provided the training, and we helped them define the curricula based on our previous experiences. So we define based on objectives.
So we have a similar thing in Norway. Called the kids are coding. But we also have some discussions from professional teachers that say that okay, it's a layman that is teaching this and they don't know about pedagogical methods and that kind of things. And kind of saying that they are the experts and this should be done in the school and not by volunteers. Have you had any similar reactions here, or is everything okay?
So there are two points to mention. Is one, the curricula in primary school is behind, as I mentioned, is not covering software development concepts at all. There are some schools that recognize this gap and they have their own programs. I can also volunteer for Karajale Coding Club, which is a coding club within the school from Sibiu, and I'm helping them define their curricula, and they're doing this as an after-school activity. Some parents, which are technically inclined, they come, they join us, and they help teach the children within that school about technology. And we had support from the director from the school and from some teachers from the school, but this is not something general, right? It's usually that teachers in primary school want to stick to their curriculum, and kind of that's it. And I currently haven't seen any initiative from the Ministry of Education to drive changing the curriculum in this direction.
Well, I would say I'm very impressed about what I'm hearing. So it's, I really think it's good that people like you are engaging into this very important thing. So don't misunderstand this. This is more a discussion between technology interested and those that are more to the teacher side. Things like you should have some pedagogical background to do it. But I think it's for me it's more like You go to the sports club and you play football with an amateur trainer and no one complains.
To complete the picture, I'm certified as a trainer by the national government, and I'm also teaching within the university where I'm inviting as a I think guest teacher or something like that within some programs. Yeah, invited.
It's not about you. You know, it's you said you some students and person, so it's as I said, I think that you should applaud volunteers that are doing this kind of jobs.
Thank you.
But just to complete a little bit, Viorel, unfortunately, at least in Sibiu, I don't know in other places, if the manager of the high school is afraid or reluctant to technology, won't see this. Even as Viorel said, we are in the bubble. We all of us understand. Unfortunately, this should be for everybody, not just for few. And my afraid is that this very good or skilled for future students maybe will also leave, I mean, not stay here. This is the problem because you need to have a full, let's say, supply chain for education. Otherwise, in some times they will see the opportunities that cannot fulfill here and leave and maybe no matter come back. Unfortunately.
Well, I think the schools should be much better on using volunteers from not only from technology but from different fields to make whatever industry more relevant. So that's my
The mechanism is good. I wanted to say implementation of the mechanism won't be it won't exist if the manager don't say yes, okay, we will do it. You have the support of director. That is okay. But what I want to say, unfortunately, you know. Other questions or please?
I have one. So you mentioned introducing kids to AI, which is absolutely great, demystifying it, treating it as a tool, not as a magic box. But I feel that there's a very slippery slope once a kid is introduced to AI, and more specifically LLMs, which can seem like magic boxes which solve everything. How do you teach kids that it's not a one magic box that fixes everything and that every single problem they may have, or in school or homework or anything like that? How do you teach them that it's not a solved box? It's not a brain replacement, but a tool that can help you think differently or approach different problem differently.
So the way we approach this, we talked exactly about this and about the fact that they need to understand that in the end this is a program which is trained on some training data, and the response that you get back is based on the training data, right? So it can be helpful within the context of the training data that it has, but you should also work on developing critical thinking. So not only use it as a tool, not using it as a magic wizard that answers all your questions, right? So we approach this by explaining to them, okay, these are the risks and these are the consequences of using it the right way or using it the wrong way. But as I mentioned right at the start, we need to explain to them how to use technology for their benefits. And because if we don't do that, they will for sure use it in a way that it's counterproductive for them.
Thank you very much, Viorel. Thank you very much. And now I invite you, Mrs. Ioana Albertot from Information School of IT to discuss about education transformation from testing to compliance, supercharging QA with cybersecurity. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for staying this late. This is Friday, right?
So we are going to talk a bit about one part of process in informal school of IT. Um, Regarding the cybersecurity needs, like Bogdan before said, there is a really large need of cybersecurity experts, and we've already seen that there are a lot of really technical programs where the kids and the students can learn really technical stuff. When I'm thinking about hacking or white hat hacking, I remember there is a CSI scene where there is an attack and there are two CSI agents that are writing on the same keyboard to try to stop the attacker, which doesn't make any sense. But moving forward, I'd like to show you a bit how we are thinking different programs to fill the gap without moving forward to other roles besides the really, really technical part. We also have programs for this. Okay, so talking about a little bit about me, I started my career in QA 15 years ago, and since then working in QA, compliance, management, and security. I'm with Informal School of IT for 10 years now, starting as a mentor, program manager, and now leading the B2B division. I'm also operation and compliance specialist at a company that I founded together with my husband, where we tackle different cybersecurity projects, and I'm mainly doing the operation and compliance part. Okay, and I'm also quality advocate for Quality Connect. It's what we are trying to do is bringing in front of the discussion the quality part and quality aspect of the entire product and company, IT company perspective. So, right, Informal School of IT is started in 12 years ago, when we saw the need of IT specialists, right? So since then, you know, the IT market evolved, and we now need upskilling, right? So you also may notice that there is a lot of noise at the testing. Jobs will be erased. There won't be any quality specialists in the future. The AI will do everything from now on. And as a cybersecurity specialist, when you hear that AI is doing something, you're not really sure about the results of it. So, when we are talking about security, right? 10 years ago, 15 years ago, security testing was part of the QA strategy. Right? It wasn't this elaborate like it is now, but it was always part of the QA strategy. So we have to consider from point zero the implications and the impact of a cybersecurity attack, and to see what we are going to do with, for example, business continuity in case of an attack. So we have the QA role, right, that now has to understand the business part of the project, the end user point of view when you are thinking about the product. So the QA is the go-to person when you're also trying to assess what the business impact will be if you have a security breach, for example. So, what we are thinking and what we are developing now, because it's a development stage, it's not finished yet, we try to create different programs for the now QAs in different companies to try to fill the gap of cybersecurity expert and compliance experts. So, as three important topics. Cybersecurity must shift left, so we have to consider cybersecurity from the business analysis phase, right from the beginning of the project, what we are going to implement, how will this affect end user, and regarding different standards or different laws and compliance needs, what we are going to do about them. Right in Romania, also we have now NIS2 compliance for different sectors. So if you are working for a specific sector that is under NIS2 law, you have to also consider how you going to make sure that you'll be compliant and moving forward with CRA Act, AI Act, and so on. So you have to think from the beginning. There will be less money spent if you try to find the possible issues from the beginning. Compliance isn't just a legal task, and now with compliance being more technical, you just can rely for the legal people to understand everything. Also regarding this too, we had different discussions with different legal experts. They are trying to make sure that different companies are compliant and so on, but they also need to understand the technical part of it, right? So it has to be a more there. Also, the technical people don't really understand how to read the law and how to see what is important there and what is not, and also how to apply it for your company or for your products because it's not universal. So there also has to be a merge between these two roles and discussion with two different departments, legal and IT, mainly cybersecurity. Also, QA teams can lead this transformation. We are talking a lot about how to stop the attacks, right? What different technologies we have to do that, but we also have to prevent it. And we know that around 80% of the attacks are social engineering. So, the man being again the weakest link in the chain. The awareness part of it, for the HR to know why it's important for the account of an employee that has been fired to be deleted and make sure that it doesn't have any chance to access resources or get inside the building and so on. It's really, really important. And the QAs are the most appropriate ones, in my opinion, to do that. Right? They have mentality about, but what if? What if I'm going to do that? What if I'm trying this? What if I'm trying that? So you can see that there are different paths and different knowledge, security knowledge that has to be taught in different departments of a company. I recently had a discussion with a cybersecurity specialist from a global company that said, if I'm going to see again an email with this kind of information about security, I'm going to go crazy, right? Because the same information goes to the entire company. Either if you are an HR person or a cybersecurity specialist or a manager, you get the same information, the same quiz about the same things. So you can get the HR that doesn't have any idea what this is meaning, or you can have a cybersecurity specialist that is bored with this kind of information and this quiz. So you have to have this transformation and the learning path for the entire company and for all the roles involved. So a few words about the Informal School of IT. Like I said, it was founded 12 years ago. in Cluj and then expanded in another cities. We started with reconversion programs for people that were working in another fields and reconvert themselves to IT fields. It was the market need at that specific time. But things evolved, the IT field evolved, changed, and now we are trying to also make this change, this shift, to provide more upskilling programs and more fit to need programs for different companies. And as well, we are trying to create different partnership with different other entities, private or public, to try to move forward with giving our information and our expertise to other fields. So not just IT, we are trying to see how we can help also the National Cybersecurity Directorate, and we are also discussing some collaborations with certification entities and so on. What we consider our main strength is the fact that we have practitioners, so we are not having just people that are I don't know, getting information about a specific topic, because you can have that online also, right? You can ask ChatGPT now, but you can also find the different information before. But our students are learning from example also, from real examples from our mentors, because if you think about it, you are upskilling people that are already working in the field. So, as Leo said earlier, or Bogdan, I think Bogdan, the system sometimes doesn't teach you how to learn, and doesn't teach you how to learn. And we saw that a great help is to learn by real practice and real examples. So a few words about our short and midterm goals. About this work in progress, as I said before. Some of the elements are already checked. So we already embedded cybersecurity and compliance awareness into our software testing and QI programs. They are already doing that. They are learning about security and how to apply it in QA field. We are trying to align our courses with emerging regulations, including NIS2 and GDPR updates, AI Act, and offer different tracks for transition, right? Like I said before. So this is mainly what I wanted to share with you. As I've said, this is just a track of what the school is doing. We are doing this for AI, for data also, and we try to see what is the need for the market and how to properly fill the gap. So we have first specialists, and so that we don't have so many people losing their jobs, but reconvert themselves and evolve. This is my LinkedIn profile. If you are thinking about a collaboration with us, we will be very happy to discuss. And if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joanna. Please, I invite you to some questions.
Although I teach for 10 years, I'm still nervous when talking in front of people.
I want to ask, because also you mentioned, Bogdan, about the system will teach or cannot teach to how to learn, or will disappear the educators or the teacher job in the future? Will they by AI, or what do you consider?
I don't think. I don't think this will be the case. So you can assess the information. You can now look for information and get it like in a few seconds. Right? We are also doing it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm afraid sometimes about the security implication of AI, but I'm using AI, right? But we have the human component of teaching others. We have this approach, and in informal school of IT also we don't call them teachers or trainers. We call them mentors, right? Because you have to also bring soft skills to the table. You have to emotionally engage sometimes with the people. So I don't think it will disappear. And what I've seen in last year or the last month is that people are looking for human interaction. We went when COVID started for online only courses, but now they are starting to ask us, but when will we do in-person training? And also for the companies, we don't want to be an online training. We have mentors in our cities to come and speak in front of our colleagues. So even if AI is evolving, the human part also is trying to keep up.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's a relief for our job, but but no, I consider it the same. And regarding the remark of the system, in my opinion, experience with the students and the educational system from Romania is that we learn a lot. We learn a lot of piece of puzzle, but we don't learn about the whole to see the full picture where we are going to. In my opinion. And was difficult for people with other domains like legal or others to learn or to understand easier with cybersecurity. I asked why, because as you said, you need somehow to one of them to reach to the same level, because speaking about different things, but finally you need
to meet in the middle.
Yeah.
Right, so we've seen that with reconversion courses also. We had people to 50 years of age that were changing jobs. So really the important thing is to want this, right? I have a friend who works on legal side, and she's really active and always asking questions, and I really like her. And she said, when she doesn't understand something, it's explaining like I'm stupid, right? I didn't understand. Please tell me again. Tell me with other words. So it's really important to want to do that, right? If you want to learn new things, okay, I don't know that. It's okay not to know that, but I will ask until I understand. And we also have a philosophy as mentors. There's no stupid question. You can ask us everything. If there are 2, 3 questions on the same side, it's our fault, not yours that we don't understand. We didn't explain it properly. So it's easy when you want to learn. It's easy when you want to give information and to teach others. Not that easy when you don't really want to do that. So
that happens sometimes in class, because the example that you provide is true. They are motivated. They want to change their job or to obtain a job. And sometimes when you have a full class and you ask somebody and nobody answer, it's very difficult.
or it's the same one to the person, right? Who answered and everybody's like,
Please, I don't want just myself to ask, please.
In the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned the fact that you get to other communicators to reconversion of normal individuals. now that these positions are locally becoming extinct, which is now at this moment your typical student. So on average, which is your typical student? What's his or her background? What is his or her motivation?
We also have old students that are coming back for us to learn something new. So that is a really part of them. The old students or recommendation from other students. And we have people that are already working in an IT field, but they are either on starting their journeys, they are juniors, or they want to change, take a lateral step, right, to learn something new. For example, we have a lot of people that are working in manual QA, but now they have to keep up and learn about automation, about security, about AI, and so on. So now there is a transition period. We also have people who want to reconvert, and we also are working with some European funds, and we have free programs for programming also for the northeast of Transylvania region, if somebody is here and is interested. And we roll these programs for different IT companies to switch from their internships programs, and we are doing their internship programs, let's call it like that. So there is a sum of people that are still doing reconversion, and we have a sum of people that are doing upskilling. But we are preparing for the time where we are going to do mainly upskilling for people that are already in the field or that are in fields related to what it will be the future of IT. For example, legal people that need to learn about compliance with different cybersecurity standards.
Okay, Alex wants to ask.
Yes, I'm very happy with what you're doing. My question was kind of twofold. One, are you also providing certifications for these individuals? For the students, I mean.
We have certifications from national authority for working department. I don't know how it really translates from Romania, working field department or something like that. So we have this, but they are recognized only on Romanian territory, and we provide preparation for different international certifications, like ICQB, for example. And we are now trying to find some collaborations with the different certification authorities to try to also fill those gaps. For example, for security with the National Cybersecurity Directorate, we have some certification that has they are mandatory for NIST compliance. This is an example. So we are also trying to do that. We studied the certification part for many years. The problem that we have with this is that the certification are pricey. A lot of them are pricey. So we had this step back because we couldn't sell courses at such high price. But there are a lot of companies who offer those certification payments for their employees, and they need us to prepare them to get the knowledge, and they will pay for their certification. So it's a little bit of mix of them, but we are trying to find certification that are not really pricey, so that the people afford the course and the certification also. The first type of certification is nearly free, it's like 10 euros or something like that.
So my last question is going to be, because I think it's twofold. Now, what happens when you have you're providing some training and you build a custom curriculum for a skill that's in demand by the industry, and there's a job posting, let's say, and you've been able to prepare the student. So how does that company that's looking for that talent be able to say, you know what, we trust this certificate from because you call it informal school. How does I'm just trying to understand how it works.
Yeah, so we built our reputation for 12 years now, and we have a lot of former students that are now in leading position in different IT companies. So they know what is the level of information and the quality of the product that we deliver, right? We have um, customized courses. A lot of them are when different company asks us for them, right? So company says, I need you to prepare my students for this and that. We also have always a room of I don't know, adapting curriculums if different companies are required, if different company required. And we also have different partnerships. We have over 120 companies that we partnership with, also to find out what will be their future needs in order to adapt our B2C curriculum in order to better be prepared for the field in our country or specific cities.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Joanna Albertot. We should move forward. We have now I invite Mr. Ilya Pushkash to present the Binance Academy.
Everyone, thank you. If you don't mind, I'll sit on this side. It's just easier for me. And the people again. So. Thanks a lot. So for us in Binance, it's very important to be on this type of events because we know a lot about sharing ideas and advancing education around emerging technologies. A little bit about myself. My name is Ilya Pushkash, or Elijah. If you want to say my name in English name instead of my Romanian name. I've been the country manager for Romania at Binance for the past 3 years and 5 months. Basically, since Binance expanded its team in Romania in 2022. Since then, we have started building more and more Binance products and educational activities right here in Romania. And another thing about me is that I'm really excited about these new technologies. I think we live in an era of so many opportunities. I drove to Bucharest, entered the room, and you were speaking about quantum computing. Then we switched to AI. Now we're speaking about blockchain as well. Myself, I'm also passionate about robotics. I'm a board member in a startup, in a robotics startups in London. They are planning to mine with robots in space, basically, asteroids. That's their goal. But today, I want to tell you more about the Web3 market, blockchain, Bitcoin, and Binance. I will start with Binance Academy. Binance educational platform, which was launched also in Romania in 2023. You can think of it as Wikipedia combined with YouTube for crypto, but without any ads and with a lot of serious, easy to understand information. It was created out of a clear need to explain what blockchain and cryptocurrencies are without using any complicated jargon, and to fight fake news and to provide free access to quality information. Last year in Romania, we took a big step towards advancing education in Web3 by launching the Crypto School project here in Romania. Because in partnership with 3 universities and 3 local NGOs. By financial education in Romania, in general, unfortunately, is quite at a low level compared with the EU. So the goal was to bring blockchain education into academia and to offer practical tools for everyone curious about the digital economy. The results were quite remarkable. We offered over 30,000 NFT diplomas to those who completed the courses on Binance Academy. And these are not just ordinary diplomas. They are quite unique because they are tokens recorded on the blockchain, and they allow everyone to verify on the blockchain the information to passing this course by the Romanian students. Let's deep dive a bit more into what blockchain and cryptocurrencies are. This might be a bit basic for some of you maybe, but let's see. So what's blockchain? Blockchain is simply put a digital ledger where transactions are recorded transparently and cannot be changed. Imagine a huge notebook distributed across hundreds of computers. Each page of this notebook is a block of information, and once it is filled, it cannot be erased or modified in any way. The power of blockchain lies in decentralization. There is no single authority, bank, government, or corporation controlling it. Instead, the entire network validates transactions, and this makes it more resistant to manipulation and fraud. Transparency is guaranteed because anyone can verify the transaction history. Security is ensured by advancing cryptography and consensus among network participants. Basically, blockchain is a mechanism where trust comes not from a central authority, but from math and technology. Now, imagine you want to send $10 to a relative abroad. Through a bank, it will take a few days, and you will pay quite a lot of fees, let's say. But with cryptocurrencies, it's like sending a message to WhatsApp. It will take you a few seconds or a minute, and cost less than traditional transactions. And sometimes it's even free, depending on what platform you use. Also, there's no intermediary deciding anything for you in the process. I think, in fact, blockchain is doing for money what the internet was doing for information. They make it flow freely, quickly, and securely worldwide. Blockchain is not just a technology for banks or investors, but a new foundation on which we can build a more open and transparent economy. Now, blockchain itself is not limited to crypto or Bitcoin. There are already hundreds of practical applications worldwide. To give a few examples, in finance, blockchain is used for instant transactions, as we discussed earlier. In supply chains, companies like Walmart or IBM use blockchain to track food provenance or supply chain tracking. In art and culture, NFTs allow artists to sell their digital works directly to fans. Also, in public administrations, countries like Estonia or Ukraine use blockchain for digital identities and electronic voting. Very interesting is here in Romania, in the recent elections, vote reporting was also recorded on blockchain. That's quite a progress for Romania as well. Now, when we talk about cryptocurrencies, the best starting point is, of course, Bitcoin. This was created in 2009 by an anonymous person or group under the pseudonym of Satoshi Nakamoto. Bitcoin was designed as an alternative to the traditional financial system. The idea was simple but revolutionary, creating a digital currency without banks or governments controlling it. There can be only 21 million Bitcoins, which gives it an extra value, similar to gold. And for this reason, Bitcoin is often called the digital gold. Today, Bitcoin is the most well-known cryptocurrency worldwide, and we see companies accepting it, and even payments in store accepting in Bitcoin at the moment. But after Bitcoin, thousands of other cryptocurrencies appeared, called altcoins. The role of cryptocurrencies is multiple. They can be used as means of payment, store of value. Sometimes Bitcoin is seen as a protection against inflation. It can be an innovation enabler. Binance BNB chain or Multiverse X chain are networks that allow the development of decentralized applications. Currently, cryptocurrencies are gradually integrated into the daily life, and a special role is played also by stablecoins. These are cryptocurrencies that are always pegged; their value is always pegged to the traditional currencies, like US dollar, for example. Some example are USDT or USDC, for example. So, what's the difference between the traditional system and the new cryptocurrencies? Traditional money is called fiat in the IT world. This includes euros, dollars, Romanian RON, all currencies that are issued and guaranteed by states to central banks. We use fiat daily for salaries, payments, and savings. And cryptocurrencies, on the other hand, are digital money created through blockchain technology that make them independent and global. And the difference is visible again if we go back to the idea of international transfers. Sending money from Romania to the USA through the classic banking system will take 2 days. But with cryptocurrencies, the transfer happens in seconds with low or no transfer fees. Another important part of the blockchain are smart contracts. A smart contract is a program that runs automatically on the blockchain and executes preset rules without the need of lawyers, notaries, or intermediaries. And for example, if I want to send 1 Bitcoin to one of my suppliers, only when this supplier delivers their product, I can create a smart contract which checks the condition and releases the payment automatically only when that conditions are met. No bank or intermediary is needed. If you move forward to what can you store your crypto on, basically you need a wallet. A wallet has 2 essential elements: a public address, which you give to others to send you money. It's similar to an IBAN, but it also has a private key, a secret code, providing you proving you own the funds. But if you lose this private key, you lose the access to your cryptocurrencies. So a simple example is if you install a digital wallet like Multiverse X on your phone, you instantly create an address and you can receive cryptocurrencies from anywhere in the world without opening your bank account. So what does an address look like? A Web2 address is your digital identity in the blockchain universe. It's similar to an email, but instead of sending messages, you send money, tokens, or NFTs, and you connect with this address to decentralized applications. For example, a standard Ethereum address has a specific hash. It starts with 0x, and it's a long combination of letters and numbers. With it, you can log in into DeFi apps, buy an NFT, and participate in the blockchain games, for example. Web3 addresses also can become something like your digital passport. It is not linked to a bank or a government, but directly to you. So you can control access to your wallet. And in the future, we believe that it is possible that Web3 addresses could completely replace passports and be your key to all your online services. Now, how important is security in crypto? I think security is one of the most important things because unlike a bank where the bank can reset your password or refund fraudulent transaction, blockchain transactions are irreversible. If you send money by mistake or lose your private key, no one can intervene. That's why education is crucial. Rule number one is never share your private key or send your private space to anyone. This private key is basically the equivalent of a PIN from your card, and the card combined with it. The most common frauds are false advertising, false investment promises, phishing, and double your money schemes. We at Binance constantly warn users and offer practical guides through Binance Academy on how to avoid scams and improve your security online. But we also advise users to have another layer of security, the two-factor authentication at least, or even using hardware wallets for large amounts of cryptocurrencies. Globally, Binance also created SAFE Fund, which is short for Secure Asset Fund for users, a safety fund that covers potential losses caused by major incidents in the market. And to talk a bit about Binance as well, Binance fits into this blockchain and crypto world by creating the largest cryptocurrency exchange platform, both by trading volume and the number of active users. The company was founded in 2017 and grew rapidly, becoming the largest crypto company in just 5 months. By comparison, daily volumes on Binance are constantly higher than traditional exchanges like Nasdaq. This happened because Binance is not just a simple platform to buy crypto from. It is a combination of super secure technology, diverse products, and most importantly, a lot of educational resources for the users. It's a whole ecosystem. We have financial tools, of course, blockchain projects that change the game, the educational academy, and even social initiatives. And the most important part, in Romania, we have a very active community and collaborate with great projects like Multiverse X, born here in Sibiu. This shows that Romania is not just a consumer of technology, but also a place where innovation is created. Binance presence here is not about transactions alone, but also about bringing global innovation closer to people through education and partnerships. And as a conclusion, crypto brings financial freedom, of course, but this freedom comes with responsibility. You can learn all about this and much more at Binance Academy and in the crypto school as well. But we're looking forward to partnering with any of your universities, companies, and so on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grushka. Thank you for your knowledge about financial education and blockchain. I invite you to put some questions. Please, Alex.
Yes, I'm conducting some cybercrime research really around, especially crypto scams. And you see, on the side for us, when it comes to research, we're trying to look for ways we can able to work with companies like yours to give us access to some data sets for research. Do you have those kind of partnerships that you arrange?
They actually do, but I would say chain analysis, for example, is a much better provider for those type of data. And I think they have like an open platform for research as well. But let's connect and we can see what we can result on the Binance data set.
Okay, I sent you a DM.
Perfect.
The conference is for connecting people now and networking. But you may also ask why I said multiverses so many times now. I'm joking.
Because we miss you, that's
I know, right? But I was joking because also from last year we start some also trainings for
for the university, yes, we were with the part.
last year we were doing some basically upscaling for teachers, basically for universities around Romania, teaching them about crypto and blockchain in general.
Please, again.
I have two questions. Do you own cryptocurrency yourself? Which one and why do you choose?
So I'll tell you something internal from Binance.
Okay.
When I joined Binance, we were not allowed to invest in crypto, so I had to sell all my assets because there might be some insider information. That was the idea. Now that's relaxed a bit in the sense that you can buy at least Bitcoin and the major coins that you, anyway, an employee will not have insider information about. At the moment, I own just Bitcoin because it's the biggest one and it leads the trends in crypto at the moment.
So, every product or service has a price and a value. Bitcoin is 100,000 whatever, the price. How do you explain the value?
The value behind this is the utility. The utility. So it's already being used in big investment by big investment funds. Even there are shops in Romania accepting the Bitcoin payments at the moment. You can buy tickets to football games, for example, even in Romania from entities with Bitcoin directly. Now, what I see in the future, I see a merge between those two traditional finance fields and crypto fields. And also the UI, the technology behind it needs to be much easier. So people just use finance in a seamless way without caring if it's crypto or it's fiat. That much. Yeah, and that trust grew a lot this year.
Yeah.
Please. Please.
Is there an example, short disclaimer, every teacher should read or memorize before doing a crypto exercise?
Yeah. So why do I focus so much on education in Romania? From my perspective, is because many people confuse it with betting, with I'll get rich so quickly. The first thing should be, this is not for you to get rich. This is to improve your financial education. And if people improve their financial education, they might get rich from crypto, but at least they will know how to manage their finance better. In general, it's not just about crypto. It should be about finance in general.
Mr. Todd.
I'm curious about, so you know that blockchain is like a ledger, right? And it's not one key transactions and stuff. I'm wondering about the sustainability of the technology, given that there are a lot of other services that are mixers from founders, whatever you want to call it, right? That can be used or is in many of the cases used for illegal activities to hide or to make it close to impossible to basically look up the origin of a certain coin. So from a sustainability perspective, that takes a lot of information that needs to be stored in a database, right? From your opinion, how good is the feasible long term if more and more people are going to use such solutions? And can we actually track everything back to the beginning? And is it worth it?
So I was mentioning about the internet, what the internet has done for information and what blockchain is doing for money. I'll make a comparison again. We in blockchain and crypto at the moment are in the 2000s of the internet stage. There are so many applications, so many new ideas. Slowly, those applications and ideas will sort out, will filter towards the best solutions chose by users, but also by regulators. So there's regulation coming even for DeFi, decentralized applications as well, in Europe at least. So this process will filter, including the DeFi, the DeFi world.
Not to forget that the biggest scams in the world will make mistakes.
Exactly. So the number of scams on crypto and blockchain is decreasing year by year. And if you compare it with percentages wise, with the fiat world, fiat was always bigger because it's easier to track on blockchain.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Pushkash. Move now to Mrs. Dana Ciobanu from Orange, Romania.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for staying this late for these last two presentations. First of all, we are going to change a little bit, and I will take you to some of our initiatives to support training, skilling, and upskilling through some of the programs that we have in our open innovation ecosystem. Okay. So basically, we are more than a telecom company. I know that most of you know Orange Romania as the telecom company, the phone provider, but we do more than that. We are an innovator and we are an enabler of innovation through different programs. We have an accelerator, a corporate accelerator that supports the startup ecosystem in Romania. We have an educational program that supports I think all the universities, or some of the faculties in all the universities in Romania with scholarship and internship. We have 2 5G labs that enable learning and testing for SMEs, for master students, but also for PhD and for researchers, one in Bucharest and one in Iași. We actually co-innovate together with the startups from Orange Fab in order to bring added value to our customers. We bring connectivity to remote communities. We are involved in cybersecurity initiatives, and we bring new technology to Romania. But I will take you through all of that. Hope you will be patient with me. The first one is the Orange Educational Program. Every year, we want to support the students from these universities with scholarships. But not only with scholarship, but we also help them with internship, and we help them with their bachelor degree, with their master thesis, or if they are interested in working with us in different research programs, we can do that in our 5G labs in Iași and in Bucharest. This program actually was one of the first programs that Orange as a corporation has developed in Romania. And actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, like 70% of the head of or chief of departments from Orange Romania have been alumni of this program. At least in the faculty of electronics in Bucharest, most of the alumni now work with us. We are really open to share our experience and open to share knowledge, because basically we are not only sharing the theoretical knowledge, but actually the students that are part of this educational program are joined by mentors from our company, and this helps them better understand how a company works. It helps them not only to get jobs in our company, but it helps them choose a career. Either it helps them to, I don't know, work in telecom or in cybersecurity, but it also helped them develop their own ventures, and it helped them develop their own startups. Our corporate accelerator is present in over 20 countries. It's actually part of the network. And we are present in Romania since 2017, and we support the startup ecosystem by giving them the opportunity to get on the Romanian market, but also on the international market by acting as a landing pad in all these countries that are here on the map. We help them improve their products through POCs. We actually give them smart money to develop their solution and to help them shorten the journey to the go-to-market journey. Because a startup, in order to go either to the Romanian market or to scale abroad, needs mentors and also needs a little help to get to the right people. And we get there, and our role is that of a facilitator, help them connect with the people that they need to connect in order to scale. We actually through our network, we give access not only to mentorship and other type of experiences or technologies, but also have a financial vehicle. It's Orange Venture that also gives startups not only from Romania but from across Europe the opportunity to be invested in by a really interesting team. Unfortunately, in Romania, they only invest in Series A and Series B startup, and the number of this type of startup it's really low. We rather need seed investment, but it's actually a good tool for the startups that need maybe support in reaching maybe investors from Europe or other venture capital companies from across Europe. So our network is, let's say, very, I wouldn't say comprehensive, but it reaches at different levels. I will go a little bit forward. So these are the verticals that we are interested in. Most of the startups that are already part of Orange Fab since 2017 did not only benefit from 12 months of acceleration, but also became Orange Fab partners. They became part of our network of partners, and we still have partners from all these verticals that we are currently working with. I forgot to mention that we are equity free, and we don't take any fees. It's a free of charge program, but it's a program that helps startups evolve. It helps startups reach a certain level of maturity. So since we begin our activity, over 54 startups have been working with us. We try to focus on quality than quantity, and we try to be present, especially in universities, because the most interesting startups have started from different universities across the country. Maybe you will recognize some of the logos here. These are the startups that are currently part of the program, and we are really proud of them. And of what they have achieved working with us. Not only do we work with startups, but we also work with the community. We, through our mission, we support the development of communities and of startup ecosystem all across Romania. We also have a collaboration with Sibiu Startup Hub, and hopefully next year we will start more serious collaboration, and we will support the development of startups also here in Sibiu. But we have supported communities all across Romania and events all across Romania because a healthy startup ecosystem and will help not only us grow but the whole ecosystem. As I was telling you before, as a partnership with the two main universities, technical universities in Romania, we have developed two 5G labs, one in Iași and one in Bucharest. And their main purpose is to deliver technology, 5G technology, to these universities where they can test different solutions in different type of projects. Most of the projects that the 5G lab is involved in tries to bring to market different solutions and try to help monetizing results of research, which is very important for us because we were supporters of university spin-off and other kind of startups that came from universities or research centers. As Spectral is one of the startups that is from Sibiu actually, and it's a startup that joined Orange Fab 1 year ago. And when they joined, they only have this device, and the device needed to be connected to the internet with an Ethernet cable. They came to Orange 5G Lab, and together we found a solution to modify the little Raspberry Pi that they have been using and add a 5G modem in order for it to be used without any cable and to make the solution more scalable. Another solution, this one is from Iași, is a video analytics solution. It's a very interesting solution that actually has been used for the first time during the research program where we studied the gathering of people on certain territories. The first experiments were done during the Vioasa Paraschiva in Iași, where there was a lot of movement and we could have detected the behavior of mobs and to help the local municipality how to redirect traffic and how to redirect people in order not to create any kind of incident. It was really interesting use case, and from that it scaled to other use cases. Also related to getting new knowledge and getting to the market new solution for the startup ecosystem, for developer and for SMEs, and related to the 5G labs is a new concept of API, the concept of network API. Because of 5G, you get the opportunity to use the 5G network in different way. Through 5G, the network gets to be more flexible, and because of that, we get to use some network APIs that, just a second, that until this year, this kind of information was only used by telecom companies for their own needs. Actually, we are trying to open the network to developers, to startup founders, to companies in order to improve their apps. This is a challenge that we started in August. It's still open until the 15th of November. And through this challenge, we are giving to the people that want to apply to opportunities to test all these 7 APIs in a test bed, in the 5G lab, or in an API playground. Basically, you get access to dummy data, but you can test it and you can see what changes you need to do to your solution in order to use these APIs when they will be available commercially. Basically, we are trying the APIs that are available on both the API playground and on the sandbox will be very similar, if not the same, with the one that will be exposed commercially. Um, we also had a surprise because 2 weeks ago, a team of 5 students from University Lucian Blaga also applied to the challenge, and they are now part of the hackathon that is held by Sibiu IT cluster. And they have a really nice idea, and they are using, or they want to use, 3 of the 7 APIs that we have for testing in this period. If you as professor or as students, if you are interested in testing these APIs, we are giving you mentorship and giving you support throughout this process. And more than that, at European level, there is a challenge organized by the Orange Group that it's also giving access to international network of mentorship. And they also help developers and students better develop their solutions. So I think it's a really good opportunity to be around an international environment and to get connected with different experts from different fields in the telecom industry. Also because we were talking about digital education and the fact that digital education it's a must. I couldn't help it, so I also put some slides about the project that we are currently developing in the Danube Delta, where we bring 5G connectivity to the remote regions of the Delta. We are currently implementing, not trying, because the connectivity is already there. We are implementing 4 use cases on digital education. The connectivity is already there. We are implementing 4 use cases on digital education that is done both for teachers and for students in the remote area of the Delta, telemedicine, and the first 2 are done with the help of 2 startups from Orange Fab. So startups from Orange Fab together with Orange are implementing this project. We also support a local NGO. It's Mila 23 Ivan Pazaikin Association. They have an app that helps people navigate the canals in the Delta. And because of the 5G connectivity, now the people that want to visit the Delta by kayak now have an app, and the app help them navigate the canals and also give them very interesting information about fauna, about the status of the canals, if they are narrowing or if the water level is too low. So it's a really interesting use case. But we also do environmental monitoring, which is really important because human intervention in the Delta has been done in the past years without some serious monitoring. and with the help of the same startup that you have seen before. It names AI Vision, if you want to Google it up. We want to count the people, the tourists that enter the reserve area of the Danube Delta. It's a really interesting project because it was very challenging to bring there the connectivity, mostly because, as you might know, 70% of the territory of the delta is covered by water. So it was really challenging. But having remote connectivity, having the same level of education or having the same level of access to medicine as someone in mainland, it's really important. And to end the circle, because Bogdan here has started the presentation tonight with cybersecurity, I would like to add something to his presentation because we have been partners for over how many years? 6 years, okay. We have been partners with both CyberEdu and DevCamp and other cybersecurity initiatives since 6 years ago. We started during the pandemics a competition for high school students and for students that is called Unbreakable Romania. It's a competition that helps cybersecurity enthusiasts get to solve cybersecurity problems. And they get to do that in the CyberEdu platform that Bogdan was telling you about before. Basically, they get to train there. And because cybersecurity expert or a job in cybersecurity it's part of the job of the future, we really want to invest a lot in the training of these young people, and we support them with mentorship, we support them with training, and not only Unbreakable, but the finalists from Unbreakable get to be part of Romanian cybersecurity competition, which is another very important cybersecurity event that gathers the passionate and the expert in cybersecurity under 24 years of age, and they get to represent Romania at the European cybersecurity competition. We were also one of the founders of the Cybersecurity National Olympiad, and we tried through all of our actions to support the cybersecurity community in Romania. Last year, I mean this year, not last year, this spring, we started to bring cybersecurity communities all across Romania. We were also here in Sibiu, we were in Iași, in Suceava, in Cluj, in Bucharest. Were we in Brașov?
No, Suceava. That's all.
Yes. We tried to reach out to the high schools and to the university that were interested in developing the next cybersecurity experts. This is actually last month the cybersecurity team of Romania won, but I think that they fought a lot for the 14th place. So we are really proud of them. I wanted you to see all this just to know that us as a company, we are not only investing money, but we are investing a lot of volunteer time from different experts. There are a lot of people that want to do it because they can, because they want to, because they want to be part of the change. And the support that we provide to cybersecurity communities and to the university is just because if we can do this change, we want to be there to do it. if you want to reach out to me, or I don't know, maybe partner up for some events, or maybe discuss other partnerships, I'm at your disposal. And if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Please, I invite you to some questions. Please, go ahead.
5G lab plan for Sibiu?
Not yet, not yet. We are hoping to develop another 5G lab. I'm not disclosing the university that we are negotiating with, but not yet.
So follow up, I've heard about the API challenge through LinkedIn, right?
Mhm.
And I'm thinking you do all these very nice activities. How can we find out about the activities that you're doing so we can talk to the students that we're interacting with them and inform them, hey, you have these opportunities, Orange Hub is there.
We post most of our activities on our website, on social media, on LinkedIn.
Okay.
And we also have partnership with startup.org. But if they are interested in finding more, they can sign up for our newsletter. And whenever we post something on our website, they can get that direct link, and they can be informed firsthand. So whenever we are publishing something, they can get it.
Another question.
10 years ago, on the New Year's Eve, on the graduation school, when everyone started to make a phone call to congratulate, the message is not working. Do you know the problem is still there, or I remember the...
With 5G call and with Wi-Fi calling, I don't think that it's an issue anymore. But since I'm not a technical person, I don't know if I can answer your question.
I have also one question. Do you also support or you are involved in spin-offs from
Yes.
PhD
Yes.
going there?
We, for example, in Orange Hub, we support the spin-off from the large language model laboratory in Polytechnica Bucharest. It is called Zebotec. It's one of the best solution of speech to text and text to speech in Romanian, and has been built by Horia Tupu and his team of researchers. We are also supporting now a team from the Faculty of Telecommunications. It's called FAUR AI, and it's a team of researchers that tries to diminish the cost with GPU usage for AI. So yes, we are doing that, but unfortunately, most of the spin-offs are really, let's say, low profile. We would very much help them. We would like to help them to get to market, because I think that's the main problem that they have. They do a really good research, a really good a really good solution, but they have difficulty in selling it and marketing. So.
Actually, to push the knowledge transfer directly to the market.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, do you support the long life learning for, let's say, not students and
In general, as a company, we have been involved in all kinds of projects related to digital learning and digital literacy, but also we have a different department that deal with long life learning. It's called Orange Digital Centers, by which we do reskilling and upskilling of digital skills with the help of AI in different fields, from AI to RPA and other different fields. But yes, we do that as well.
thank you. Other questions?
Thank you.
This time, thank you very much. And last but not least, we move to Mr. Popovic to to share not many slides, but many words. Only the first slide. And half an hour is enough. I'm joking.
Yes. You're for sure you'll have a long marriage if you're married, or you'll have a long partnership with your partner, because you don't have time to get into arguments and so on because you're working so late. So the work is saving the marriage, you know. And a lot of people are having good marriages right now because of the work. They sit with 300 emails unread in the bed. Sorry, I have to work this evening. I counsel people, and a lot of IT people and a lot of IT companies are doing workshops. I'm never using PowerPoint, so that's why I'm not blocked in some pre-work. I have to convince you that this is the truth. I don't believe in something right or wrong. Everything is relative, and even when somebody's dying, it's relative, because I studied a lot about what that means, and I'm not afraid. I'm curious how it is, like Dalai Lama said, because I know so many things about it, but I'm curious if what I know is right. What strikes me these days, because I'm working with children, I'm working with adolescents, I'm working with adults, strikes me some things. They are excessively tired. Everybody's excessively tired. Second, they become even also kids, but also adults, less and less social skills. Of course, the brain is melting, let's say, it's reallocating the networks we are not using. And after pandemic situation, people started to use home office, and I think it's an abomination in terms of evolution. We are actually some studies, some researchers are showing that some intelligent factors are decreasing in the human mind, in a human being. So we are not in as we are not going up, we are going down. And of course, I also work with adults a lot. They cannot, like you said, Adrian, it's very hard to have a systemic thinking, because what is happening is what I remember from a company I worked with from I think 2003, and they told me these days, after 2 years of cutting the training budget, I did a lot of stress management with IT people. Strangely, because they were actually they are spoiled people, very spoiled people, but the stress was so high. And one of these companies told me that they will not come back to live classes, because they got used to online learning and self-learning. And I asked the lady just one question, and that's why I published an article in Partner Social about this. But how will you develop critical thinking? How will it be free thinkers? Because critical thinking needs people to meet and debate. If you think you have experience in stress management, come and debate with us and with the moderator. And in 2 days, for sure, you will end up at least crying. So a lot of people cry in these trainings because they neglected a lot in their humanity. And this is my, I would like to give you a few food for thought about this. How human we are, and actually why we are working so hard. I understand the state of flow. A lot of IT people have a state of flow. They like so much what they do that they don't feel the time passing. They are passionate about it. Also, entrepreneurs, they have the same issue. They have a state of flow because the results, the confirmation, their identity, that they are now a successful person. Can't you see I'm a successful person? And they are so keen to get this dopamine every day that they forget to live. people now are going into burnout. Right now, the age of the first burnout, or the first depression, sorry, so severe anxiety, 10 years ago was around 28, 30s years old, 30 years old. Now we have the first severe emotional depression around between 15 and 20, according to a CNN documentary. And of course, why is that? Working with kids, I've seen generation of kids. I'm working with an organization since 2010 as an advisor there, and there are kids between 12 and 21, boys and girls. And I think every 2 years we see evident decrease in their social skills. They should build their own programs. They have the goal of the big organization, but they should build the programs. They should organize it. They should, with our assistance only, they should act for getting the sponsors and so on. They are so passive. They don't know where is the north, the south, the east. When I'm getting out of the phone, they are blurry. Of course, the phone is giving you a lot of dopamine. You know, gossips give a lot of dopamine. People need to gossip because every new information is rewarded in the brain. And we know about dopamine a lot. We have Daniel Kahneman explaining us in a theory, which like every theory has its limitation, that we have a system one of thinking, the fast intuitive thinking. How much is 2 plus 2? 4 is coming from intuition. And the system 2, which is, of course, it's not working separate, but in system 2 thinking, it's the critical, the slow thinking, which is using the prefrontal cortex a lot, the frontal brain, which is that analyze a cognitive approach, rational approach to things. Well, the second system, it's interesting. When I'm working with IT people, they are using it a lot. They are rational people. They are thinking a lot. What I noticed, they have a strong fatigue. They are exhausted. And what I'm amazed, when they take a break from the laptop, they go to the phone to be rewarded with dopamine because somebody wrote me, look, I'm important. Into the laptop, you also find something very important, your identity. A lot of people are taking, can you give me please your business card? Now, what can you tell me about you? Who are you? What value do you bring? What's your future? But if you are asking somebody, who are you? They will start with what, usually?
The profession.
What the profession? They identify so much with the profession and with the state of flow they feel when they are passionate about it, that they forget to build also another life. And why a lot of people are blaming companies and are blaming jobs? Because they put with all their feet and with all the body in only one boat, the job. Whenever some email is coming and is challenging you, is coming from N+2, at 7 o'clock in the night, you will work. The specialists are showing us the priorities. We think that are the important things coming to an urgency. No, it's important who wrote that email. Even if it's a bullshit, you will fix it in 5 minutes at 9 o'clock. Because it's coming from N+3. And because you have also, you went to the bank and have got some credits there. And this is very important for the discipline, of course. And you will answer to that email. My issue is that a lot of people are telling me about their kids. How can I make him more? How can I make him, more successful. And I'm always asking them, do you want them to be happy or successful? I don't see too much common ground. Vera Birkenbiel, a German psychologist, she wrote, I read the book 20 years ago. She said that the generation of kids now are called in psychology the corporate kids. Starting with 5 years old, they start to perform. They are pushed to have results. They have to learn. They have to have, then we should measure the learning, yeah? They compete with each other. And it's a very interesting approach because that kids sitting a lot of time with adults, they become small adults. And the resource for happiness into adults are not from the adult inside us, which is fearful, prudent, rational, is always balancing things. The potential for happiness is that inner child, which is still eager to play. That's why gamification, I've seen there. If gamification is a powerful tool, it's unleashing the boys, for instance. Boys are subjected to an educational system which is very, let's say, it's more, it's functioning well for girls especially. Discipline, memory, or self-organization. Boys are learning usually through games. They want to play. And that's why boys usually are the troublemakers in the school, not the girls. Huh? Of course, there is a very interesting issue in sociology about the boys are not anymore boys. They are not males. They become very in the middle, let's say. There are a lot of causes for this. But one cause is the school, of course. The other is the imbalance of the mother and father. They don't see the father anymore. The father is not the fire, and the mother is the water. It's keeping you food, and it's creating them nice, lovely balance. And the father, when he's coming, it's a rare voice. It should come not so often, and then you will hear. You'll always listen to the one who's the mysterious one, and you'll find miracle in what he's saying. So if the parents are too present in the single child life, what is going to happen? You will build a mind, a small adult, because you're not letting him really play. You are just teaching him all the time to behave like an adult. And that is the resource for happiness, the inner child. It's interesting. I'm asking a lot of time the parents, do you have time to kiss your wife or your husband? How often are you kissing your partner in the front of kids? How often are you playing with each other? No, because we have to stay focused on the kid. No. If you want kids to be taught how to develop lovely relations and to keep people closer, he will learn it not through words and advices. He will see his parents, how they're doing it. But the parents are so depleted when they leave the computer. I see my boy at home, the first child of my wife. Of course, it's my boy, so who knows. Anyway, the first child of my former girlfriend, let's say, he is also an of course, he's planning to leave the domain in 5 years because he sees that there's no future. He said that when I'm finishing with AI, it's like this. I like so much to cut trees. And he feels that he has to have some it's interesting, it's his opinion. He's working with AI. He's a very smart boy, of course, like his mother. But on the other hand, the boyfriend of my daughter, which are in Sibiu somewhere now, and he told me that in the car now, I'm quitting IT. I'm quitting the faculty. Why? I'm moving to construction. I want to be plumber. But I'm finishing I will take my degree and then I want to become plumber. Sees what is happening. I don't know. It's interesting. I told him that he can be in IT. There will always be places. They are very clever people. They will always do something good for us. Because I'm working with a lot of people and they do you know, this time. Even this year, but hour of the evening. But I told you, you will have a long relationship, of course, if you have one. And this is one thing I observed. I noticed the fatigue in a lot of decision makers' eyes. And I'm wondering, I'm always counseling professionally, when I'm asked professionally to improve my efficiency, effectiveness, and so on. I'm starting with the sleep. I'm starting with the after life, let's say with what I'm doing after job. We have a life after job. Usually, no. Usually, there is not so much passion out of my work. And then, where you will stay, usually? Where is no passion or where is passion? My son is finishing the job, working in the computer in the bedroom upstairs. And then at 24 years old, and then he's playing Counter-Strike up to 2 o'clock. He's a, honestly, he's a very clever boy, but, and my wife is saying, no, no, look how often he's going out with the boys. How often? At 24, when you're 24, how often is every 2 days? This is often for, and they are meeting the same people. Meeting the same people doesn't develop the social skills. No, I'm working in home office, but I meet my friends every week. No, the friends are not developing our soft skills. The soft skills are developed by colleagues, by customers, by angry bosses, by tough situations which we don't want. People who we would not invite to a beer, but we have to work with them in the project. And in 2 years' time, you will learn that you can now very easily work with that kind of personality. But if you are, because you are obliged, you need to in the work field. And that's why a lot of people are thinking, oh, the job is very important because the job is for money. How can you be so stupid to think that? And what you will do with the money? Because half of the life we are spending our health for the money, and the other half we are spending the money for health. Yeah. So how can you be so stupid? You need to look at your ages between 20 and 30s. You should have high energy. If you sleep well, if you are active, if you are not calling Uber or Glovo, go and walk the distance. Don't leave your brain thinking that everything is like this. All the companies are trying to make an easy service to the customers, and these are making us more obese, more, I would say, more without action in blood. A lot of people are knowing, I know exactly what to do, and why didn't you do it so far? I didn't have time. Actually, you are not an action guy anymore, because action needs to be fed with energy. And how is your life after work? Do you feed your body with energy? Do you sleep well? What do you eat? You know, a bottle of no, that drink with sugar. We drink 25 sachets of sugar in one shot. And this is almost killing our body, but you learn to survive. Up to a point. Up to a point. I'm watching a lot of people at 30s, 35. I have a lot of customers are trying to get married. A lot of ladies are alone because a lot of men are not so responsible. You know, ladies, it is an issue, social issue. A lot of ladies are alone because of this in my area. And this is also a social phenomenon. And what is happening? Because we neglect the 20-30 period. We have a lot of energy. We should take a lot of responsibilities because we learn out of this experience, not the trainings are teaching us. The theoretical training is nothing up to your experience. After you repeat the experience, then you learn. And this is I know because I'm doing trainings, and I know the training doesn't change anything, but the training might push you if you find enough motivation to do something, because we know a lot of things, but we are not doing so much. And between 20 and 30, you should pay attention to career, but on the other side, you should know that after 30s, right now, the fertility of the people are decreasing like this. And you know a lot of people that are really trying to have a baby. But like in agriculture, you should be careful when you are seeding, and there is a harvest, but much later. Right now, what I see that people are pushing up to 35, 40 because they don't feel really self. They didn't know themselves so well so far, so they are pushing the age. I'm seeing a lot of people at 40s, 45, really quitting their family or something. They discovered that they don't belong there anymore. It's normal because they didn't put anything into the fire since they started to work so passionate. Actually, the marriage is just going. A customer of mine told me, and she married, when we decided to marry. Okay, both in IT. We decided to marry them. We'll see. If it works, it works. If not, no problem, we'll quit. And I asked her, because I her coach, what if you couldn't divorce? Because it's not allowed. What you would do differently with your marriage? She went to think, because we are so used to leave everything flowing without, because we don't have energy to invest in a relation after so much work. Let's see if it works. And a lot of people I'm asking now, are you happy? Because I'm sure you are successful, but are you happy? Are you happy? And do you think you'll be happy till the end of time? I mean, and I will end because I can speak for. I wrote. I remember yesterday when I thinking about what should I speak at the conference. Of course, I didn't take my time. Usually thinking in one moment. I remember a friend of mine, a very nice and elegant lady, gave me the last page of the journal of her mother. She died of cancer, of course, like half of. in US, there is the statistic that close to half will have this somewhere this fate. And she wrote so this is the last page. She kept faithfully the journal, and she wrote about she couldn't speak with herself anymore, but she wrote her medicines. In 20th of April, she wrote the last herceptin. So she was in the final stage. 5 May 2011. I started with morphine with all cups. This means that she was in pain. That's it. And then she wrote the last phrase, and she's gone. She was gone after a few days. I'm sorry for the life I had because I didn't know how to live. God help me. Interesting. She was a very responsible woman. But that was all. She played only the roles she had to play. But outside these roles, there is none. And this is very interesting, to write the last page of your journal, or to be in the close, let's say, circle of somebody who died, and you have to write, like for us, somebody to write some lyrics for Săpânța grave. What do you think? What do they will say? They will say about your job and what you did. No. They will say something about you as a person, as a character, as a happy person or unhappy person. So I'm just balancing, and I'm finishing. I'm just trying to bring to the end of the conference a bit of focus on long-term view. We tend to live the moment because we like dopamine, but serotonin is much healthier. Thank you.
I hope it was not for being sad. just to be reflected on this. I invite to put one question. Please.
Maybe the individual was like such completely different. I'm going to be very frank now. Do you think, in my humble opinion, do you think that this is a thing caused by design? And I'm curious by the colleagues from abroad here, if you can recognize patterns what our colleagues saying here also in your country, because you know the earth is flat for that, it becomes flat. So not flat for real, but flat as everybody it's in the kind of I heard a very, very interesting quotation like we are like little mice, you know, like mice, running in this wheel that they're training, giving our sweat and soul away, but not getting anywhere. Right? We're always turning around. Do you think this is by design or this is a consequence due to, you know, the world becoming very, you know, tough competition everywhere? You know, China is doing this, sacrificing a generation by raising their standards. Europe has becoming lazy because they had a huge history built on different US differently. But how do you think it? Because you know everybody needs the money because now
Yes, and a lot of people in when they after retirement they could not live with the money they earn. They make a calculation and go to Vietnam where you can eat with $1 per day because you cannot live anymore in Europe in many countries. It's so expensive. I will start with the individual. When we are born, and your children are born, 40% of their future behavior is dictated by genetics. So it's a strong predisposition. It's not certain that they will behave according to genetics. And this genetics doesn't link necessarily with your genetics as parents, but they may influence. So it's the line of both of you. I would say genetics is like BIOS in the computer. It's like BIOS. There is a soft already there. Then up to 12, 13, you build their operation system, you build. So that Windows, they are operate after Windows, Linux, or so on, with a lot of bugs, which are pushing them in stress and so on. They are taught to learn. They are taught, to think. They are taught to act through your acting, and they learn through what they see. That's why I'm telling you, if you want to teach your child to love people and to bring people closer and how to do it, how to have healthy relationships, you should take your wife or husband in front of him and kiss her. And you should play with her. You should laugh in front of him. This is teaching, not explaining to the kid and being always anxious and lack of happiness in front of the kid. So now you are building his operating system. His operating system is maybe 1/3 built by you as parents, but he will bring his generation patterns a lot, and you may complain, how can he behave like this because we didn't teach his generation patterns. It's one thing to be born in Hamburg or being born in Copenhagen. It's one thing to be born in Sibiu or in Vaslui. There is a subculture which is teaching your children how to behave. Because, my dear child, you have to do this, otherwise the consequences will. And this you will teach him the how to think the good and bad. What is happening in the background? As Jung is saying, we have outside our personality, we have the mask, the persona. The mask is what we are taught to be in order to be successful and to be accepted and loved. And this is depending from one culture to another, what they are teaching their children, according to their beliefs, their history, geography, and so on. On the other hand, we have a shadow, called shadow, a part of ourselves where we are pushing back all the unique characteristics we are afraid to exhibit because we are afraid to be rejected. We need to be loved. We need to be accepted. And in some societies which are more individualistic and masculine, more individualistic than ours, which are more feminine, people can express themselves. You can be yourself. You can express yourself how you want to, but not in collectivistic society where we are very, and it's a very strong motivation. Is how people see you. I work with people who don't care because they were educated. You don't have to care how people see you. You are unique and so on. I work with this kind of people, and I work with people who are really want to please their, let's say, their parents. They are meeting actually in their bosses. They still want to please. These people who want to please up to a certain point where it's unbalanced and they go to burnout. Up to that certain point, they have a strong motivator to learn, to work, to let's say, to produce results. These people, I don't care. A lot of times they don't care because I don't care what he thinks about me and so on. So in collectivistic society, it's very, very dangerous to think that we don't have to care what others are saying and so on. These are nice Facebook and Instagram in English because they are not built from our culture. Romanian culture is very different, and you mentioned Daniel David, but I also urge you to read Dorin Bodea, The Values of the Romanian Employees, some sociological studies. We are very, very different. Look at Hofstede's site, and you'll see how different we are from American culture in all the characteristics of working patterns, thinking patterns. So how can we educate people and adults and children with American models, because we are not raised in the same way from in our windows. After 13 years old, we become, we are saying, I have an opinion, but based on what? Based on your operating system. And around 40s, I can see a lot of people are trying to take off the bugs from their operating systems, to clean it up, to, they suffered a lot trying to please everybody and trying to be how their parents and others told them. You have to go to a class, otherwise you're not good in communication. I really admire engineers and introverts. They are the best in communication. I'm working with salespeople and so on. First, reflect, then speak. They are reflecting more, and when they speak, they speak. The others are, of course, experts. Thank you for the question.
I just want,
So you show us the two extremes, maybe the most advanced, let's say the United States, and maybe the traditional one, Romanian one. How should we behave? How should we balance? Because I think everything stands in balance.
Yes. First of all, I think a great thing is happening now because we are allowed to travel. If you stay 6 months in Austria, you'll know more about your inner self than others who didn't live like the country and didn't work in international environment. So we are fortunate. We can see a lot about who we are when we stay with a huge contrast people. I read the sites, the websites for foreigners who want to do business with Romanians. You should learn it. It's very interesting how they are picturing us. We never thought about this because we are inside the culture. But whenever you are exposed, and that's why I admire people who work in corporations, and I'm telling you a lot of young people to go into a corporation, work for at least 10 years, because it will tell you about yourself. It will tell about yourself. You'll learn about yourself more than in any entrepreneurship company you want to build and so on. Work 10 years, learn from cultures, learn how to organize yourself. You have so much pressure there to become better every day, and then open your business. So I'm not against corporations and so on because it's a nice place to live. To learn is not easy, but that not easy is important. It's very important because comfort is not building your homes.
Just, I hope last question because I want to wrap up, but I have a question, but also I don't know if it's true or not. Do you think that it's also Pareto law regarding happiness? And because you said if someone is happy, but depends what measure to be happy, no?
It depends
Imagine, and also in this room or in this country or in this world, probably 80% are in a way, yeah, 20 are young. I don't know.
Perhaps Lasse have his opinion about happiness at his age, but his today opinion is not the same with his maybe 35 years old opinion and so on. So we are changing, of course, ourselves. On the other hand, for instance, in positive psychology, we have three major conclusions so far.
At the university, I work with young students, so it's a mix that I feel young.
Because, yeah, the context. Yes, if you're staying with young people, you tend to be young because tell me who you are meeting with, and I'm telling you who you are and who you become. The time I told you, if all your children are under 100% surveillance of adults, they will not become children. They are small adults already. Look how nice my boy is. Look how well behaved he is. He is not a child anymore. Yeah.
So you are a grandfather.
Grandfathers.
How do you behave with the grandparents?
This is the best period. Being a father, you are full of you are full of yes. My child have to and have to and have to. When you are a grandfather, you learn that nothing have to. A lot of time, what you think is hard work is the solution is not hard work. Go to a party and you will meet the right guy who will give the finance for financing for something. Or you are meeting with your wife because you went to, I don't know, you bought a dog, like somebody told me I bought a dog and now I have two children. Because I met in the park because I have to take the dog shit out of my house, and I met a lady with a dog. And we met today, we met yesterday, tomorrow, and so on. Now I have two children. That's why you never know what actually brings results in life and is changing your course. There are three main, let's say, areas that matter in life, according to research so far. So the first one is the flow state. To really do something that is according to your capacities, to your personal characteristics. I'm not saying quality, because quality become when you are in the right place. Then you have a quality. But you may have characteristics which are not useful here, but are very useful in other parts and become a quality. So if you're in the right place, you will have a state of flow. Like you have a lot of people working in IT, they have this passion and they have a state of flow. The problem is that they don't have that 8 hour rule in life. Yes, unfortunately. In airports, you can see a lot of IT people and managers are always with the laptops on them, working. When I'm seeing people, they see some nice sunset, they see it through the phone, they don't contemplate anymore. So their job and their reflexes are going out of the job and they have a flow in that direction. So this might be good. There are people who didn't do anything in their life excepting that what they really enjoyed. They ended up alone, without friends, but they actually were happy. A second source of happiness is to know which are your small portions of happiness. What makes you happy? What makes you what pleasure? What small pleasures do you have? And you should have time now if you want. You can think which are my 10 small pleasures. you will have difficulty to remember because the last time I did that it was 2 months ago because I didn't have time. Usually, a happy person is allowing himself to have these pleasures, which are simple. Trust me, just to sit and have the best cup of coffee in the city and not watching at the phone for 2 hours or for 1 hour or for half an hour, and sport to lay on grass. If these are your small pleasures, did you did at least 2 or 3 this week? Did you rewarded yourself with this? So people who are doing this regularly, and I'm telling you, this sometimes is happening without partners. My wife is going to clubbing, and she's coming at home at 5 o'clock. She's sleeping. I'm never asking where she was, with whom, and what she did. But for me, it's very important for her to feel that she's happy, she's free, and if she lets me be like this, without jealousy, we don't want to ruin something that is so nice. And this is another thing. So I'm letting her be happy outside the couple. She needs a life. And the third one is to have a sense and signification, a sense of life. And this is, maybe you read about Viktor Frankl. He graduated Auschwitz. He's an Austrian psychologist. He had such a strong desire to survive Auschwitz because he had some brilliant ideas to publish about logotherapy. And he noticed that people who have a strong sense of what they want to achieve on the long term is much more, these people are much more resilient than others who are living the day. He doesn't have any goals. And this actually, the third area actually is the most powerful mentioned by people. To really have to know why you are living. Why do you want to live? Why do you want to overcome today's problem? And this means what? If you are sitting with 2 feet on one boat, and this is like this, because this is the corporate and professional life, is always with good and bad, all your being is shaking. But if you have a strong big pylon outside job, so I'm having a very nice, and I'm investing a lot of imagination in my family. So I'm living there also. I have a hobby. I'm living there also because I'm meeting very passionate people. I also do have my gardening time, and I have my inner, small pleasures, and so on. How can you be unbalanced if you have 3 foot on firm soil and 1 only like this? That's why not the company should be blamed. It's me, because I'm putting everything in my identity. This is the name of the company.
Thank you very much, Claudio. It was like a brief keynote speech, I think, but very useful. I don't want to keep you more. I wanted to have a brief rope up, but I invite better to make a picture together and then to go to the dinner. I invite you all, please don't refuse, because we paid and we are just few, not many like you last evening. So at Ibis Hotel, but we can organize because could be in some cars. So, but please come here to see somehow all of us to have a picture together. Thank you very much for your participation.